Welcome to the Reclaim Mastermind. And in this lesson, I'm going to give you the introduction to the entire course, setting the foundation so you know exactly what you're getting into and how to do everything and things like that. First of all, let's get into the actual goal. Why are you here? What are you trying to accomplish when it comes to the Reclaim Mastermind? So let's get into it. So, first things first, mastering testosterone naturally with predictability. And the key point here is with predictability. A lot of guys know how to accomplish high testosterone levels, or they know how to do things to boost their testosterone levels naturally. Maybe it could be a supplement, maybe it could be some tactic, whatever it is. They don't actually know it in a way to do it predictably. So every day they're worrying about whether or not their testosterone levels will be high or not. So with this mastermind, I'm here to present to you the predictable way of mastering testosterone optimization, starting with the foundations, proper looking at the hormonal pathways, how to optimize things, so on and so forth. Next, acquiring the true knowledge of hormonal and metabolic optimization. A lot of guys try to boost their testosterone levels naturally, but they don't actually understand how hormones work. Hormones meaning chemical messengers within the body. Because everybody has a different starting place. So for you to accomplish the high testosterone state, you need to understand where you are and where you want to go, and you need to apply the right strategy, which I'm going to present to you. But that starts with proper understanding of hormones. Because I can just give you tactics and maybe you'll get results. But when you truly understand hormonal optimization, you can react to your environment properly. Let's say you're going out to eat, and that ties in with the last bit, because you want this to be sustainable for the rest of your life. Whether you live in the USA, whether you live in Europe, whether you live in Asia, you will understand the principles of what hormones are and how you can apply certain tactics to accomplish your desired goal, rather than having this rigid protocol that you just have to follow every day. And if you don't follow it, you're not going to get results. So if you have true knowledge of hormones, the protocol can be more adaptable to your routine and your lifestyle and things like that. And then metabolic optimization, because it all starts with a proper metabolic rate, health, so on and so forth. So in this course, I'm going to be going over those two things. Next, sculpting an androgen-dense physique that demands respect. When it comes to training boosts testosterone levels a lot. And there's studies coming out showcasing that even your muscle produces testosterone, not just your testicles. So in your testicles, that's where you produce testosterone. But there's studies showcasing how even muscle produces testosterone. That's showcased a lot in things like, there's studies how if you train full body for three times a week for 4 weeks, your testosterone levels increase by 40%. Showcasing how important it is to train, and fundamentally, you want to build that androgen-dense physique. You want to build a physique that demands respect, that androgen density, which is things like upper chest, shoulders, wide back, which women are biologically attracted to, right? I'm going to get into that more in the training sections, things like that, masculinity and manhood. Next, using righteousness systematically to build your foundation. If you try to build hormonal optimization and having higher energy, drive, and motivation, you're more susceptible to sin, which I'm going to get into further down the line. But the goal here is doing this righteously. The foundation is righteousness. Doing it properly, that it lasts a long time. If you try to do it unrighteously and you don't do it with righteous foundations, it's going to fail long term. I've tried doing it without doing it righteously. Some of my clients try to do it without doing it righteously, and it does not work. When I got to hormonal optimization, I done it unrighteously for the first couple of years, and there was always something missing. I was going up and down because my foundations were built on sand. Next, brotherhood of other men at or above your level so you can raise your standards. So in the mastermind, you're gonna meet a lot of valuable guys who are at your level, below, above, and we build a brotherhood. And on the collaboration calls, we stick together, we talk about important things, valuable things, and we push each other, we keep each other accountable. You're the product of the people you spend your time with. Next, most importantly, a plan that enhances your life and doesn't take over. This point is very important because a lot of guys may have a plan in place that gets them results, but they're imprisoned. And it's like a pendulum swing. They swing to one side with hyper analyzing and structure, and then they let go and they go to the other side. That's not sustainable long term. So you want a plan that enhances your life. This is going back to the principles. You'll understand the principles so you can apply the principles into your current lifestyle. So this strategy, the things that I'm going to present to you are not going to be a burden to your life. They're not going to make you not enjoy life anymore. It's actually going to make your life so much better. The last thing I want is create this crazy cult of, very rigid authoritarian personality individuals, which I'm going to go over more in the lesson on authoritarian personality. Next, when it comes to principles, the things that I value, as you can see, is simplicity. I try to make things as simple as possible. So simplicity. Next is minimalism. I love minimalism, keeping it simple, efficiency, results, having fun while you're doing it, and fundamentally righteousness. Next, let's get into the failure uniform. This is a uniform that the guys that do not get results wear, and they wear it throughout their life, and they wonder why they don't get results when it comes to anything that they do in their life, and they're always miserable. So today and right now, I'm going to present to you how you can prevent yourself from failing. So let's get into it. So how to get help within the Reclaim Mastermind. So watch the training videos in full and do the work. Most questions are answered. The amount of times that I see individuals asking me questions and the answers are in the course it's crazy, right? And I can tell by the quality and the type of questions that you're asking whether or not you're taking action or you're watching the course. Because a lot of guys procrastinate. They're looking for this perfect plan. Perfection equals paralysis. If you're looking for this perfect plan, you're not going to succeed. And the guys who are like perfectionists like that are going to struggle because you're risk averse. You're trying to build a plan to make sure there's no downfall to it. But you need to look at it differently. You want to take action, so you want to get the results. Take action. Take so much action, it overwhelms the thinking mind. Next, use the powerful search engine. I'm going to get into that later on in this video. Next, don't message me generic questions. A lot of guys would message me random things privately. I'm asking you to use the community, ask questions there, interact with other members, leave the questions that you have for the collaboration calls, or drop the questions to me before the collaboration call and I can answer it on the collaboration call. So when you send me a message, be like, here, can you answer these questions on the collaboration calls? And I'll tell you why. First of all, I've had moments in time that there's miscommunication because texting is very platonic. You don't get to hear my tone of voice. You don't know what I'm trying to say. People can jump into conclusions, so on and so forth. So it's better to do it over voice, over video. So leave the questions and then there you go. Only ask me private messages if it's something urgent that has to be solved now. And I would appreciate it if you do that. Next, important things to remember. There are no magic pills in the program. This program teaches you principles. So you're going to get surprised, and you will be surprised by how much this program lacks when it comes to the shiny objects that you see within the industry, like the surface level, shiny supplements and tactics. I don't cover those things because they don't work. But if you do want answers when it comes to specific things, because some new supplement came out last week that apparently makes men masculine and boosts their testosterone levels. 2000 years ago, the supplement wasn't there and men had high testosterone because they followed the principles that I'm going to share with you within the course. But if you do want me to go over the shiny object, do post it in the community, and then other guys who do want to know more about it, they can use the search engine, which I'm going to be talking about later on. Remember too, it requires you to put in the work, will push you outside your comfort zone. Okay? If you just show up to calls, watch videos and take notes, I can assure you that nothing is going to change. Because you need to take action. From action is where you get the results. A lot of guys productively procrastinate by watching things, taking notes, they have nice notes, this and that. But I've noticed from working with clients, the guys who just take action, they fail, but failing is just testing, and that's the guys that get results. Next, take full responsibility. Where you are at life right now is how you designed it. You are responsible. The current state that you're experiencing is the byproduct of the action that you've taken throughout your life. If you're in a difficult situation right now and you're playing a victim and you're pointing fingers, you're not going to get out of it because you've accepted the fact that it's not your fault and there's nothing that you can do about it. And now you're creating a state of learned helplessness and you're waiting for someone to help you. But when you realize that it's your fault, you realize that if I take different action right now, I can get out of this situation. So you become more optimistic, right? You are responsible for the results that you get with this mastermind. So let me just present to you that guys are getting results within the course. A lot of guys do get results. I'll show you. So you have testimonials here, more testimonials here. Guys accomplishing over 1,000 nanograms per deciliter, things like that. There's more testimonials here if you go into my Instagram. So guys are getting results, you know. Bunch of testimonials here. If you want more testimonials, I can present them to you. So with that being said, if people are getting results and I'm presenting to you everything that you need to do, now you need to conclude that the reason why you're not getting results is that you're not following what I'm trying to tell you, which is okay. In a sense of like, you need to realize that that's happening and you need to make a change of, I'm going to start taking action and get results. Having observed hundreds of students by now and interacting with over 250,000 followers that I have on social media, it is devastatingly obvious my accent, that those who achieve success take full responsibility for their results in life and they never blame anybody else or play the victim. There's a clear difference between the winners and the losers. I can tell when someone's a winner at the very start. They don't do the things that I tell them, basic things like introduce yourself in the community. They don't introduce themselves because they think they're special. They don't need to introduce themselves. But the small action at the start that you take builds the momentum that results in you getting the results. When you see a spaceship, the start is the hardest. Once you launch and you're drifting in the sky, that's the easier bit. The hardest is to launch. So you start by taking the small steps that I tell you to take, and that builds momentum. Coming up against resistance. Most people believe that resistance is a bad thing, and when they face it, they believe the right thing to do is stop. Or try something else with less resistance or no resistance at all. If you want your life to be easy, do what is hard. If you want your life to be hard, do what is easy. And the opposite is true. When you come up against resistance, you want to embrace it. Just take it as feedback that you're doing something right and experiencing growth. Just like a video game, you're choosing to play at a new level of life. With every level, there's another devil. This new level attracts resistance, and growth is impossible without facing it. Remember that the plane takes off against the wind, not with it. This is not going to be easy. A lot of guys, when it comes to business, entrepreneurs, they put in so much effort. Maybe even to relationships, they might put in a lot of effort, but that's debatable as well. But when it comes to health, just give me the supplements to take. How little can I do just to get some results? Like, what I'm trying to teach you here is something at a level that no one else is experiencing. Barely anyone has high testosterone levels. No one's at a peak optimal state. So what I'm trying to show to you is to get extraordinary great results. Now, the failure uniform. Feeling like you know everything. Pride coming before the fall. I even have times where guys, when they get on a sales call with me, just a free call, they would just sit there and just talk about themselves and they're giving me advice. And I'm like, this is crazy to me, because the individual has issues that he's struggling with, and I can help him, but he doesn't want to listen because he wants to talk about himself because he knows better. So a lot of guys will fail because they think they know everything. When you approach anything that you do in life, always approach it in a state of being a student. Even if you can just learn one thing from an individual, it was a productive conversation. Even one thing, it was a productive conversation. Next, using interaction as a replacement for success and your own results. I don't know about you, but I want you to get results. I want everyone to get results. But if you're just wasting time, talking about stories, things like that, you're not putting in the work, you're doing random things on the collaboration calls, that's not going to replace your success. Other guys are going to start getting results, but you're just there sitting, talking about random things. Asking questions about how X relates to Y and trying to understand everything academically. When it comes to the course, I try my best to present as much research as I can, make you understand things from all types of ways, but fundamentally, the proof of concept is there if you follow it and you trust in what I have to present to you. And I know a lot of guys are afraid of taking action because they need to know the exact why. And I do understand, for some people, understanding the why why allows them to take action because they know why they are doing it. But there's a limit. If you're getting too deep into it, it creates perfectionism as well. Talking to people and establishing relationships before gaining your own momentum. Just take action, get results, then you can relate to people, things like that. Not asking for help in the community or in the collaboration calls. Don't be the guy that doesn't join the calls, is not asking me questions, not in the community, and then 6 months later you tell me I'm not getting results. And then I see things are not getting complete, nothing's done. This is why. So don't be that guy. Use the community, collaboration calls, be present, so on and so forth. It takes effort. Next, telling stories instead of asking questions. On the collaboration calls, the bigger they get, the more people there is. And you're asking me questions specifically, you don't have to give me a 10-minute story and then ask me something. No, just ask questions and I will withdraw the context from you. Because it's to be respectful of everybody else's time. Because as the community gets bigger, I don't want, and it has happened before, where there'll be one guy that's just more extroverted than everybody else, and he's just running the show, asking me, telling stories and things like that, and the rest of the guys are not able to ask questions and things like that. So be cautious of that. Playing the victim card and blaming anything other than yourself. So I already talked about that earlier. Not making payments on the due date. So make sure you're not that guy. You are going to be tempted to do everything other than the work and making progress. You're going to procrastinate a lot. You're going to do the things that will not get you results. You'll be doing random errands. Oh, I need to read this book. I need to do this before actually start taking action. And that's going to hurt you. Put in the work and you're going to start to get results. Just put in the work. Important things to remember. Nothing is failure. Some things we try here will fail. But this provides us with essential feedback to course correct and get closer to success. Take massive action and know that it will not be perfect. You have to be willing to do whatever it takes. This is your time and your calling to play a bigger game and become a better person. Lose all your stories of the past because they are not welcome here. Well, I'm not getting results because this happened to me 10 years ago. Like, no one cares. Everybody has their life and you need to keep moving forward. And when it comes to that, I will be completely upfront with you at all times. When I see that you're slacking, you're not showing up, you're not getting results, I'm just going to be full on straight with you, direct. Pitfalls to watch out for. Not tracking and taking action, over-analyzing, ignoring the mindset and righteousness side of the process, wasting time on shiny objects. When it comes to the next 8 weeks, here are the following things that we're going to be covering. Week 1, the fundamentals. Week 2, everything about righteousness. Week 3, everything about endocrinology, so you understand hormones, neurotransmitters, things like that. Week 4, everything about micronutrients. Week 5, nutrition. Week 6, training, androgen density. Week 7, lifestyle. And week 8, intelligence supplementation. In the next upcoming lessons, I'm going to get into deeper on the formula and getting deeper into the lessons of what exactly I'm going to be covering. And most importantly, make sure that you share your wins in the community, right? So I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So when you're making a post, use this. So when you're making a post, use the celebration tab and share your wins. But I'm going to get into more how to use the community and things like that. Okay, so how does it work? How does the Reclaim Mastermind actually work? So fundamentally, the most powerful thing within here is the actual community, right? Because here the community has been live for over a year now. So there's a lot of value here, right? And earlier on, I told you about the search engine. Let me give you an example. Let's say you want to learn more about, I don't know, sugar. There's powerful posts here about sugar, conversations, things like that. So the community is value packed with a lot of information. I don't know, serotonin. Here's another example. So there's a lot of value within the community in and of itself. So it's very powerful. And you get context from other guys who are at a high level when it comes to testosterone optimization. So this is not just random things. It's very powerful, right? So when it comes to the community, it's kind of like a Facebook group. It goes like so. It's very user friendly. You can go here, here, here. You can post pictures, videos. If you do post videos, it's better. I would appreciate. It's easier for the guys as well. If you post a video and you add an attachment, we have to download it, things like that, so on and so forth. But if you use a video link, let's say you upload the video to YouTube as unlisted or want to hear and just put the link, it'll be much easier. If you don't want to do that, that's perfectly fine. Just a heads up. You put a title, whatever it is, and then make your post here, whatever it is. You can add an attachment, you can add links, you can share information with us, like videos that you're watching or you're curious about, polls. Add an action, so an action post as well. That's more for me, gifts, things like that. And yeah, that's the community part. Next is collaboration calls. So twice a week, every Monday and Thursday, as you can see here, we have the collaboration calls. So on Monday at 6 p.m. So this will change to your time, whatever time zone you're at. And it'll say it here as well. So when it's time, you just click here, click the link, and the call is hosted on Zoom. And then if you can't join the collaboration calls, they are re-uploaded back into the community. So if you do miss one of the collaboration calls, which is fine, they're all posted here. And like I mentioned earlier, if you want to ask me questions that you want me to answer on the collaboration calls, but you can't join the collaboration call, you can do that perfectly fine. And I can answer them at the start of the call. Then the actual classroom. So you already know how to use that. So for you, you'll just have one course there. Here's just the current beta course, just the simplified light. Now I'm working on this current course. So here's the lesson. Below the actual video, I may link modules. As I mentioned here. Yes, so here. When necessary, I will post new content into the course or module posts. Let's say I made a lesson about training and I missed out something, but the lesson is good, but it's just one thing I need to add. I can add an entire document. You see the lesson and then here explaining everything. It can be a document, it can be a video, so on and so forth. So do check it out below. Another thing I believe, so let's say, if you're making a post and you want to discuss a specific lesson or ask questions about a specific lessons, do hashtag and just pick the lesson that you want to select. So hashtag and just write whatever the lesson is, and you can do that as well. So yeah, make sure you mark it as done so I can see your progress. The documents are there, things like that. Okay. When it comes to this community and the school, Manhood.com platform, you can download an app on your phone so it's easier to access. Here's a link for the App Store. Here's for Android. This document is linked down below as well. So when necessary, content will be released, things like that. Collaboration calls and community search engine. So we discussed all of those things. Next, I have this for the people that are asking. So while that loads in, yeah, that's all good. So this is a document with the studies that I used to build my fundamental understanding when it comes to health, testosterone optimization and things like that. So when it comes to this document, there's a lot of studies here, because I know for some reason some guys want to see studies, which is perfectly fine. So here is over 500 pages worth of study. Each dot is one study, and there's 500 pages here. At the end of the page, there's a link to click for another document with more studies, because Google Docs only allow you 500 pages. Okay, it's loaded, and then you have more studies here. So there's 2 pages of that for the individuals that want to see that for some reason, but there it is. Throughout the course, I'm going to use studies as well to back up my claims when it comes to specific things, so on and so forth. And the next thing is how to contribute. Show up, be cool, have temperance, be humble, be meek, share your best stuff, get to the point, use less words. As this isn't a public customer support system, this is about collaboration. This is not about me. When we get on the collaboration calls, we're collaborating together about different topics, so on and so forth. So it's not like a Q&A session. I just sit there like a boss and everyone's asking me questions. We're all in this together as a team, and we're working together to help each other. Brotherhood. It's like when you see in nature and forests, they have roots, and all the roots of the trees are connected to each other. And if one tree undergoes something bad, it communicates to the other trees how to protect themselves, how to prepare. So it's the same here. We're all in this together. So next, how to get started. So first things first, complete your profile. So you go here, profile. Come on. So it's loading. So edit profile. So you can name things like that, bio, location, and here. So you can click here. If you want to do the personality test, so I can see what your personality type is. And then here goes over what they are, so you learn more about yourself. Next is introduce yourself. And like I said earlier, for some reason, a lot of guys don't do this. And these are the same guys that will not get results. And I've been doing this for a while, and I've seen that pattern, because a lot of guys think that they're different. They have a different story. I don't need to introduce myself because I'm different. So please introduce yourself. It tells me that you're actually serious. You're here for the community. You're not here just to extract, you know? And yeah, so just say whatever. My name is whatever. I'm from whatever. I want to get these things from the Reclaim Mastermind. So 1, 2, 3. For fun, I like to do 1, 2, 3. Share a picture. Let me see if there is here. So there's a part for you can introduce yourself. So there's a lot of cool guys here. If you see someone is in your location, your age, whatever it is, tell them hi, and you can build powerful relationships here. I know some guys play Call of Duty together, whatever it is, they build bigger relationships, so on and so forth. So I do recommend doing it. And now lastly, the self-awareness worksheet. So I do recommend doing this and starting with doing this, having true self-awareness of what type of symptoms are you experiencing right now. You can get started on this document right now. You can just file, make a copy, and you'll have a copy. And have this on hand while you're completing the course. Because if you're using Google Maps, you need to enter where you are or where you want to go. And it will provide you with a destination, with the route on how to get there. So first you need to know where you are. Are you in Dublin? Are you in New York? So as I'm going along, especially in the section on endocrinology, you're going to learn more about yourself. I learned a lot of things. I didn't even realize that at a young age I had a lot of anxiety and stress. I never noticed. I didn't realize that hyper-analyzing and being anxious and like having this tension before doing anything is normal. No, it's like you have anxiety, you know? So you'll learn more about yourself. And when you learn more about yourself and you know exactly where you are and what your desired state is, you can pinpoint exactly what you need to do. And you can share this document with me if you want me to look into it on the collaboration calls privately and things like that. And do an exercise as well of why do you think you're experiencing those things? You can do it now. As you go along the course, that opinion might change. But it's very simple. It's just 3 questions, but it'll give you a very good realization because you're going to be able to attack these certain things. So I do recommend completing this worksheet. Okay. So that being said, this was the first lesson when it comes to the Reclaim Mastermind. I covered a lot of things, a lot of fundamentals. Hopefully you know exactly what you need to be doing and what you should expect from the mastermind. And yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. See you there. What's going on? Alex here, and in this lesson I'm going to be talking about manhood. I'm going to start with the pillars of manhood. Then I'm going to be talking about the foundation when it comes to righteousness. I'm going to be talking about the KPI, key performance indicators, how to measure. I'm going to be talking about masculine qualities versus feminine qualities. I'm going to be talking about how testosterone is responsible for a lot of the masculine qualities that men try to accomplish, but they try to do it through improving their skill or doing hard labor. But in reality, it's a hormonal issue. So first things first, let's get into the pillars. So we have 3 pillars. You have your health, wealth, and relationships. And those 3 things will affect your testosterone levels. When it comes to this mastermind, I'm going to be mainly talking about health and mastering that aspect of testosterone optimization when it comes to your metabolic health, what to eat, how to train, your lifestyle, supplementation, so on and so forth. But don't forget that improving your wealth is going to improve your testosterone levels. Men who win, who are successful, will see a benefit in their testosterone levels. Same with relationships. So the pillars of manhood must be built on righteousness. I've been doing this for 4 or 5 years. And when I started, I did not build it on righteousness. And what do I mean by righteousness? So when we use our King James Version Bible and we go to Matthew 7:24-27, this is Jesus speaking. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and it beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and it beat upon that house, and it fell, and the great was the fall of it. So what does this verse actually mean? So for context, like I mentioned, this is Jesus speaking. When he says, therefore, whosoever hear these things of mine and doeth them, as you see in 2 Timothy 3:16, it says that all scripture is from God and to be used for righteousness, correction. Then as we know, Jesus is one part of the Trinity. So Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. I'm going to be talking more about that in the less on the week on righteousness. So Jesus is God. And when he says, listen to my words, and whoever listens to my words, which is the Bible, scripture, the word, Jesus is known as the word of God. I will liken him unto be a wise man, which built his house upon a rock. What do you mean by house? Here he means everything that you do in your life. It could be wealth, it could be your health, it could be your relationships, anything that you do. And when you do it on righteousness, which is the foundation being on righteousness, and when the rain descends and the floods come and the winds blew and beat upon the house, meaning all the tribulation, all the things that can happen to whatever you're trying to build. If you build it on righteousness, anything can happen to it, any tribulation, and will fall not. For it was founded upon a rock. Because it was founded upon a rock, Jesus is known as the rock as well. Jesus is known as the Word. When you build everything you do on Christ, on the Word of God, it will not fail. And the opposite, whoever does not listen and tries to do all those things, tribulations will come and it will fall. And the great will be the fall of it. Pride cometh before the fall. People are prideful, so they don't listen to God and they try to do it themselves, and they keep failing. They see some results, comes back down. They go in cycles like that. So it must be built on righteousness, right? So going back to this. And this is why I talk about testosterone multiplied by righteousness. And testosterone is the key performance indicator of those things. When you improve all those things, your testosterone levels will increase. So when you do things to boost your testosterone levels using those 3 pillars, multiplied by righteousness, that's manhood for you right there. And the key performance indicator of masculinity, of manhood, of those 3 things is testosterone. But it must be built on this. But how do you measure? How do you measure your testosterone levels? A lot of guys like to do blood tests. But let me give you a thing that I done in the community. How testosterone blood tests are not reliable. Steroid blood tests as diagnosis methods are unreliable, except in cases where the values are so extreme that are unlikely to be temporary fluctuations. So in this post basically goes over why it's not reliable, right? So that was from Georgi Dinkov, and then I added this at the end. You'd be surprised how much worrying, which is stressful, can affect your testosterone levels, especially if you're looking forward to the day in which you'll get your blood drawn to get your testosterone levels checked. Women who try to get pregnant due to the stress of thinking about it can't get pregnant, but when they give up on trying, they end up getting pregnant thereafter because her stress hormones dropped. MMA fighters purposely overtrain and undersleep prior to a blood test so that they can legally be on TRT while fighting professionally. I've had clients who felt absolutely amazing, daily morning wood, driven, motivated, building muscle, dropping fat, all of the high testosterone signs, but came back to me with a low blood testosterone reading. Hence why I believe that your daily temperature, heart rate, I'm going to be talking more about that in the health section, more about thyroid, tell you more about your current state than a blood test, which can be affected by many things. There is still certain tests that you can do. And here someone said a very interesting thing. if your nails, hair, and earwax, and I'm going to be going over in a sec to all the benefits of testosterone and you'll understand more, can inform you of your hormone levels, because your testosterone elicits things to grow within your body, then that must mean, on top of there being differences in bone density, metabolic rate, so what he's basically saying, you should be checking intracellular testosterone levels, not in the blood. Likewise, if you're to get your estrogen levels checked and they were low, but your prolactin levels are super high, that's an indicator that your tissue level estrogen and serotonin are high. So you need to understand these different terms and how to look into these different signs. So if you get a low or high testosterone levels test, it doesn't really tell you that much. You need more context. I have clients who come to me with high testosterone level tests and they still feel awful, right? So there's more to it than just getting a blood test done and that's it. But I'm going to be going over the reliable blood tests, but that's going to be in week 3 on endocrinology, okay? So let's get back into the good stuff. So before I get to all of those things, let me just show you something. So as you can see here is an example of the 3 pillars, right? If you focus on one, the 2 other will fall. So if you focus on relationships, those 2 will fall. If you focus on this, these 2 will fall. So you need to know how to do it properly. Now your focus is this. But remember, fundamentally when it comes to your manhood, you're as strong as your weakest link. A lot of guys like to focus all of their intention on one thing. Let's say you're struggling with health. They've done everything when it comes to health, but these 2 are all the way here. And by improving those 2, this will improve, and vice versa. So looking from a perspective as you're as strong as your weakest link, right? And like I mentioned, if you're focusing on just one, these 2 other will come with it. So you need to realize when to, okay, I've done enough with this one, I've topped it up, I'm going to just maintain this one, and I'm going to focus on my weakest links, which fundamentally with this course, we're going to be going over the health part. So let's get back into it. Okay, so why should you do it naturally? If there's so many benefits to testosterone optimization that I'm going to be going over and you're going to be really surprised, why do it naturally? Why don't you just inject it? Because there's pathways, and I'm going to be going over it even more in endocrinology and things like that. But there is systems within it, right? Let's say you have a bunch of bricks and all the raw materials, and someone just, instead of building the house from those materials, you're just given a house. Okay, nice, I have this house, but what about all this waste material? And that's going back to the fact that your body takes T3, active thyroid, vitamin A, and LDL cholesterol, produces Pregnenolone, then Pregnenolone, DHEA, testosterone, so on and so forth. But if you're skipping all those parts, your body stops utilizing the cholesterol. And that's why men who inject have issues with high cholesterol levels, so on and so forth. You can get into other pathways like your hypothalamus signals GnRH into your anterior pituitary, which signals LH and FSH. LH is responsible for stimulating the testicles to produce testosterone, and then FSH is responsible to, specifically with the testosterone, the Leydig cells, and then the FSH, the Steroli cells, I believe, to produce sperm. But if you skip those parts, the signal goes off, and then you stop signaling the FSH and LH, but then you stop signaling the FSH as well, so you stop producing sperm. That's why those men become infertile. So there's a lot of things that happen if you just take it, right? And then when you stop using it, it affects you long term. So this is why it's better to do it naturally, and it's the optimal way, right? So let's get into it. Some masculine qualities. Manhood. So testosterone benefits. So I'm going to go through all the entire document. I'm going to highlight, and I'm going to do this with you. Take it nice and slow so you do really understand it. So let's start with this. So testosterone is responsible for your shape. It's how you're structured. Men with higher testosterone levels have a more masculine structure. Due to the action of testosterone, males may develop the facial bone features during puberty. A more prominent bone, things like that, so on and so forth. So going back to here. So let's start with the face. There's a significant positive correlation between grip strength, high DHT testosterone, and testosterone levels in males who exhibit dominant masculine and attractive facial features. In other words, having high testosterone is believed to be reflected positively on your face, contributing to an appealing appearance. So dominant masculine and attractive facial features. So basically, you have access to the document down below, and the studies are there as well. So higher grip strength equals higher testosterone DHT, which correlates with more dominant masculine and a more attractive face. Next, furthermore, early exposure to high testosterone during puberty results in a more masculine facial feature, right? Characterized by broader jawbones, more prominent cheekbones, and a stronger chin. All indicative of higher testosterone levels, right? Body. During puberty, when androgen levels start peaking, they contribute to an increase in shoulder width and maintain a slender waist. So wider shoulders, slender waist. Increase. Controversially, higher estrogen levels during puberty lead to increase waist width, so your waist is wider. Testosterone also enhances skin thickness and improves skin quality. Additionally, higher testosterone levels are linked to increased muscle mass and strength. So that's the base. Reduce fat mass and higher metabolism, greater pain tolerance, and enhance vascularity. That's why there's studies out there showcasing that men with higher testosterone levels can handle spicy food. This is why men who like going to the gym, they enjoy the pain because they have higher testosterone levels. I've noticed men who don't really have high testosterone levels, they don't enjoy going to the gym. They find it like it's suffering, right? Hair growth. So this study, researchers measured linear facial growth but the findings suggest that testosterone and dihydrotestosterone, DHT, is a derivative of testosterone. So testosterone can either be converted to estrogen or DHT. I'll be talking more about that in the endocrinology section. May have separate roles in controlling facial hair growth, with T involved with hair follicle priming and DHT promoting linear growth. A lot of individuals for some reason believe that testosterone makes your hair fall off, and I'll show you something. I have already. I've made videos about how I improved my hairline by boosting my testosterone levels. How is that possible? Because you've been lied to, right? So here's an example. I may do another video on update. My hair is thick and good. It's actually getting better and better, which is crazy, right? You would think the opposite. Oh, but it's not testosterone, DHT. When you're boosting your testosterone levels, DHT will increase. So my DHT is increasing as well. And let me just ask you a question. When do men mostly experience hair loss? Is it when they're older or when they're in puberty? It's during when they're older. When do testosterone levels drop the lowest when you're older, right? So how is testosterone responsible for your hair loss? It's not. It has to do with estrogen, stress hormones, and things like that. Okay, let's continue. So voice. Testosterone promotes the hypertrophy meaning the building of the larynx and results in a decrease in the vocal. This process leads to a deepening of the voice. Okay. Scent. So this is one of the derivatives of testosterone, is a pheromone synthesized in the testes, pheromone contributing to an appealing musky scent in men. This scent, like when you have higher testosterone levels, you don't have to wear perfume, and women will tell you you smell good because it has to do with that. This scent is not only detected subconsciously by others, but can also influence male behavior, sometimes leading to increased hostility. Therefore, having higher testosterone levels can enhance one's attractiveness through the scent. There you go. So there it goes deep, right? Competition. Elevated testosterone levels are associated with increased competitiveness, so you're more competitive, right? And it has been observed that winners often exhibit the highest testosterone levels. Additionally, testosterone levels rise during competition and escalate further in the event of victory. The testosterone levels of the losers or the participants in the competition remain unaffected by the outcome, right? And this is why one of the features in school that I want to mention now is the leaderboards. The lads having higher testosterone levels, you can level up, compete, level up, have different ranks. And I may or may not add things to it. You receive the rewards and things like that as you level up. But fundamentally, you can see yourself at the top of the leaderboards all time, 30 days, 7 day. And the way you earn points is by adding value into the community, talking about what helped you, so on and so forth, helping others, and people who like your posts, you get a point. And as you point up, you level up. So give that a shot. So going back. Integrity. People with integrity who refuse to accept unfair deals tend to have higher testosterone levels. However, individuals with high testosterone are also less likely to be merciful and easily compromised. Okay? And this is why righteousness is so important, because if you have higher testosterone levels without righteousness, you can do some damage, right? So there's potential for bad. But the goal is to be dangerous, but be under control, right? Next, no fear, confidence, and risk taken. Testosterone binds to the amygdala in the brain, a crucial region responsible for regulating emotions. This hormone has positive effects, promoting feelings of confidence and reducing feelings of submission. In contrast, cortisol increases the sense of submission. So you'll be more confident in social interactions and things like that. And you won't submit, right? Importantly, testosterone does not lead to increased aggression. That is false, but rather enhances emotional control, enabling assertiveness and independence without the need for dominating others. Aggressiveness and just being reactive and emotional is a sign of high estrogen and stress hormones. On the other hand, high levels of cortisol, serotonin, and estrogen are associated with behavior related to control freaks, dominance, aggression, and mental inflexibility. Yes, serotonin is a stress hormone. I bet you believe it's a happy hormone, but I'll be talking more about that in the endocrinology lesson. And your mind is going to be blown to the reality, right? You're going to have a paradigm shift. Greater cognitive ability. Testosterone enhances learning abilities. task recognition, and verbal fluency. Very powerful. And I can notice that's specifically for myself. When I started with social media and things like that, I could not speak properly. I couldn't just say things. I would stutter a lot. I would have to script everything, but now I can just talk non-stop and words just come to me. It's obviously a skill that I practice, but I can definitely see benefits within that as well. Having higher bioavailable testosterone levels is linked to improved performance in cognitive tests, memory recall, and verbal memory. There you go. DHT specifically is associated with spinal memory. Additionally, testosterone contributes to a sense of well-being, acting as an antidepressant. There you go. This study examined cognitive changes in hypogonadal men with low testosterone who received either testosterone or dihydrotestosterone gel. Cognitive tests were administered at baseline and again after 90 and 190 days for men receiving T-gel, and at the baseline and after 30 to 90 days for men receiving DHT gel. The results showed that men receiving T experienced increased levels of total T and estrogen, leading to improved verbal memory. On the other hand, men receiving DHT gel experienced increased DHT levels and decreased T levels, leading to improved spinal memory. These findings suggest that both T replacement and DHT treatment can positively impact cognition in hypogonadal men, with specific effects on verbal and spinal memory, respectively. So there you go. Mood. So the irritable male syndrome, IMS, is a behavioral state observed in adult male mammals after the withdrawal of testosterone. It includes symptoms like nervousness, irritability, lethargy, and depression. IMS is seen in men following androgen withdrawal and is prominent in male seasonally breeding mammals at the end of the mating season. Basically, the working's hypothesis suggests that IMS is a transition state related to low levels of certain brain chemicals triggered, at least in part. So there you go. Then this study investigated the effects of testosterone replacement on mood changes in 51 hypogonadal men over 60 days. Patients were withdrawn from prior T replacement. In conclusion, T replacement therapy in men improved positive mood aspects and reduced negative mood parameters. The study suggests that short-term may trigger depressive symptoms in only small groups of younger men. The factors influencing this testosterone therapy may have antidepressant in depressed patients, particularly in those with hypogonadism. My accent. I'm just scanning through these so you don't get bored as well. So you get the picture. There you go again. Improved positive mood parameters and reduced negative mood parameters. The combination and relative. This is more about status and competitiveness. So that's on mood. So having higher testosterone levels will improve your mood, your well-being, so on and so forth, your energy, being more likable, so on and so forth. Then fat. Testosterone supplementation in men reduce fat mass, but the mechanism behind this effect are unknown. So the mechanism overall, what they concluded was testosterone prevents the creation of new fat cells, right? Estrogen plays a role in promoting and maintaining the typical female pattern of fat distribution, where fat accumulates more in the subcutaneous, under the skin tissue, and less in the intra-abdominal, within the abdominal area. However, the exact mechanisms behind this process are not known. In summary, the findings suggest that estrogen maintains the typical female subcutaneous fat distribution by inhibiting lipolysis in subcutaneous depots, but not in visceral fat depots. This process leads to shift to fat accumulation. The metabolism. So in these studies, we studied the effects of testosterone injection on the basal metabolic rate. So what they concluded was testosterone increases the metabolic rate. You can eat more, so on and so forth, increases LBM, which is lean body mass. So this article examines these findings are significant because testosterone therapy offers a novel and timely therapeutic approach to maintaining obesity in men with testosterone deficiency. Long-term testosterone therapy has demonstrated lasting weight loss and improved in body composition. Unlike other approaches that often show that suggest that testosterone therapy could be a valuable option for treating obesity-related conditions in men with testosterone deficiency, encouraging further research in this area. Next, women adore men with high testosterone, especially when they're ovulating. To figure out the complex relationship between hormones and hotness, researchers from the University in the UK studied 74 Latvian men in their early 20s. They gave the men the vaccine, which triggered the immune system to produce antibodies to fight the virus, and took blood samples before and after. Using the blood samples, researchers measured the men's antibody levels as well as level of testosterone and the stress hormone cortisol. The researchers then showed photographs of each man to 94 Latvian women who were also in their early 20s, and asked the women to rate the picture on a 10-point scale of attractiveness. Turns out the most highly rated men were those with stronger immune responses and higher levels of testosterone. The more antibodies a man produced in response to a vaccine, the more attractive his face is. There you go. So it's literally right there. Women see men who have higher testosterone levels, right? Cardio health. Having clinically low testosterone levels can be borderline unhealthy and potentially dangerous. And a lot of the things that I'm presenting to you, you need to realize there's a difference. Even though some of the things talk about injecting testosterone, some of the things like cardio and things like that have to do with natural testosterone levels, because for you to have naturally testosterone levels, you need to have high protective hormones or low stress hormones and things like that. Testosterone on brain behavioral functions. So there's more here. There's a lot of studies here. I'm trying my best to keep it simple, but then getting my point across as well. And sometimes you don't need to learn something, you just need to be reminded of something. So men's testosterone is linked to dominance-related traits, including risk-taking, mating success, and aggression. However, no previous studies has directly examined the impact of testosterone on men's self-perceived dominance. The results showed that men who received testosterone tended to select a more masculine version of their own face compared to those who received the placebo. This effect was especially prominent among men with lower baseline testosterone levels. These findings demonstrate that a single dose of testosterone can quickly influence men's perception of their own physical dominance, potentially explaining the connection between testosterone and dominance-related behaviors. So men with higher testosterone levels just have more self-confidence, and that's going to benefit you in starting a business because you have that self-confidence of what you're doing is going to work. Another one, these findings suggest that 5-HT2 plays a role. It's one of the enzymes for testosterone, DHEA, established social dominance, more socially dominant. further research needed to understand. Okay, next. Our findings suggest that testosterone influences how individuals make competitive decisions regarding resources. It appears that testosterone affects the way threat-related information is integrated into a decision-making process. However, further research is needed to determine. Higher testosterone is more likely to encourage higher status only when cortisol is low. Cortisol being the stress hormone. When cortisol is high, higher testosterone may actually decrease dominance, leading to lower status motivation, because it's all about the ratios. Low cortisol, high testosterone. This is more about that. This is more about brain health, things like that. The next, staying calm. Results showed that rats treated with testosterone and ATD had reduced behavioral, suggesting that estradiol plays a role in the effects. However, non-steroidal might be related to the pro-impulsive. So, this is basically talking about how people say that testosterone gives you an addictive personality, but fundamentally it has to do with your androgens. When you have high testosterone versus high estrogen, when you do something that gives you dopamine and makes you feel good, motivated, when you have high testosterone, DHEA, it prolongs the effect, which makes you build businesses, discipline, so on and so forth. When you have high estrogen, that gets cut in half, and that's what makes you addicted to things, okay? These findings suggest that testosterone and cortisol may influence. This provides further evidence for these findings indicate that testosterone involves assisting for testosterone regulated stress response, involved in brain development. Testosterone high greater impulsive. Testosterone is thought to promote impulsivity and risk taking. This is via the upregulation of the but it's actually estrogen. So in those studies, it's showcasing that testosterone is responsible for being impulsive, but it's actually estrogen that increases the receptor and promotes excitation and impulsivity, not testosterone. Risk taking. Financial marketers can become dangerously unstable, but the reason behind this are not entirely clear. Recent research suggests that endogenous hormones, specifically testosterone and cortisol, may significantly influence traders' financial decision-making. In this study, cortisol, a hormone related to the response to stress, was found to predict instability in financial marketers. The research measured cortisol and testosterone levels in individuals participating in an experimental asset market and observed that higher levels of cortisol were associated with increased risk-taking and price instability. To explore this further, the researchers administered either cortisol or testosterone to young males before they played an asset trading game. Both cortisol and testosterone were found to shift investments towards the cortisol seemed to directly affect risk preferences, while testosterone induced increased optimism about future price changes. So testosterone will make you more calm, collective, thinking about it long-term, positive, so on and so forth. When you have high stress hormones, you'll just do it now, you lose money, you'll do it again, gambling, things like that. Overall, these findings suggest that changes in cortisol and testosterone levels could be to the term. Okay. This study provides the first evidence that testosterone and personality traits can interact with time pressure and delay influence human cooperation. The article also discusses how we can understand these hormones to the term. Okay. Mental function. Testosterone improves spinal memory, responsible for recording information about one's environment and orientation, but only when estrogen levels are low. DHT also has this effect, with DHT mainly responsible for the improvement. Testosterone also enhances verbal memory, affecting how fluently thoughts and speech are combined. In contrast, estrogen is excitatory, speeding up speech. People who talk a lot and fast may have elevated estrogen or overly elevated NMDA receptors and glutamate release. Testosterone enhances attention to detail, but it doesn't cause OCD, which is driven by serotonin. Cortisol impairs error detection, reducing the quality of work and decision making. If you have high stress hormones and you're running a business, you're doing a disservice to yourself and your clients, right? Stress also impairs executive functions like attention, task management, planning, and behavioral inhibition. Stress, cortisol, and low dopamine increases reward sensitivity, leading to a preference for short-term gain over long-term rewards. For instance, choosing a quick but less healthy meal at the drive-thru instead of waiting to cook a healthier meal at home. Competitiveness. So I already mentioned higher testosterone levels equals more competitiveness. Overall, this study contributes to our understanding of the role of testosterone in promoting competitiveness without spite and highlights its effects on confidence in one's own abilities. Okay, so men are driven by status. Confused. Okay, this is a good one. The impact of testosterone on decision making is a growing field of study. In this research, participants were given either testosterone or a placebo and asked to roll a die privately, reporting the outcome to receive payment accordingly. So whatever they rolled, they have to say, but based on that, they would get a payment. So if they just said, oh, I rolled a 6, they will get a higher payment even though they rolled a 1, right? Both groups showed some self-serving lying, but the groups receiving testosterone exhibited a slightly lower level of dishonesty, though the difference was not statistically significant. When combined with another study, the overall effect of testosterone on honesty was found to be significant, indicating that testosterone administration may lead to more honest behavior. The study discusses its results in relation to a previous one and explores potential reason for the differences in findings. Furthermore, it suggests for further investigation. Some men with low testosterone lie more. We used to talk about with like other testosterone guy how estrogen is the sin hormone, testosterone is the righteousness hormone, right? Both biological and psychological models, along with animal research, suggest that testosterone plays a significant role in social interactions, while animal studies show that testosterone can lead to aggressive behavior among rodents. There's a common belief among people that testosterone induces antisocial or aggressive behavior in humans. However, some research have questioned this belief and proposed that testosterone is more involved in status-related behaviors during challenging social interaction. Despite this, there's a limited causal evidence to support either view. In a study with women, researchers administered a single dose of testosterone sublingually and observed a substantial increase in fair bargaining behavior, leading to fewer conflicts and more efficient social interactions. Interestingly, participants who believed they received testosterone, regardless of the actual treatment they received, behaved more unfairly than those who thought they were given a placebo. Thus, the false belief about testosterone generating aggressive behavior seems to create a negative association between participants' beliefs and the fairness of their offers, even though testosterone administration actually leads to more fair bargaining behavior in the experiment. Right, and there is more research here as well. There's one thing I want to focus more. So more research, you can look into that more. But the main one is this. You see a lot of guys in the industry nowadays saying that I'm an alpha male, I'm a high value man, and I'm successful and I'm entrepreneur, I make a lot of money, so I can have a lot of women, I can cheat. It's in me, it's because I have high testosterone. That's a false claim to make, because testosterone is not responsible for cheating. Testosterone actually makes you think long term, like mentioned before. You want a partner, you're thinking long term. Men with high cortisol and stress hormones cheat because their body thinks it's going to die. So what it wants to do is pass on the gene. That's why these individuals are more promiscuous. They sleep around, so on and so forth. So if you see a guy out there saying it's good to sleep around, he has low testosterone, but he may showcase to you with shiny objects that it's not. But this is what's going on, okay? So there's more things like that. Like, okay. So hopefully I'll be going over more of this in the endocrinology section, going deeper into testosterone, things like that. But here I just wanted to give you an idea how testosterone is important when it comes to your manhood. So when it comes to the three pillars, we have health, we have wealth, and we have relationships. I'm not the guy for relationships, but why is this not working? Christian Kojol, from Relearning Relationships, he's the guy for relationships. So I highly recommend you check him out and you check out his community. I don't know why this is not working. Okay, there you go. So he has a free community when you go here, or he has his mastermind as well, or message him. He has his YouTube there. He has links. So he's the guy for relationships. I'm the guy for health. And shout out to Christian. I actually got this from one of his lessons, because he was talking about the difference between how a man should be. And all those things come from having higher testosterone levels, right? And I'm going to get into it now. So you're more rational, linear, and logical. You're more dominant, assertive, proactive, calm, and collected. Interdependence requires assistance, yet remains in control. God created a helpmeet, right? Goal-oriented, duty, achievement, and accomplishment. Competitive, sharpen skills and improve abilities or talents. Direct, decisive, overt, and upfront communication. Proactive, physical and emotional strength. Lead, direct, and courageous. Provide, self-sufficient, self-reliant, trustworthy. You just seen based on the studies that all these signs are, for you to have this, will be a byproduct of having higher testosterone levels. And if you're looking for a feminine woman, she's going to be attracted to this, right? Because you're opposite. You create a whole. You will leave your mother and father and be joined with your wife, and you'll be one flesh in the Hebrew, which is echad, which is the same word used for God, which is the compound unity. Holy Spirit, Father, Son, they're one, echad, which is compound unity, just like you and your wife, you become one flesh, so on. So you'll be attracted to this. Women will be more sensitive, receptive, connecting, bonding, needs reassurance, reactive, allows oneself to be led, directed, and guided. Submissive, sensitive, dependent, reliant on others when there is a sense of free will and trust. Relationship focus, seeks loves and intimacy. Nurturing, offers care to develop and edify others. Passive, covert, indirect, and subtle communication. Collaborative, works well with others. Flexible, agreeable, supportive, encouraging, sympathetic, kind, and providing emotional help. Intuitive, emotional intelligence. If right now you don't know why women are not attracted to you, the factor is you have low testosterone levels. But don't worry, you're in the right direction and we'll get it fixed, right? And when you do improve your testosterone levels, feminine women will be attracted to that because that's what they're looking for in a man. But what we see today, we see feminine men and we see masculine women. And we also see weak men, which is the red pill agenda, right? And the weak men go for these masculine women. because then these masculine women start leading, they start acting like this, and the man behaves like this. Remember, God made men and women. He didn't make men with a little bit of women and vice versa. You see, Satan is trying to blur the lines between man and woman, but it should be two different roles, like, right? You see this even in gay couples. When you see a gay couple, let's say lesbian, you have that masculine and that feminine. In gay couples, you see that feminine and masculine. You will always see this in nature, right? But now it's getting flipped. And feminine men, and funny enough, on all the endocrine disruptors that we see, all the chemicals, they're very deliberately targeted. And I'm going to be talking more about that in lifestyle section, about endocrine disruptors, so on and so forth. Those chemicals directly target those receptors within your body that make the women more masculine and the men more feminine, right? Which is crazy. And think about it this way. Within your body, it's like you have a door, right? When you open the door, it unlocks a skill, which is androgen density, confidence, assertiveness, whatever it is. But there's all types, and all types of doors can be opened. And the key is the hormone. So the hormone chemical messenger opens the thing and then unlocks it. So when you have higher testosterone levels, you're going to be unlocking those traits, right? Versus when you have high estrogen, it's going to be not estrogen, but progesterone, estrogen as well for men. But for women, progesterone is the hormone. Like, for instance, if you're attracted to masculine women, question your testosterone levels. Because men are biologically attracted to a woman with the hips. And women are attracted to the V-taper. That's why in the training section, I'm going to be talking about how to build that androgen-dense physique to which a feminine woman will be attracted to. I had a friend a few years ago, which was gay, right? And I asked him how. He told me, like, he clearly had this more going on. He had a lot of feminine hormones going in his brain and unlocking those things. And he told me, like, he finds women repulsive. He's not attracted to them at all, like nothing. He's attracted to masculine men. He's actually attracted to straight men. He's not even attracted to other gay men that act feminine, which is interesting concept, right? So a lot of it has to do with this. But anyway, this was the lesson on manhood. We went over the 3 pillars. We went over why it has to be built on righteousness and why you see me talking about testosterone multiplied by righteousness, and that the key performance indicator of manhood is testosterone, how to measure it, why you should do it naturally. I went over all the benefits and qualities of a masculine individual and the 2 opposites of feminine and masculine, what we see today. And this is manhood, right? From my perspective, Christian talks more about you getting deeper into relationship, fatherhood, husbandship, so on and so forth. That's getting deeper into that perspective. But now I just went over it like that. And that being said, hopefully you enjoyed this lesson and it made a lot of sense to you. And I'll see you in the next one. God bless. In this lesson, I'm going to be talking about health. So you already learned the introduction, the foundations, and the previous lesson I talked about manhood and the 3 pillars of manhood, which was health, wealth, and relationships. And I talked about how all of those pillars must be built on righteousness. In this lesson specifically, I'm going to be diving deep into health, and I'm going to be going over the 3 pillars of health and getting deep into it, so you have a fundamental understanding and you know where I'm coming from, so you truly understand what's going on, rather than doing random things, because random action leads to random results. And I'm going to give you very specific things to look at, and all of those things are measurable, they're logical, you cannot dispute it because it's maths. So let's get into it. So the 3 pillars of health in my opinion, this is not somewhere you can Google it. It's something that I concluded myself. You can disagree if you want to, but in my opinion, it's hormones, micronutrients, and metabolic rate. And I'm going to present to you why. And let's get into. So what are hormones? So if you don't know what hormones are, they are chemical messengers in the body that elicit responses. To simplify it, you can have protective or stress hormones within the body. When you're a child, you have a higher ratio of protective hormones, but as you age, that ratio flips to you having higher stress hormones. As you learned in the previous lesson, testosterone, for example, has a very specific effect on how someone behaves, their characteristics, and things like that. When someone has a higher ratio of protective hormones, they recover quicker, they have more energy, more drive, whatever it is. And then when they have higher ratio of stress hormones like cortisol, they have a different reaction. So within your body, you have different chemical messengers that tell your body to act a certain way based on its inputs. So whatever your current inputs are, there's a certain reaction that's happening within your body. And the output is the things, the characteristics and things like that. If you're living in the forest and you have no food, the input is there's stress, there's famine, there's no food. So it's telling your body to be high alert, have high stress hormones. So the high stress hormones is the image, the reaction, and the output is how your body behaves and how your chemistry is you're more reactive, you're more maybe pessimistic, you're always thinking of the cup is half empty because you need to be extra careful and things like that. Then the next pillar is what are micronutrients? So not macro. Macronutrients are bigger, like carbohydrates, fats, and proteins. And micro would be smaller things like amino acids, vitamins, minerals, and gases, okay? When you're born, you should have 0 micronutrient deficiencies. That allows children to learn at a super high rate, have endless energy, and have recovery through the roof. The reason why you learn languages so quickly when you're a child is because you have a super high metabolic rate and your hormones are more protective, things like that. Have you ever heard people say hair loss is in my family or gut issues are in my family? This could be a micronutrient deficiency which was passed on. Like I mentioned earlier, a child should have 0 micronutrient deficiencies. A deficiency is each body has a certain amount of micronutrients that it needs to function at its peak, right? Zinc, magnesium, all those things, vitamins, right? And a deficiency would be something that there's a lack of that micronutrient and your body needs to compensate, or it elicits a response because your body needs those micronutrients to function properly at a certain thing. Maybe could be like hair loss, could be gut issues, right? But those things could be a micronutrient deficiency which was passed on. Let's say your parents had a micronutrient deficiency, it was passed on to you. Ultimately, if you were to see Adam and Eve, they would have been perfect. But as time goes on, stress, not eating properly, whatever it is, those micronutrient deficiencies keep getting passed on, and on. And then we have you. And you're currently experiencing your state because there is a micronutrient deficiency within your body that you just need to correct, which I'll be talking more about in the further weeks on. Many people slap the genetic label on things that they cannot explain, but it's not about genetics, but truly understanding your biology, right? You hear this all the time. Definitely genetics play a huge factor in a lot of things, but a lot of things like hair loss, like I mentioned in the lesson previously, I fixed my hair loss. I could have easily just said it's genetics and just moved on, or gut issues, whatever it is. A lot of the things can be fixed. Okay. Then the next pillar, what is metabolic rate? A metabolic rate. It's the speed of chemical reactions in the body. So it's the speed of this happening. So hormones are the chemical messengers, and the metabolic rate, metabolism, it's the speed of those things happening within the body. There's two quotes here. Treating humans without the concept of energy is treating dead matter. Energy and structure are interdependent at every level. The more energy that you have to create structure and or order, the more complex functions that can be placed within that system, right? Basically meaning the more energy and more energy flow you have within the body, the better you feel, the drive, the motivation, the potential to do things, so on and so forth. So as a child, you have a super high metabolic rate. Here's a post that I made. And another thing, I highly recommend also being part of the brotherhood community. You can join that. And I do make good posts in there. You can also use the search engine as well. So that would be good use for you as well as the Reclaim Mastermind, of course. Theory on why you forget your thoughts as a child. So serotonin is a neurotransmitter. I'm going to dive deep into serotonin in the week on endocrinology, but here's just a snippet. So 90% of it is produced in the gut. Most of it is produced by the gram-negative bacteria, lipopolysaccharide, which is the shell around the gram-negative bacteria. Maintaining barrier. There is a correction between a toxin linked to instant. Okay, so when you're a child, your heart rate is between 110 and 160 beats per minute. A lot of individuals believe that the lower your heart rate is, the healthier you are. Let me just showcase to you what a physique of someone who has a super heart rate look like. So they'd be very lean and skinny, right? This would be more of a sprinter, right? There's a difference between a sprinter versus the marathon runner is more skinny, right? Lack of muscle. The sprinter has a healthy amount of muscle tissue and things like that. The reason why a marathon runner has a super low heart rate is because their body adapts in a way to preserve energy for that prolonged period of time. Imagine your body had a high metabolic rate while you're under stress. It would run out of nutrients and it will die very quickly. So what it does, it preserves energy. It does something to slow down the metabolic rate. It goes into eco mode, you could say. And when you go into eco mode, that's when you're experiencing less cognitive function, less mental clarity, less energy, less muscle growth, less recovery. It's only doing the things that it needs to survive. It's in a state of survival. I see a lot of individuals claim, yeah, but fasting and like cold therapy and all those things, like our ancestors did those things, they must have been healthy. Let me ask you a question. Which one do you rather? Be in a state of there's constant famine, you're doing all those things in a state of scarcity? Or you want your body to be in a state of abundance when it has enough fuel, it can grow hair, build muscle, have amazing mental clarity, energy, drive, motivation, all those things. Obviously the latter, right? Okay. Which indicates a super high metabolic rate. As you see above, when the glucose metabolism is optimal, serotonin effects decrease. A high glucose metabolism indicates a high metabolic rate. I'm going to be getting into more of that in the nutrition section. The serotonin receptors in the brain act as a filter for the amount of stimulus that you're able to let into the system. Because if we didn't have a filter for the stimulus coming in with the reality around us, our biological systems wouldn't be able to keep up with the amount of stimulus that is placed on them. Serotonin acts as a governor for that. It only lets a certain amount of reality so that our biological systems can handle it. The more energy production you have, the more expensive your reality can be. Have you ever wondered why, when you were a child, everything was vibrant, colorful, exciting? This is why, because you had a high metabolic rate, and as you aged, your serotonin levels increased and your metabolic rate decreased. This is why everything seems maybe darker, numb, you don't feel as excited about things. This is why. One theory why you forget your thoughts as a baby is because you're high on life. You don't retain the memories. You're so present in the moment, it's not even funny. Things like LSD, for instance, are serotonin antagonists, which means they lower serotonin. That's why you see more colorful things. You see different things when on LSD. Interestingly enough, our food industry feeds us very specific things to raise serotonin. People with high serotonins are also very authoritarian, obey authority, while high dopamine and low serotonin makes people question authority. I always like to look at these things from a Christian perspective, and said, "Verily I say unto you, except you be converted and become as little children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven." It's a Bible verse. When you have low serotonin, childlike state, you're more open-minded. In the 90s, the CIA tested LSD for mind control, but it didn't work with predictability. Okay, so that's a different thing. And those things, the metabolic rate, can be measured using your resting heart rate, right? And your temperature, right? 36. The beautiful things about those 3 pillars of health is that they are measurable. It's not smoke. It's not like self-development of just do this, think about this. It's very measurable. So there's no confusion, right? There's no bias or anything like that. You can measure all those things. With hormones, you can get blood tests on, you can get hair analysis tests on, whatever it is, to check exactly what's going on within your body. And you can do that very easily, right? With micronutrients, same thing. You can get micronutrient tests on. You can get a hair analysis test on, toenail test on, to see exactly what's going on, and you can attack it correctly. Same with the metabolic rate. You can check your temperature and heart rate based on after a meal, before a meal, when you wake up in the middle of the day. And you can set actionable targets to accomplish a specific state. So there's no confusion, right? And this gives you confidence of the right plan, that you're going in the right direction. You can set smart goals, you can think long term, so on and so forth. And you can constantly reanalyze it and set different plans rather than doing things based on feelings, right? And then in the next upcoming weeks, I'm going to be going deep into hormones, different types of hormones, how to measure them, the symptoms, the ins and outs, everything you need to know about hormones so you have a clear understanding. With the micronutrients, I'm going to be diving deep into vitamins, water-soluble, fat-soluble, minerals, microminerals, macrominerals, gases, how to fix them, what supplements to take, not to take, how to take it, when to take it, what foods to eat, how to combine it, how to fix the deficiencies. What are the symptoms of deficiencies, how to correct them. Same with the metabolic rate. In the nutrition section, I'm going to show you exactly how to eat properly, how to measure your metabolic rate, how to attack it properly, so you know exactly what to do to increase your heart rate. What if you have a higher heart rate, but then you eat it it slows down. What does that mean? You're going to understand everything so you have mastery over health. But what does that have to do with testosterone? So let me present it to you. Your body works in systems, right? This is just a simplified version of how deep I'm going to be going in, but for you to understand it, right? When you're producing energy, your body has higher chemical reactions. It goes in the right direction. There's different pathways. When your body has enough cholesterol, you have micronutrients, you have proper hormones, your body can convert that into Pregnenolone. And for that, you need oxygen, glucose, T3 as well, thyroid hormone. And the byproduct is ATP, which is energy, CO2, which is carbon dioxide, and water. I'm going to get into that in a sec. And then you have Pregnenolone, which is here. That's the continual of this. Cholesterol, here, Pregnenolone. And then you can go here, 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 and then you have testosterone. So the more of this that's happening, you have more of testosterone. But this is the foundation that you need to start with. All the gurus online that tell you need to take this supplement or do this, they're all just tactics, and it's just things that may work because luckily enough, most people are deficient in vitamin D. So by chance, if you get everyone to go into the sunlight, it helps you. But what if you're not consuming vitamin K2? What if you don't have enough calcium? All those things work together. So you need to attack it individually to you. So that's how the hormones work. There's the thing that I mentioned before, hypothalamus if you just inject testosterone. So you're skipping all those things. Let's say, because your hypothalamus with GnRH triggers the anterior pituitary, you produce two hormones, you produce testosterone. When you're injecting, you're skipping all those parts and you're missing out. Same with this. If you're just injecting testosterone, this is not happening, right? So your cholesterol, it will be higher, fatty liver, all that stuff. Another thing, there's something called the Haldane and Burr effect. Within the cell, the byproduct of a high metabolic rate, high energy, is energy and CO2. CO2 is very protective. I'm going to be getting into more of that in further lessons. But CO2 is very protective. And the Burr and Haldane effect works by there always has to be an exchange between oxygen and carbon dioxide. For you to take in oxygen, you will breathe out carbon dioxide. You breathe in oxygen, there's an exchange, you breathe out carbon dioxide. And then within the blood, now there's carbon dioxide. No, there's oxygen. And for the oxygen that you just taken in, for it to get into the cell, there has to be another exchange. So for the oxygen to get into the cell, there has to be CO2 within the cell. And that can only happen when you're producing enough energy, right? One thing I hear from clients all the time is when they eat properly, they can breathe properly, they can breathe in deeper, they feel better, they have more endurance, things like that. So this is very powerful. CO2 is very protective. Have you ever noticed when you get a cut inside of your cheek, there's no scar, it heals up properly. But on the outside of the skin, there's always a scar. It's same with surgeries. When they do an operation on an organ, there's a cut. It heals perfectly because it's an enclosed system, because there's plenty of CO2. But on the outside, there isn't because it escapes. There's been even experiments on someone cuts the top of their finger and they enclosed it with something and the finger grew back perfectly because the CO2 was enclosed, because CO2 is very protective. So this is just a glance of how deep we're going to get into, but hopefully it makes a lot of sense. And like I mentioned, you can literally check right now what your heart rate and temperature is, and you can get an exact realization of where you are right now, rather than doing all these tests and things like that. That's why you probably see me in the communities always saying, what's your heart rate and temperature? Because that will tell me a lot with what's going on within the body. Because another thing, when your body is producing enough energy, the byproduct is heat. right? And that's why when you eat, you should get warm. If you're getting cold, it's a stress response. Same with the heart rate. Heart rate is the speed of how fast the glucose is getting into the brain. You have better cognitive abilities. There has been even things showcasing how old people who have a pacemaker, which is a device that people wear to regulate their heart rate. So it's a machine, and they can set on the machine how fast you want the heart rate to beat. When they set it on 60 beats per minute, for example, they had the regular old people type of behavior, very slow and things like that. But when they set it on 80 to 86, around there, they acted like young people. They acted vibrant, energetic, just good cognitive abilities. So here's an example of why the heart rate is amazing, and the byproduct should be proper heat production. This is why this is so important. So your body acts as a system, and fundamentally you're as strong as your weakest link. You can have good metabolic rate, things like that. You can do all the nutrition things you want, but if you have micronutrient deficiencies, there's only as far as you can go. Same with the hormones. You can have amazing hormonal profile, try to do all the things properly to fix your hormones, but your hormones will only optimize as far as your micronutrients allows it, or whatever your weakest link is. Going back to the example of health, wealth, and relationships, you can have amazing health, you can make a lot of money within your wealth, but if you don't have good relationships, it's going to mess you up. If you have vice versa, if you have amazing relationships, you have a good woman in your life, you're making a lot of money, but you die at the age of 30, there's no good to that. Vice versa, if you're super healthy and you have good relationships, but you have no money, you're always in debt, there's always stress, there's only as far as you can go. So you're strong as your weakest link. And remember, it has to be built on righteousness. Like I mentioned before, if you're experiencing all those things and you're not looking from a righteous perspective, it can really be hurtful for you, because you can manipulate people within business, whether it comes to relationships, whatever it is. So with great power comes great responsibility. Then when it comes to the 1 to 10 scale, a lot of individuals within the health industry tell you that you can have cheat meals, you can do all those things. Let me give you an example. When you truly optimize your health, you're not going to want to cheat. It's like if you have a good woman in your life, you're not going to want to cheat. Oh, but you're always going to want to look at the menu, like look at other women. Yeah, only when you're hungry, when you're not satisfied with what's going on right now. And it's the same thing with cheating on your diet, whatever it is. That only happens when you're depriving yourself of proper nutrients. Look at a pregnant woman. When she's pregnant, she craves very specific things. And those specific things is to fix those micronutrient deficiencies. If you're craving a lot of chocolate, maybe you're deficient in zinc and magnesium, or whatever it is, or copper, my bad. So you have to pay attention to those things. But a lot of people are detached from their body, how their body functions, so they don't even listen to those cues. That's why this course is designed to give you proper guidance and show you how to do those things. Going to the 0 to 10 scale. Let's say 0 is a point where suicidal. 10 is you won the lottery, you feel amazing. Most people are functioning between 5 and 6 most of their life. And when they're entertaining like junk food or whatever it is, it brings them to 6.5. It makes them a little bit better. The other day I was talking to a client, and he's been following my stuff for months now. He's gotten amazing results. And he was out with friends, whatever it is, and he had a pizza or whatever he was eating. And he's like, bro, and this is not the only example, this has happened with a lot of clients, because they're now feeling a 7 and an 8 all the time. So when they have a pizza, they feel like a 6. So it brings them down. So they realize the difference. And they always go to me, I would never eat those things again. You create this good relationship with food. You're not eating those food because you're forcing yourself. No, you truly understand this is not good for me. I don't want to eat it. I rather eat my good food and feel amazing. So this is the type of relationship you want to create. Another thing, remember in the previous lesson I talked about how some people cheat, and people with high cortisol levels tend to cheat more. And that's rooted in those people are running on stress hormones. And a lot of those things are self-medicating actions. What does that mean? Because those things lower stress, because they get a satisfaction of that pleasure of indulging in cheating, doing drugs, whatever it is, because they're actually running on stress hormones. So a lot of these cravings and those impulsive behaviors, being addicted to things, is just self-medicating. But you can attack that by fixing your micronutrients, hormones, your metabolic rate. I've heard times of Peat talking about there was a man who was addicted to drinking. He was drinking a lot every day. And he just started taking things like progesterone, and it went overnight. Because a lot of the things like addictions, whatever it's social media, music, whatever it is, right, that you're aware that you're participating every day, or fapping, whatever it is, a lot of those things are your body's way to medicate itself. You see it in the animal kingdom as well. You see those leopards medicating themselves with them leaves that make them high, or whatever it is, because your body's going under stress. So it's trying to find something to self-medicate to lower the stress. So rather than fighting against your body, which is going against the current by, okay, I'm just going to stop social media, I'm going to stop fapping. But then you get more tense, you get worse, you get these, I don't know, whatever it is, but a lot of people, they'll actually go backwards. And they'll find a different addiction, whether it's eating more, whatever it is. But you need to attack it strategically, which is, it's either your hormones, it's either your micronutrients, or it's either your metabolic rate. Looking from a health perspective, then wealth, then relationships, and you look at it strategically, and you'll notice you don't have to force yourself to stop social media. You won't have the urge to. When you're a kid, you didn't have to fight all these addictions. No. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And remember, in 1 Corinthians 10:31, whatever therefore ye eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God. So this was the lesson on health. Hopefully it makes sense. And in the next lesson, I'm going to be diving into the formula of how to actually do it, the concept, the skeleton when it comes to health. So I'll see you in the next lesson. What's going on? Aleks here, and in this lesson, I'm going to be talking about the formula. So previously, we talked about the foundations, we talked about manhood, we talked about health specifically, and now we're going to go deeper into the health bit. How is it that you're going to go from your current state is where you are right now to your desired state? So the formula is the vehicle that will take you from your current state to your desired state. If you want to use Google Maps and you want to go somewhere, you need to enter first where you are and then where you're going to go. And then the app is going to give you the exact directions to take. So the formula is the direction, but you need to understand your current state and your desired state. So the formula to reclaim your natural testosterone righteously. So first of all, remember the self-awareness worksheet that I recommended you to set up. You can start using this now. So here are a few ideas of your current state. So this is where you potentially are right now. And these are some of the symptoms of having poor hormones, low testosterone, low metabolic rate, and things like that. So first things first, it could be related to sleep and energy. So poor sleep, inability to fall asleep, and waking up tired in the mornings, fatigue, tiredness, lethargy, low energy, struggling to add lean mass and strength, struggling to lose fat and adding pounds easily. So you're gaining fat easily as well, struggling to get or maintain an erection, night waking in sweats. You can't sleep throughout the night. You're waking up constantly during the night because your liver glycogen stores are being wasted and stress hormones are kicking in. So you're constantly waking up. Hot flashes, loss of appetite, weight loss, gain weight easily. So mention that weight gain around midsection specifically, stubborn lower belly, lower back and face fat, poor memory, muscle loss, muscle weakness and impaired balance, low blood sugar, hypotension, dizziness, nausea, smooth flat looking muscles, low body temperature and hypothyroid. So hypothyroid, low thyroid hormones, low metabolic rate which leads to low testosterone, and you struggle to build muscle, high blood pressure, brittle bones, decreased metabolism, edema and joint swelling, so swelling, elevated inflammation, insulin resistance, low bone density, testicle shrinkage, hair loss, impaired cognitive function, reduced cognitive function, out of intuitive thinking, cognitive dysfunction, mentally and physically fatigued, inability to detox, tiredness after a meal due to insulin resistance, blurry vision and eye floaters, brain fog, decreased exercise endurance, reduced verbal fluency, memory, attention, planning ability, and psychomotor performance, unrealistic goal setting and self-defeating behavior, slow walk speed, low problem-solving ability, negativity, you're rarely happy, no creativity, no goal setting or ambition, non-assertive, rather rude and aggressive dominant, which might come as assertiveness but is totally the opposite, depression, anxiety, social anxiety, withdrawal, mood swings, bipolar mania, increased risk of migraine, suicidal thoughts and attempts, delirious, psychopathic behavior, fearful, nervous, anxious, anticipation of anxiety, emotionally unstable, bullying behavior, narcissistic tendencies, averse, passive-aggressive, aggressive, violent, non-likable, sensitivity to light, sound, visual disturbances, sensory perception reduction, anhedonia, apathy, reduced smell, hearing, taste, sensation, sensitivity to emotional triggers, low libido, gynecomastia, increased unwanted hair growth, decreased beard growth, acne, increased thirst, salt craving, mood swings, increased skin pigmentation, low confidence, lack of motivation, no enjoyment, anhedonia, apathy, fearful, rigid thinking, and mental inflexibility. And this list goes on and on and on. So which of the symptoms are you experiencing? So write them down in your self-awareness worksheet so you clearly know what's going on. And in the next week on endocrinology, I'm going to go deep into all the hormones so you know exactly what hormones are responsible for each thing and you can pinpoint. And based on that, you can set an action plan, the vehicle. Because you need to understand your current state, what hormones are dominating your life and why is that happening, and then you pinpoint it. So for the physical effects, the desired states, reduce water retention, increase testosterone, lower prolactin, building muscle, deepening of the voice, maturation of the bone, promote beard growth, aids in muscle growth, greater bone mineral density, increase basal metabolic rate, increase protein synthesis, so muscle building, improve cognition, mental clarity, ability to concentrate, focus, improved learning, memory, recall, well-being, solution-seeking, creativity, improve insulin sensitivity and glucose disposal, lower serotonin synthesis, release GABA and promote calmness, better mood, energy, better outlook on life, optimism, making you more determined, calm and collected, confident and not intimidated by others, fearless but not reckless, assertive, motivated, stress resilient, mentally quick and sharp, tanning of the skin, which will help you give you that nice dark golden brown skin color, maturation of bone leading to a narrow waist, broad shoulders and a wide strong jawline, emotional like libido, confidence, feeling less intimidated, protective of those you love, energetic. Do this. Improved insulin sensitivity and glucose disposal, anti-inflammatory, and the more benefits we talked in the previous section, like so the studies and things like that. And these are just some of the benefits. I'll be getting deeper into each hormones, its effects, going very deep into it in the endocrinology lesson. But now I do recommend really on the self-awareness worksheet, the one we talked about in week 1, what type of symptoms are you experiencing so you can write them down? Why do you think you're experiencing those symptoms? So those would be the hormones, the inputs, the environmental things. And what is your desired state? So I do recommend you start doing this. So the vehicle. So once you know where you are and you know where you want to go, now you need to have the direction, create a plan. So the vehicle is creating SMART goals, SMART goal setting. So SMART, which stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time. So I do recommend you keep this, another thing that you keep on yourself throughout the course, and you use this specifically when creating goals for yourself. So specific, very specific on what you're trying to accomplish. Weight loss versus fat loss. Weight loss could be muscle, it could be water weight, it could be anything, right? But fat loss, you're being specific with it. You want to lose fat only, right? The next, measurable. What gets measured gets managed and gets accomplished. Make sure that specific goal can be measured. Testosterone levels, heart rate, temperature, weight, strength. And this is why everything that I presented to you is measurable. It's not smoke like self-development. You can't measure self-development because it's smoke, right? But you can measure your hormones, you can measure your micronutrients, you can measure your strength in the gym, all those things. So it must be measurable. How are you supposed to create a self-development goal if it's not measurable, right? Then achievable. This goal has to be realistic. Like 0.5 to 1 kilo of fat loss is realistic versus 4 to 5 kilos of fat loss is not per week. So you need to be realistic with yourself, because if you set a goal for yourself and you don't achieve it, it's going to bring down your morale and it's going to make you less motivated. One of the Shark Tank investors mentioned something that women in times are better business owners because they create easily achievable goals versus men create non-realistic goals, which when the women are setting the simpler goals, it creates a better morale for the team and they're more motivated versus the men, they'll create a huge goal, they won't achieve it, and the team is not as motivated. So is it achievable? Relevant. It's relevant to your specific goal. You wouldn't track how much money you make amount to accomplish high testosterone. Specifically, you can argue for the fact that wealth, things like that, improve your testosterone levels, but you wouldn't track how much money you make amount to accomplish, I don't know, more fat loss, things like that. I hope that makes sense, that the goal that you're setting is relevant to the ultimate goal that you're trying to accomplish. A lot of people do things that don't actually move them forward when it comes to their actual goal that they're ultimately trying to accomplish long term. Time, you set a time deadline, whether it's quarterly, whether it's monthly, right? I can show you something else as well, which is the warm-up. So I just thought of this literally while making this. So I'll bring you to this. It's actually in the free community. But what it is the warm-up. There's a video explaining this. And going back to the timely thing, like setting goals. So you can set up this. For this, I'm going to be working, like let's say you want to change it to this color, whatever color you want, right? And then whatever color it's responsible for, you write down what is it that you're going to be working on. The way you use it is you make a copy for yourself and then you can have your own copy for this. And I personally use this. I literally have it here. I'm not going to show you because I have my own personal goals and things like that. But how I use it is, let's say every Sunday, I set up my week ahead. So I'm more structured in the sense of not being hyperly structured, but having agendas for the day. So you can use this to set up your goals and think long-term and things like that. So I'm going to leave the link here, and there's a video explaining how to use it and things like that. So for example, I'm going to drop 4 kilograms of fat in 4 weeks. That's a smart goal because it's specific. Fat is very specific rather than just weight. It's measurable. So 4 kilograms is very measurable using a scale, right? Achievable. 4 kilogram drop in 4 weeks is very achievable and realistic. 1 kilo per week. There is, and you can divide it even more, and I'm going to be talking about that in the nutrition section, how there's 3,500 calories per 1 pound. That's around half a kilo. So that would be 2 pounds. So that's 1 kilo, 2.2 pounds to be more specific, but let's say easier for maths, 2 pounds. So that's 7,000 calories. There is 7 days in a week. Divide 7,000 by 7. That's 1,000 calories per day. If you know your body needs X amount of calories per day, and you eat 1,000 calories less, you know you're going to be dropping the 1 kilogram per week. So there's no, am I going to lose fat? There's no guess. It gives you the confidence of the right plan, because when you know what you're doing, you know the numbers, you know the maths, you can just do it and your life becomes so much easier rather than doing random things and hoping for some results. And I'm going to be going over with this how to build muscle, the exact formula to build muscle for your lifestyle, to supplements, all those things. So you have the confidence that you're doing the right things and it's all presented to you, right? And then, but then it gets deeper, like in the training for you. Even let's say you eat in 1,000 caloric deficit, you can be losing muscle or fat. That's why you need to have a proper training in place to build muscle, to maintain muscle tissue, to tell your body that you need the muscle, right? If a ship wants to go faster, it gets rid of all the unessential, which is the things that doesn't need, like fat, for instance. Hence why weighted calisthenics is so powerful. But I'll get more into that in a bit. Is irrelevant. Fat loss is relevant to the overall goal of boosting testosterone. Time, 4 weeks is the time. So this is a very smart goal, right? So use this SMART formula whenever you set any goals. Makes everything easier. There are also smarter goals. E stands for evaluated and or reviewed once you go through the 4 weeks. So once you go through this, you just review, analyze. Maybe you did something wrong. Maybe you overlooked this, whatever it is, and you redo it. And that's how you keep making progress. You review and evaluate the process and make it better next time. And that's how you become successful and powerful. So this is very powerful. Do utilize it throughout the course. So the vehicle, which is the formula that will take you from your current state to your desired state. The formula to reclaim your natural testosterone righteously. So the formula is being the actual course that we're going to be going through. So the course, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're just going through week 1 right now. And the rest of the weeks is the actual steps you need to take to set up your plan to take you from your current state to your desired state. So in week 1, we discussed a glimpse into the forthcoming journey you're about to undertake, unveiling the guiding tenets, the essential navigational guidelines, and the foundational cornerstone. So you now have an understanding of the foundation, right? So next, like I discussed, righteousness is the foundation you must build everything upon. So in week 2, we're going to be going over righteousness. Mastering the strategic application of righteousness as a cornerstone for your development and applying the complete armor of God and detaching yourself from self-righteousness. If you're an individual that watches a lot of YouTube videos, YouTubers, self-development, you're probably dominating with a lot of this self-righteousness. You do things for yourself. And this is going to be a groundbreaking revelation once you really understand how this works. And it's going to change your mindset toward things and putting on the full armor of God. For we not fight against flesh and blood, but against principalities. So we're going to be going over all of those things. Week 3, endocrinology. So gaining insight into the specific hormones and neurotransmitters that underline your present condition, and mastering the art of adjusting your inputs to effectively recalibrate your endocrine system, thereby steering it towards the intended outcomes you seek. So the reason why you're experiencing your current state is because of the current inputs that you're putting in. So we're going to go into all the hormones, why you're acting the way you are, and adjusting the inputs to adjust the hormones within your body to get a certain output for you to accomplish your desired outcome. Week 4, micronutrients. Fixing micronutrient deficiencies through a comprehensive grasp of essential elements such as minerals, so electrolytes and microminerals, vitamins, fat-soluble, water-soluble, amino acids, the ones you want to avoid, and the ones you want to prioritize, gases, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and heavy metals. A lot of people don't realize that they have heavy metals in their body. So I'm going to be going over all those things so you know how to fix those deficiencies very specifically with each and every one, and how to remove these heavy metals from your body. These not only serve an input, but also act as a catalyst influencing the intricate workings of your endocrine system. So this really does affect your endocrinology a lot, and you'll be surprised. Then week 5, nutrition. Locking in a nutrition plan that fuels and improves your metabolic rate and primes your gut and digestive tract for peak performance, while creating an anabolic environment to be stress resilient and building an androgen dense physique. So nutrition will guide you properly to lose the body fat, have better androgen density, be more stress resilient so stress doesn't affect you. So you're primarily fueling your body to have high protective hormones, just like when you were a child, and doing so that there's no gut issues, have an optimal digestive tract and things like that. Creating a meal plan, the calories, the macronutrients, the right foods, the foods you want to avoid that are lowering your testosterone levels and your endocrinology. Then week 6, building an androgen-dense physique that demands respect by stimulating as much muscle possible in the shortest period of time while staying under your stress threshold, accomplishing the strength standards. I will show you the exact formula. Like, there's no guess game. If you go from this to this, your chest will look like this. It's maths. It's so simple, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. Building an androgen-dense physique that women are biologically attracted to. So just looking at my transformation, how I went from very skinny to androgen dense, upper chest, shoulders, traps. I have more things here, for example. If that loads in. 280 kilo deadlift, this was a few years ago. 50 kilo pull-ups. This is how I used to look like. When I started, very skinny. Now more androgen density. Low body fat as well, but very strong. Weighted pull-ups. 100 kilo overhead press. You don't see people doing that. And when you do, they're usually overweight and can't even do a pull-up. You don't see that quite often. And I'm not trying to blow my own horn. It's just, I'm trying to showcase 80 kg pull-ups, low body fat, right? Heavy squats, so being very strong. 220 kilo deadlift, very easy. Boom. Androgen density traps, right? One arm pull-ups. That's how I used to look, like very skinny, shy. You see me looking around so people don't see me. All right. now more dense, androgen density, super skinny. Now this is 150 kilograms. This was in Barcelona doing muscle ups. I didn't even warm up, I just walked up and just started doing muscle ups in my business clothes. Hair loss improvements, things like that. And I'm not the only one that accomplished this. I've mastered the formula and I've helped others accomplish the same. So amazing testimonials. Improve sleep. Numbers, so it's measurable, there's no guess game, right? You can't dispute the results. Things like that. Let me see if there's any physique changes. So you can see face looking different, physique's looking better. More testimonials, and I have more testimonials there. Man's looking diced and shredded. Amazing work. And there's more. And I'm showing you this to get you motivated for the journey, that it is truly possible if you just follow exactly what I have to say to you. Amazing testimonials here. You can watch these videos. Then week 7, lifestyle, the right balance between stress and recovery, creating a summer-like environment. A lot of people create a winter-like environment, hence why they're experiencing what they're experiencing right now. If you're teaching your body to adapt to a stressor, like being all the time in the cold darkness, you're going to be in like hibernation mode. And a lot of people are experiencing that. And then week 8, supplementation. Intelligent supplementation to take you to the next level, the icing on the cake that comes last, that everyone gets wrong in the industry, focusing on principles rather than shiny objects. A lot of people damage themselves with poor supplementation. A lot of individuals don't know how to supplement properly, and I made the mistakes as well. I messed myself up a lot with using supplements wrongly, things like ashwagandha and any other herbs, any shiny objects. And they messed me up a lot. I used to spend up to $300 a month on supplements. Now I don't spend any money on supplements, especially those. I get everything from my nutrition. I train, my lifestyle's good. And supplementation, it's more of a for fun. Sometimes I like to use some supplements because I just like the way they work, but it's not something that I need. It's just an icing on the cake. And I feel free. I'm not like stuck in this rigid system that I need these supplements every month. Because if I don't have the supplements, I'm not going to be able to walk outside and interact with an individual. It's like I literally had this image of my head. Why am I 20 years old and I have 20 different supplements that I'm taking like an old man? It reminded me of when I used to go to my granny's house and I see my granddad take his medicine every morning and before he'd go to sleep. That's how it looked like. And that's not the type of life that I wanted to live. So this is the formula that we're going to be attacking in next week, righteousness, which is going to be very powerful. And then slowly with every week, it's going to build your plan and understanding. And it's going to take you from your current state where you are to your desired state. Just like you've seen in the testimonial. If you input what I'm about to present to you. And I'm already excited for the results. So yeah, hopefully this lesson made sense to you. Now you understand the formula, righteousness, endocrinology, micronutrients, nutrition, training, lifestyle, supplementation. And now we're going to be diving deep into every single one of those topics. So that being said, I'll see you in the next week on righteousness, and I'll see you there. What's going on? Welcome to the lesson on Genesis, which is in the week on endocrinology. So far we went through week 1 and 2. In week 1, you understood the basics when it comes to manhood, how men have certain characteristics and women have certain characteristics. You understood what health was and the 3 pillars of health, which was micronutrients, hormones, and metabolic rate. In this lesson specifically, we're going to be talking about one of the pillars, which is hormones. And at the end of the day, what gets measured gets accomplished. So I mentioned how hormones is something that you can measure. And in this lesson, I'm going to be going over all of those things. And then last you went over the formula. And now we're in the lesson on endocrinology. In week 2, you understood the foundation when it comes to righteousness, how everything must be built on righteousness. So then you can use the hormones and the energy, drive, motivation righteously. Now we're going to get into hormones. Specifically in this lesson, I'm going to be giving you a simple understanding when it comes to endocrinology, your hormones, neurotransmitters. And it's very basic because endocrinology is hyper complex. And there's people that dedicate their lives to this and they still have not figured it out. But here is the basic foundation that will get you to a point that will allow you to accomplish your desired results. So let's get into it. So your current state, where you are right now, which is maybe you're fat, maybe you have low muscle growth, you have sex drive issues, energy issues, depression, anxiety, whatever it is. So your current state, where you are right now, is a byproduct. So it's because of your current hormonal status. So excess body fat, anxiety, whatever is going on is because certain hormones are being activated to give you that reaction. And that reaction is a byproduct of your current inputs. So you're doing something right now in your life that's affecting your hormones. And the hormones are doing things within your body that are giving your current state, which is reflected in your characteristics, in your body, how you feel, your energy levels, and all of those things. And once you understand endocrinology, you'll be able to discern what hormones are governing your life. Simply speaking, once you understand the ins and outs of all the hormones that we're going to be going over through, you'll be able to exactly pinpoint, okay, today I'm feeling like X, let me do this so I can fix it. So you'll know exactly what's going on. Also, you'll be able to look at a person and you'll be able to pinpoint exactly what hormones are playing around within their system. And even without talking to them, you can already tell what their characteristics will be like. And it's quite scary when you actually get into it very deeply. One thing I want to say, which Peat said, energy and structure are independent at every level. So you'll come to understand that I talk a lot about metabolic rate, your energy levels, the flow of energy, cell respiration, things like that. When you're producing a lot of energy meaning you have more supplies in your body, you can spend on more things, you can live a luxurious life, meaning luxuries like mindset, motivation, energy, drive, all of those things. So energy and structure are interdependent. So the more energy flow you have, the better structure. The structure could be your cells, then your organs, everything works better, so on and so forth. And this quote will make sense as I go along with the lessons. So let's start with hormones. So hormones are chemical messengers produced by various glands in the body. In men, it's testicles, in women, ovaries, such as thyroid, adrenal glands, pituitary glands, and others. These messengers travel through the bloodstream to target cells or organs where they play a vital role in regulating and controlling various physiological processes. Hormones help to maintain balance and coordination in the body by influencing processes such as growth, metabolism, immune function, mood, reproduction, and more. They act as signals that help different parts of the body communicate and respond to changes in the internal or external environment. Neurotransmitters, chemicals in the brain and nervous system that transmit signals between nerve cells or neurons. These chemicals play a crucial role in the communication between neurons, allowing them to send and receive information, which are involved in a wide range of functions, including regulating mood, emotion, memory, learning, motor control, and various bodily processes. Imbalances in neurotransmitter levels are associated with various neurological and psychological conditions, such as depression, anxiety, and Parkinson's disease, or Alzheimer's, all of those things. But also these things are rooted in type 3 diabetes, which I'll talk more about it, but type 3 diabetes is a type of diabetes that's happening within the brain. So let's look deeper into endocrinology. So your body's health depends on balanced hormones. So for you to be healthy, all the hormones need to be functioning properly. Hormones are crucial for restoring and maintaining peak health. That's why it's one of the pillars. Your endocrine system, which includes hormones, works like a natural feedback system, with hormones either helping or reducing each other. And one of the pillars when it says hormones, I include neurotransmitters would be within that as well. That's like that pillar, right? Because it can be measured. That's the pillar for that. For example, when stress hormones are high, protective hormones are low, and vice versa. You'll come to understand that it's all about ratios. You want to have high protective hormones and low stress hormones. It's like, let's say you're making $1 million a month, but your expenditure is 1.1 million. There's no good to that. It's actually better to make 1,000 per month, but your expenditure is 500. So it's all about the ratios. The reason why when you're a child, you can endure so much stress and not experience any trauma, in most cases, PTSD, you overcome these stressors so much easier because your protective hormones are super high. As you age, you're more susceptible to those things. And the ratios flip. So your stress hormones become high and your protective hormones become low. And then that is reflected in your characteristics. People may be more on edge, angry, emotional, because they're just running on stress hormones, you know. They lack that calmness, being calm and collective, so on and so forth. You influence hormones all the time through your daily choices, either supporting protective hormones or stress hormones. Recognize which habits help or harm you. All hormones are needed for your body to be healthy. However, you start to experience serious health issues when the balance is skewed heavily in favor of stress hormones, which happens to be a case for most people in our modern environment. There are many different hormones constantly working inside your body. At healthy production levels, your protective hormones are able to moderate your stress hormones effectively. You feel energetic, relaxed, creative, and sexually charged. You sleep well at night and can maintain a lean, androgen-dense physique quite easily. While there are many protective hormones, the ones we're going to focus on optimizing are, and specifically in the next upcoming lessons, is testosterone, and primarily androgen hormones like DHEA and all the metabolites of testosterone like androsterone, things like that. Thyroid hormone, hormones T3, T4, reverse T3, TSH. We have progesterone, Pregnenolone, DHEA, those three also known as the three youth-associated hormones, and a neurotransmitter, dopamine, responsible for creativity and things like that, and your drive motivation. Stress hormones, so here's a study. Which underlines stress hormones stay chronically elevated because of environmental input into your body, such as prolonged physical or psychological stressors without adequate recovery periods, so under recovering, estrogenic influences from your foods, plastics, and pesticides, and deficiencies that trigger unfavorable cascades, such as a sodium deficiency, spikes your aldosterone, causing your kidneys to activate the RAAS pathway as a compensation mechanism. Though numerous hormones contribute to the human stress response, for the purpose of seeking strategic approaches, our attention will be directed towards enhancing the following, as doing so will lead the most significant positive influence with a limited time frame. So serotonin, yes, it's a stress hormone and neurotransmitter specifically, and we'll be getting more into that in the later lesson on authoritarian personality. Cortisol, estrogen, adrenaline and noradrenaline, prolactin, parathyroid, and aldosterone. So stress response, for example. When faced with stress, the amygdala, known as the brain's fear center, rapidly signals the hypothalamus. This sets off a series of messages through the pituitary to the adrenal glands, forming the HPA axis. The pituitary gland uses ACTH to instruct the adrenal glands to release cortisol and adrenaline in the bloodstream. This amps up your senses, raises blood pressure, and releases glucose and stored fatty acids for quick energy. While glucose is essential in stress, it's also needed for other vital bodily functions. With high cortisol over time, glucose is used up for survival mode, leaving less for cognitive thinking, reproduction, liver detoxification, and thyroid energy. All resources are distributed to survive. And this leads to hair falling off, not building muscle, putting on fat easier, because you need that stored energy, so on and so forth. You may be anxious, paranoid, pessimistic, because there's always a threat, things like that. While glucose is essential in stress, it's also needed for other bodily function. Okay, so I mentioned this. Yet prolonged high cortisol and adrenaline use up the body's preferred energy sources, leading to a survival metabolism. This releases stored fatty acids, producing unwanted byproducts like lactic acid on a cellular level. Then lactic acid, when you're producing lactic acids, it's a negative feedback loop because you produce energy from the lactic acid, and then your body takes the lactic acid and turns it into glucose, which takes energy within your liver, so it can drop your blood sugar. So it's a negative feedback loop. But it's a quick way to get energy. It also reduces overall CO2. CO2 is a byproduct of your highest form. Your body produces energy, which is cell respiration. And when you're constantly running on stress hormones, you lack CO2 and you're constantly stressed out. You can't recover, so on and so forth. So crucial for regenerative processes. I'm going to be talking more about gases and CO2 in the next week. Researchers have demonstrated that without physical movement, the body starts to show signs of prediabetes in as little as 48 hours. So this is how hormones work. But let's get into it deeper. So the endocrine system explained. So we covered this before. If you're experiencing any of the following in your daily life, your endocrine balance needs some attention. So this was the list we covered before. And the list goes on and on and on, but these are the basic ones. So the HPA axis, which stands for hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, is like a communication line between three important parts in your body: the hypothalamus, pituitary gland, and adrenal glands. Starting at the top, the hypothalamus is a small brain part about the size of an almond. It's a bridge between your nervous system and your hormones. It helps control things like hunger, sleep, and thirst. It's really crucial for keeping your body balanced. The pituitary gland is next. It's like a tiny pea under the hypothalamus. It releases important hormones that helps your body stay balanced. These hormones include things like growth hormone, which helps you grow, and other things, and thyroid stimulating hormone, which affects your thyroid. Finally, there are adrenal glands. They sit on the top of your kidneys and release hormones such as cortisol and adrenaline when you're stressed. These hormones make you more alert and ready to handle tough situations. Think of it as a team. The hypothalamus gives orders, the pituitary gland follows them, and the adrenal gland spring into action when needed. The whole system keeps your body in harmony. For example, the pituitary gland also has anterior and posterior. So, for example, your hypothalamus signals with GnRH, signals the anterior pituitary gland, and you produce two hormones, LH and FSH. I'm going to be talking more about that in the next lesson on testosterone, but just to give you an example. And then LH, luteinizing hormone, signals the glands, the testicles, which are the glands, and specifically the Leydig cells, to produce testosterone. And there's a feedback mechanism. So when there is low levels of testosterone in your blood, that signal is signaled. But if you're injecting testosterone, that signal tells your brain not to produce, but then you're not producing the LH and the FSH. But FSH is responsible for producing sperm. So when you're injecting testosterone, you're infertile. Also, if you go even lower in the pathway, I'm going to be talking more about this in the later lessons. For you to even produce testosterone, you take cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, vitamin A, and T3, which is a thyroid hormone, and produce Pregnenolone. So if you're stopping all of that, your body stops utilizing the raw products, which is like cholesterol. That's why people who inject have problems with fatty liver, excess cholesterol. So the feedback loops work within themselves. So here's an example how it works. Your thyroid gland, thymus, pineal for women and for male. Then you have your kidneys, pancreas, the adrenal glands. Adrenal glands also produce testosterone, but it's around 5%. So every hormone in the body has a specific type of receptor that it binds with. You can think of the receptors as keyhole, with the hormones being the keys. When the hormone floats through the bloodstream and reaches the muscle cells, it fits into the receptor and unlocks a specific set of activities the compartments are designed to perform. Let's say there's a door, and behind the door it's like a special ability, I don't know, whatever you want to think of, and the hormone is the key. So certain keys open different abilities. If your current state is a byproduct of the hormones eliciting certain responses based on your current inputs. So what you're experiencing right now is because of what you're doing in your daily life, right? And with this mastermind, I'm going to be teaching you the ways to change those inputs. But before we get into that, you need to get an understanding of what hormones you want to attack and what hormones are governing your current state. So the goal is changing your current inputs to change your hormones and neurotransmitters to get a desired output. So change inputs, which will change your hormones and neurotransmitters, which will help you accomplish your desired output. You need to learn what hormones will create your desired output. So first, whatever your goal is, you need to understand what hormones you need to press or what keyholes you need to open for you to accomplish that. So learn what hormones will create your desired output, and then understand what hormones are governing your current outputs. So what's the difference between your current state and your desired state? And based on that, change your inputs to have the desired output. So be the cause, not the effect. A lot of people are just reacting based on what's going on, but you need to be the effect. You need to take control. And once you understand what's going on, you'll be able to take control. For example, protective hormones are responsible for these features, which we covered before. The characteristics, the masculine characteristics. These are the outputs because the hormones are protective, are high. The opposite of that is because the stress hormones are high. In building muscles, the androgen receptors are activated by androgenic hormones like testosterone and DHT. Therefore, the male physique relies on the concentration of androgen receptors in various muscle groups. The researchers found that androgen receptor concentration in men is higher in the upper body than in the lower body. And then for women, it'll be more in the lower body. And this is why looking from a God's perspective, how women then are attracted to the V-taper and the men are attracted to the hourglass shape, because it tells you, the opposite gender, that you're healthy, everything's good, everything's working, you know. She can bear children, and the man has good hormones, he's driven, motivated, energy, he's fertile, so on and so forth. Also, more studies are coming out that muscle, when you train, actually produces androgens. So besides the adrenal glands and your Leydig cells and your testicles, muscle creates more androgens within the body. That's why sprinting is so important, because it activates a lot of muscle at the same time. But when it comes to training and things like that, we'll cover that more in the week on training, which will be week 6. Specifically, the muscles for men in the upper chest, upper back, neck, have a higher androgen receptor concentration than the muscles of the lower body. That's why when you see people who take steroids, you usually see these areas very enhanced. But we want to do that naturally, because you want people looking at you and being like, this guy has to be on something. But they question it, you know. And then they have super skinny legs. But we don't want that. We want to create balance. This means for men who are trying to achieve the androgen dense physique, that changes in anabolic hormones like testosterone levels will cause a relatively significant difference in the muscle of the upper body. When men perform resistance training workouts, the effects are more noticeable in the upper body. This is because men's bodies are designed for increased levels of muscle mass in the upper body. However, legs are more prepared for power and speed if it comes to the lower body. There's even studies on this, which I'll be talking more about in the week on training, but now I think it's important to cover how it's all about the hormones, nothing else. There was a study on, they had 4 groups, a group that trained naturally, a group that trained with steroids, and a group that did not train but took steroids, and a placebo. Group didn't train, didn't do anything, right? The group that trained with steroids obviously had the most muscle growth. The group that did not train and took steroids, testosterone, had more muscle growth than the group that trained naturally. Which is showcasing that focusing on hormonal optimization is way more important than any other thing. It's like the example of, if you have 6 hours to chop down a tree, you'll spend 4 hours sharpening the axe. So hormonal optimization and neurotransmitters is the ability to sharpen the axe. Why do you think when boys turn to men through puberty, And during that time, that's when testosterone levels are high. That's when they produce testosterone, they lose fat. Their face changes, everything changes, their characteristics, how they behave, because those things are very powerful. So how do you get started? How do you actually improve your endocrinology? And this is rooted within the NTLS system, which is nutrition, training, lifestyle, and supplementation. So nutrition, I divide that into two within the course, which is micronutrients and nutrition, the foods that you're eating, then training, then lifestyle, and then supplementation. If that doesn't do it, which should, then you can start playing around with things that do not have a negative feedback loop. So thyroid hormone, which in reality, it's just people get scared when you put an idea of, oh, you're taking a hormone that's going to affect your body. But I bet a majority of you listening to this have taken a steroid hormone in your life. Have you ever consumed vitamin D? That's a steroid hormone. And you can check it out, you can search it up. Vitamin D is a steroid hormone because it's produced from cholesterol. Thyroid is not produced from cholesterol, from my understanding. So I just wanted to bring this up. So your body needs thyroid hormones to make cholesterol. So the thyroid hormone is the initial step when it comes to everything. I'm going to be covering some of these things later, but your body takes thyroid, vitamin A, LDL cholesterol, and produces pregnenolone. And then the pregnenolone is then produced into either progesterone or DHEA, then this one, then testosterone or estrogen. This is just a simplified version. But this is going back to what I'm going over here, which is if the nutrition, things like that doesn't work, you can start attacking it with utilizing thyroid, which I'll get into how to use that. I do have some clients using it. I've personally never used it. So the lesson is going to be based on theory and clients' results. And it's just to speed up this so you produce more of those things. And then lastly, if that doesn't work, this will definitely work if all cholesterol is good. And these things do not affect your... Because some hormones you take, for instance, testosterone, affects you negatively. When you stop taking testosterone, you stop producing testosterone within your body and it suppresses your production. But things like thyroid, it does not affect, because even things like milk, right? When milk has naturally occurring thyroid. If you make soup from chicken neck that has thyroid in it, what else? Babies, when they're born, let's say they're born without a thyroid gland, they get thyroid from being breastfed. So thyroid is very safe to utilize. And then progesterone also. Progesterone can be looked at. You can just take one dose and it'll completely improve your current situation. It's like when you have a car and the battery has gone off, you need a different car just to zip it back to life. So you can take a dose of progesterone, which is this one, and it can get you back going. But then when you're getting to things like DHEA, that can affect you negatively. To an extent, you can still somehow utilize it, but that's not something I'm going to be talking about too much, but it can be sort of. But when you're getting deeper into the pathways, that's where it can become a problem. Like I mentioned at the start, hormones can be measured. What gets measured gets managed. So let's get into how you can measure it. So steroid blood tests are diagnostic methods are unreliable except in cases where the values are so extreme that are unlikely to be temporary fluctuations. Fundamentally, specifically testosterone blood tests, I'm not a big fan of it because it can be affected so much. When a woman can't get pregnant, and I think I already talked about this, when a woman can't get pregnant, because she's worried about getting pregnant, but then she gives up. Then she gets pregnant because your thoughts can affect your hormone profile. So more reliable things is like your heart rate and temperature, which is under the pillar of metabolic rate, right? But that being said, how would you get other things tested? So here, you can get a thyroid hair analysis test done, or a steroid hair or nail test done, and you can pick between different ones. He goes even deeper into the different ones. And this is a site by Jordi Dinkoff. And I'll be going over all the other tests as well. And micronutrient tests and things like that. So this is a recommended way of testing your hormones. And when it comes to hormones, it can get very complicated and it's hard to just make lessons about it. Within each lessons, when I go over things like testosterone or thyroid, I will go over values that you want to aim for. But some people want to get different tests on. So that being said, I didn't discuss this yet, but let's say you're making a post. You can pick a category. So there's a blood test category. And then when you're here on the homepage, when you go under more blood work, you'll be able to see all the blood work. So post your blood work, and I can make a Loom video just like this, explaining everything, what you need to do, how to attack the situation. Or I can just comment over it. Also, there's other ones that I didn't mention previously in the lessons, things like scripture. There's things about scripture you want to post, righteousness, foods, supplements. I'm going to discuss that another time. But that being said, that's how you want to attack when it comes to blood tests, because it's a measurable thing. So that being said, be careful of just doing blood tests, especially finger prick tests. I would focus more on going to your GP and getting a proper blood test done. Whenever you get a blood test done, it has to be between the time of 6 to 8 a.m. because that's when your testosterone is the highest. Where to get tested on that website, or you can ask me on the collaboration calls or message me or in the community if a certain website is good for blood tests, or just post it in that section here on the blood work and how to interpret it. Should go in here asking me collaboration calls and things like that. So that being said, this was the lesson on endocrinology. This lesson was just designed just to make you understand how hormones is what governs your current state. And in the next lessons, we're going to be going over things like testosterone, androgens, specifically DHEA, things like that, thyroid hormones, the three youth hormones like progesterone, Pregnenolone, and DHEA, authoritarian personality, dopamine, serotonin, and stress hormones, cortisol, prolactin, so on and so forth. So that being said, that was it, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Peace. Welcome to the next lesson on testosterone. In the previous lesson, you learned endocrinology and just the basic foundation and understanding when it comes to hormones and neurotransmitters and how they affect your body. In the next upcoming lessons, I'm going to be discussing specifically the hormones that you need to focus on and the hormones that give you the biggest bang for your buck when it comes to health optimization, and most importantly, why you're here is testosterone optimization. In this lesson specifically, I'll be going over testosterone and derivatives of testosterone that play a part to testosterone. Things like LH, FSH, GnRH, things like SHBG, the different types of testosterone, free testosterone, total testosterone, bioavailable testosterone, dihydrotestosterone, what are the optimal levels, and things like that. In this lesson, we're going to be always going back to this. So the fundamental understanding when it comes to different hormones. So when it comes to the pathways within the metabolic health, when you're producing energy at a good level, your body takes LDL cholesterol, vitamin A, and active thyroid, which is T3. We'll be more talking about that in the next lesson, and converting that into pregnenolone. And that pregnenolone can be utilized, as you can see here, from cholesterol here into pregnenolone. And that pregnenolone can be then converted into testosterone, which is here. And then there's different pathways as well, aldosterone, things like that. But the main ones we're going to be looking at is just keep an eye on this. So that being said, let's start with testosterone 101. So this is an in-depth lesson. So testosterone is a hormone. So it's a chemical messaging primarily made in the testicles, with a small contribution from adrenals, steroids like DHEA. So in your adrenal glands, like mentioned in the previous lesson, you produce about 5% of your testosterone like that. It starts with cholesterol being transported into the testicles through a process involving specific enzymes, which I showed you the pathways. Eventually, cholesterol becomes testosterone through a series of enzyme conversions. Testosterone and the enzyme, what it means is, specifically, is those things those here in between. So this enzyme converts pregnenolone into 17-OH pregnenolone, so on and so forth. So those are the enzymes when I talk about enzymes. Testosterone is the main male sex hormone, and it has anabolic effects. Anabolic means it builds. Catabolic would be it breaks down. So testosterone is anabolic. That's what it builds muscle, which means it helps to build things up. It's present in both males and females, but at different levels. Males naturally have a lot more testosterone than females, and they typically desire higher levels of it. The testes in males and ovaries in females, along with a bit from adrenal glands, secrete testosterone. It belongs to a group of hormones called androgens. So androgens would be things like DHT, testosterone, free testosterone, things like that, which can be made naturally or synthetically. Androgens, when they bind to specific receptors in tissues, promote the synthesis of protein, which is anabolic. Androgens like testosterone play a vital role in various stages of life, from sexual differentiation before birth to adulthood. So it's what changes a boy into a man through puberty, so on and so forth. It's what determines a sex of a child. One of its important roles is spermatogenesis, so the process of making sperm. Without enough testosterone and functioning androgen receptors, sperm production is hindered, leading to infertility. Now let's consider what can lead to low testosterone production. There are two common reasons known as primary and secondary hypogonadism. Primary is when the testes themselves produce insufficient testosterone, affecting male sexual function. So there's something wrong with the testicles. Secondary occurs due to issues in the hypothalamus and pituitary gland, which regulate the endocrine system. These problems can disrupt testosterone production. You'll know exactly what I mean in a second when I get into the feedback loops. It's worth noting that these two types of hypogonadisms are interconnected, with the brain playing a crucial role. Ultimately, brain health is central to testosterone production, and it's also connected to gut health. The gut is often called as the second brain, and what you can eat can influence its health. To recap, testosterone is made in the testes, and its levels vary between males and females. It has many important effects on the body, including muscle growth and spermatogenesis. Low testosterone can result from issues in the testes or distribution in the brain's regulation. Brain and gut health play a significant role in maintaining proper testosterone levels. So now let's get into the feedback loops. What does that mean? So when testosterone levels rise, the production and transport of LH, which is the luteinizing hormone, slows down. So it's like a lever. It's like a system that works on itself. This is like a signal for the body to maintain a balance, and it's called a negative feedback loop. The body and the brain are always talking to each other and control important processes. This is just one of many feedback loops in the body. Some are positive and some are negative. In this negative feedback loop, the brain keeps hormone levels like testosterone, luteinizing hormone, follicle stimulating hormone, and GnRH in check under normal healthy conditions. If something goes wrong anywhere in the process due to factors like tumors, stress, or cumulative stress over time, which happens a lot, it affects every downstream because it's a continuous loop. Testosterone doesn't only affect the hypothalamus, it can also directly influence the pituitary, kind of like skipping a step. When the body needs to quickly regulate the release of gonadotropins, FSH, another hormone, mainly controls the production of sperm in the testes. So to sum it up, testosterone production is regulated by the brain, specifically by the hypothalamus, and the pituitary, specifically the anterior pituitary, through several hormones. It's produced from cholesterol, like you've seen in the pathways, in the Leydig cells, and all tied together in a negative feedback loop. Once testosterone is released into the bloodstream, it plays a kind of tag game in the on a molecular level. There's a carrier protein called SHBG, sex hormone binding globulin, released by the liver, hence why liver health is so important, and it's like the one who's it in the game. SHBG's job is to control the amount of free testosterone in your blood. When it grabs onto a testosterone molecule, that testosterone can't do its job in the cells. So the more SHBG you have in your bloodstream, the less free active testosterone reaches its target cells. It's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just how the body regulates hormones through another negative feedback loop. But now you can see that there are many self-regulating processes in the cycle, and none of the testosterone has actually had an effect yet. If something goes wrong anywhere along the pathway, you could end up with lower than ideal testosterone levels. For instance, you might have plenty of free testosterone circulating in your blood, but if there's an issue with SHBG production, a lot of that free testosterone won't reach its target. It's frustrating. So most of your testosterone, about 95%, is made in the testicles, specifically in the Leydig cells. The remaining 5% comes from DHEA, a precursor androgen in the adrenal glands. So how the natural feedback loop functions in the production of testosterone. So the natural feedback loop of testosterone production begins with the hypothalamus, a small brain structure connecting the nervous system and endocrine system. The first step in the process is initiated when the hypothalamus secretes a hormone called GnRH, gonadotropin releasing hormone. It's essential to note that GnRH is the pivotal hormone that sets everything in motion. Once released, GnRH triggers the pituitary gland, a small endocrine gland located just below the hypothalamus. When the pituitary gland, specifically the anterior, is stimulated by GnRH, it releases two hormones, LH, luteinizing hormone, and FSH, follicle stimulating hormone. These hormones are known as gonadotropins, which is why GnRH is referred to as the gonadotropin releasing hormone. After LH and FSH are released into the bloodstream by the pituitary gland, they travel from the brain to the testes. When they reach the testicles, they enter specialized cells called Leydig cells for the luteinizing hormones and the Serotonin cells for the FSH to produce sperm. Leydig cells for testosterone, Serotonin cells for sperm. Inside the cell, several important processes take place. FSH initiates spermatogenesis, while LH, through a complex series of action, converts cholesterol into testosterone, like the pathway that I showed you. After the new testosterone molecules are produced, your brain constantly monitors the amount of the hormone in the blood. If it gets too high, it slows down the release and transportation of LH, and that's how the loop is completed. So the utilization of testosterone. When fresh baby testosterone enters the bloodstream, it's called free testosterone because it's not attached to anything yet. But then your liver releases a carrier protein called SHBG, which makes things more complicated. Around 98% of this fresh free testosterone gets attached to either SHBG or another carrier protein called albumin. When testosterone binds to these proteins, it can't easily enter cells or attach to androgen receptors. It's bound to albumin or SHBG because it prevents the detoxification of testosterone and transports it around the blood. Testosterone binds to androgen receptors to exert its anabolic effect. Testosterone is also a weak cortisol antagonist. So testosterone it's the opposite of cortisol. Cortisol is a stress hormone, which we'll talk about more in the next lessons, which is anabolic. That's a good thing. Furthermore, testosterone can be converted to estrogen via the aromatase or to DHT via the enzyme 5-alpha reductase. We'll be discussing more of these things later, which is much stronger androgen than testosterone. A lot of the benefits that you get and all the characteristics is actually rooted in DHT rather than testosterone. But it's too much of a touchy subject to even talk about DHT because of its pushed ideas how bad it is, but in reality it's not. But we'll be talking about that in a moment. This means that most of the testosterone isn't very active. In simple terms, the more carrier proteins, SHBG and albumin, you have in your blood, the less testosterone remains available for use. The remaining testosterone that isn't bound to carrier proteins, the free testosterone, moves freely in your body, waiting to attach to a receptor. For instance, when you're lifting weights at the gym, androgen receptors in your muscle tissue activate and free testosterone molecules attach to them. This is when the effects of testosterone starts to occur. Once a free testosterone molecule attaches to an androgen receptor, the receptor undergoes a change in structure, allowing it to enter your DNA. When it enters the DNA, the effect of testosterone finally happens. For example, if this process occurs in your muscle tissue, it leads to increased protein synthesis and muscle growth. Protein synthesis meaning the creation of building muscle. If it happens in your face, it can boost beard growth or make your facial bones denser and more angular. So the more free testosterone, the more these characteristics can kick in. Just a side note, Peat also mentions how SHBG and albumin in and of itself doesn't mean it's completely bad for you. There's things coming out suggesting that it's actually useful because it, like showcased here, it prevents it from being detoxified by the liver. And then there's specific cells that can actually take in the testosterone, the albumin. But we're just keeping it simple here. Testosterone has been shown to have a positive relationship with a high-functioning metabolic rate and increase the sensitivity to insulin, meaning that insulin can more easily downregulate the amount of free fatty acids that are in the blood in order to promote the uptake of oxidation of glucose within the cell. There's a lot of there. But it's going back to this, because this is cell respiration, oxygen, glucose, more testosterone, more of this, more of this. So it's this positive feedback loop. It builds upon itself. And you'll know what this exactly means once you go through the nutrition and things like that. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT. When your body naturally produces testosterone, it also naturally controls estrogen and a process called aromatization. However, when you take testosterone, TRT, your body's natural testosterone production shuts down. It starts by blocking the signal from the hypothalamus to the pituitary gland, which reduces the levels of LH and FSH and leads down to shutdown of sperm production. And it shuts down the pathway, so you're utilizing less cholesterol, so you have more cholesterol in your liver, leading to fatty liver, so it builds upon that. The TRT medication are suspended also in a polyunsaturated fat. You'll know the dangers of that in nutrition, but it's bad, which can oxidize in the area where they are administered. This can increase the production of prostaglandins and estrogen in that area and also convert more testosterone into estrogen. Normally, your body produces about 5 milligrams of testosterone per day, while a single TRT shot can contain 100 milligrams or more. People often believe that testosterone levels start declining around the age of 30 due to the natural aging process. And this is one reason why some turn to TRT. However, older men may have lower testosterone levels because they become less physically active, have less intimacy with their partner, and lead a more settled lifestyle. In contrast, in rural areas, older men maintain testosterone levels similar to younger men. Studies have shown that many men aged 70 are old or older can have testosterone levels similar to those of 17-year-olds. This suggests that the real reason testosterone levels tend to decline around age 30 is often due to factors like reduced physical activity, decreased intimacy, settling down, poor sleep, and taking prescription medications for various health conditions. So let's get into all the different ones. So LH, luteinizing hormone. So pituitary gland to testicles, that's the pathway. If LH is high but testosterone is low, there is something blocking the signal. So it's like you're pressing the button, but there's no feedback to it, you know? Could be things like cancer, blood flow, inflammation, too much stress, heavy chemicals, metals. Ultimately, you want low LH because LH can be inflammatory, and optimal testosterone, high T. That's perfect. That means you're sensitive to LH. A good LH range is typically 4 to 8, but it depends on where you're with other hormones, like the ratios, inflammation, blood sugar control, and gut health as well. Now, follicle stimulating hormone. FSH tells the steroid cells in the testes to make more sperm. LH is necessary for testosterone production, while FSH is essential for fertility. Ideally, you'd want FSH to be low, assuming your testicles work well, because too much FSH can stimulate aromatase and reduce LH and testosterone production. So it's all having good sensitivity. Low testosterone and high estrogen could indicate factors like excessive inflammation, an unhealthy diet, poor sleep, too much stress, leading to elevated cortisol and hypothyroidism, low thyroid hormone. High testosterone and high estrogen might suggest relatively normal thyroid function, but could be due to elevated stress, excess body fat, or exposure to estrogen-like compounds in your diet or environment. The desired state is high testosterone with low estrogen. If you have symptoms of low estrogen, it could be due to an abundance of endocrine disruptors, low DHEA levels, or insufficient progesterone. Then SHBG. So that's the desired goal when you do get it tested. Binds to testosterone when testosterone enters the bloodstream from the testes. This makes the testosterone unusable by androgen receptors, and it's no longer free to bind to them. So here's 5 points about SHBT. Lipogenesis is induced by eating glucose and fructose, which lowers SHBG, resulting in more free testosterone. So sugar is good. SHBG bound testosterone decreases the metabolic clearance of androgens and also prevents the testosterone conversion rate to androsterone, a weaker androgenic molecule. There's links to the studies. It has been suggested that estradiol estrogen can activate the SHBG or complex and crosstalk with the androgen receptors, and is then able to activate androgen receptors even in the absence of DHT. Thus, human SHBG has an anti-proliferative and anti-estrogenic effect. This needs to be right. Intracellular expression of SHBG in mouse proximal tubal cells have been demonstrated to increase the uptake of DHT and also prolong the expression of androgen response genes. More SHBG results in less free or bioavailable estrogen and more total and bioavailable testosterone. So SHBG is not bad entirely. So overall SHBG. So SHBG overall inhibits androgen clearance by the liver, increases androgen function, increases total and slightly free testosterone, decreases total and slightly free estrogen, slows the rate of T uptake into the cerebrospinal fluid during non-equilibrium conditions, my accent, protecting the tissue from androgen overload. There you go. So this is how it looks. So you have your total testosterone. Well, so taking those from the previous lesson, you have your hypothalamus pituitary. So the hypothalamus launches GnRH, this one, then it stimulates the anterior pituitary gland, and two hormones are produced, LH and FSH, which then stimulate the testicles to produce testosterone or produce sperm, as you can see. Once the testosterone is released into the bloodstream, this is called free testosterone. So 100% of free testosterone gets released. About 95 to 98% is bound by SHBG or albumin, and whatever is left is free testosterone that binds to the receptors and elicits responses, and the total is total testosterone, and bioavailable testosterone is the free testosterone and albumin bound testosterone. If you ever get blood tests done, this is how it works. So albumin bound testosterone refers to a form of testosterone in the bloodstream that is bound to the protein albumin. Testosterone is a steroid hormone produced primarily in the testes and males in small amounts to the dome. It plays a crucial role in, so mention that. So when you get a test done on albumin, the goal is 4 to 5. And I'll tell you what it means exactly. So albumin is made in the liver. Albumin was mentioned by Peat, and he said that a person must have at least 4 or 40 to 50 or 4.3. So 4 or 5, 40 or 50 or 4.3 to have good immunity. I think that should say 5.0. There you go, to have good immunity. As a medical professional in the emergency room, I have correlated this and seen that the sickest people have low albumin. So I think Ray is right again. So this is a quote from a form that I took, hence. And this is as well paraphrasing Ray Peat. When liver is starting to be poisoned, estrogen and radiation can do the same thing as endotoxin. You learn more about endotoxin in the nutrition section. The ability to form albumin decreases, so albumin blood test is one of the first indicators of a person's basic resistance. If high, the prognosis is usually good. If it's around 3, where the normal range is 4.5, you're going to have to clean up the bowel. I've seen people in just a couple of weeks go from below 3, like 2.5, up to 4 just by eating fiber and fruit juice to reduce the absorption of endotoxin. You'll know exactly what this means once we get into nutrition. So albumin put increased levels, dehydration, excess infusion of albumin, decreased levels, liver issues, long-term poor nutrition, fluid loss, cognitive heart issues, congestive inflammation. So when testosterone is released into the bloodstream, it can be found in three main forms. Free testosterone, this is testosterone that is not bound to any proteins. In the blood, it is the biologically active form of testosterone and is available for use by cells throughout the body. Albumin-bound testosterone, some testosterone molecules binds loosely to the protein albumin, which is one of the most abundant proteins in the bloodstream. While it is not as tightly bound as testosterone that binds to a protein called SHBG, albumin-bound testosterone is still biologically active, and the testosterone it carries can be released when needed. SHBG-bound testosterone, a significant portion of testosterone is in the bloodstream, binds tightly to SHBG. When testosterone is bound to SHBG, it is less readily available for use by cells. However, it can still be released when necessary. The balance between these different forms of testosterone is essential for maintaining hormonal homeostasis in the body. For instance, free testosterone is readily available for cellular uptake, while albumin-bound and SHBG-bound testosterone serve as reservoir, providing a regulated supply of testosterone when needed. Medical professionals often measure total testosterone levels, which include all three forms that I mentioned, to assess personal overall testosterone status. Understanding the distribution of testosterone in these different forms can be important for diagnosis and managing conditions related to testosterone levels, such as hypogonadism or hyper, so low or high testosterone. So optimizing free testosterone and lowering SHBG levels. So understanding how to make the most of testosterone in your body is crucial. There's a difference between free testosterone and total testosterone. Free testosterone is active and not attached to any molecules, so it can work in your body. Total testosterone includes the testosterone that's bound to other things like SHBG and can't be used by your tissues. Having a balance between free and total testosterone is important. Some people may have normal total testosterone levels but very low free testosterone, leading to simple symptoms of low testosterone like low sex drive, trouble losing weight, low muscle mass, sleep problems, and mood issues. The common idea is to lower SHBG levels to increase free testosterone, but it's more complicated than that. HHBG doesn't just bind to testosterone, it also binds to estrogen. So if you lower SHBG too much, you might end up with more free estrogen, which can harm your testosterone levels. Instead of just trying to lower SHBG, consider the health of your liver. SHBG is produced in the liver, so an abnormal amount of SHBG in your blood may mean your liver needs attention. One thing I want you not to do is go on Google and be like, how to lower SHBG, and then you come across drugs. The problem with drugs is maybe initially you will lower your SHBG, but those things are toxic and it's damaging the liver. So long term, it's gonna skyrocket your SHBG. If you have known liver disease, get medical help because it could be causing your low free testosterone. Liver issues can result from conditions like hepatitis, alcohol abuse, tumors, liver cancer, cysts, fatty liver disease, parasitic infections, portal vein thrombosis, and bile duct obstruction. Look out for symptoms like jaundice, abdominal pain and swelling, dark urine, pale stools, itchy skin, bloody stools, fatigue, loss of appetite, and chronic nausea. Another common reason for liver imbalances is excessive, whatever that says, found in products like intake. It may seem harmless, but too much can damage your liver by causing free radical damage. So the optimal level is 3 to 5% of your total testosterone should be free. If at 1000 nanograms per deciliter, it should be 30 to 50 nanograms per deciliter. Signs of low free testosterone. So free testosterone, I'm repeating all of those things a lot because for you to remember, it's about repetition, repetition, repetition. So it's unbound form of testosterone that binds to receptors. You can have high testosterone, 1000 nanograms, but you can have high SHBG and low free T, and you can still have low testosterone symptoms. Elevated LH, low libido. So elevated LH, meaning because your body needs free T, so your LH is being spiked to increase testosterone production, but because your SHBG levels keeps binding it, you might have a lot of total T, but your free T is low, so your LH keeps being spiked because your body needs free T. Low libido, low physical function, slow walk speed. This is a crazy one, but you'll notice when you optimize your hormones, you walk properly. But when you depressed, you just walk slow, low energy, struggling to add lean mass and strength, struggling to lose fat and adding the pounds easily, struggling to get or maintain an erection, hair loss, hot flashes, low bone density, insulin resistance, testicular shrinkage, trouble sleeping, brain fog, depression, anxiety, low confidence, feeling you're not getting out of life what you want. And you can experience all those signs. And on your blood test, if you just got total testosterone tested, it could be high. And then what is aromatization? Aromatization is the process that converts your testosterone into estrogen. So you have testosterone here, you have aromatase, the enzyme, and it can convert into estrogen. There should be, I'll see it on a sec. So aromatization, this is a natural process your body goes through to maintain homeostasis. Homeostasis meaning balance. The reason that this process is called aromatization is because aromatization is named after the chief enzyme involved in the conversion, aromatase. While aromatization mostly occurs in the male body, it also occurs naturally in the female body as well, if testosterone levels become out of balance. The male body only produces about 5 milligrams of testosterone a day naturally. This small amount of testosterone will naturally come along with a small amount of estrogen production to maintain the optimal testosterone to estrogen ratio. Aromatization mostly occurs when a large fluctuation of testosterone production occurs, such as when anabolic steroids are injected. The large amount of testosterone will be seen as an excess by the human body, and aromatization will occur in an attempt to balance the new testosterone with a higher amount of estrogen. Aromatase is the enzyme responsible for converting testosterone into estrogen. A scary finding is that aromatase has been connected to the development of chronic diseases like cancer and autoimmunity. So let's get into the next steps. What are optimal testosterone levels? So let's get into them. So optimal testosterone levels. So 0 to 500 nanograms per deciliter is considered low testosterone. So how do you get this tested? You get this tested by going to your GP, general practitioner, your doctor, and getting a blood test. I'd rather a blood test than a finger prick test, because I've had tests done a day and the next day, and the results were completely different, so it's out of whack. And the thing I mentioned earlier, I'd rather you get it tested here, the one I mentioned previously, and I actually got this pathway from here, and things like that. But if you do get a blood test done, do it this way. So 0 to 500 nanograms is considered low testosterone. This is where you experience all the low testosterone symptoms. Low libido, no morning wood, low sex drive, no drive motivation, hard to build muscle, hard to drop fat, brain fog, emotional, erectile dysfunction, low metabolism, constantly cold. Because the byproduct of cell respiration is heat, and the byproduct of cell respiration is more pregnenolone. So less of that is less heat, which equals less testosterone. So it all ties in together. Also, beta male tendencies. Beta, if you know what that is, you know. So these are the current states that I mentioned in week 1. And other low testosterone symptoms with studies backed up: reduced muscle tone, little to no vascularity and increased fat, muscle weakness, impaired balance, low confidence, depression, no motivation, little competitiveness, emotional instability, greater remorse, cognitive impairment, unrealistic goal setting and self-defeating behavior, low libido, small testicles, insulin resistance, higher pitched voice with an uneven tone, brittle bones, causes dry skin and rapid skin aging, elevated inflammation, reduced glycogen stores, impaired exercise performance. So those are the signs of low testosterone. 500 to 700 nanograms per deciliter, this will be considered normal testosterone levels. You will still experience some of the low testosterone symptoms. And then 700 to 1000 is high testosterone. Here you experience all the benefits of high testosterone: high libido, daily morning wood, high sex drive, motivation, easy to build muscle, drop fat, mental clarity, calm and collective, optimal blood flow, high metabolism, warm all the time, confident, also alpha male tendencies. So it's the ones I mentioned with the masculine characteristics. And 1000 plus, this is where everything is optimal. And this is some of the testimonials that guys are getting. So it is possible to get that from low 200s to over 1400 to nearly 1400. Here was it to 1200. So very powerful stuff. Most guys will probably not experience this in their lifetime because this is very hard. This is not easy. So this is about the earwax thing that I mentioned about why blood tests are not optimal. And those are the pathways. So when it comes to this, if you wanted a blood test done, go right ahead. If you want to see where you're at right now. But you don't have to, because I'll go over checking your heart rate properly and your temperature. And based on that, because that will tell you what your metabolic rate is. And when you know your metabolic rate, you know cell respiration, more Pregnenolone. So the pathway. So a heart rate and a temperature you can check every day, but a test can be done one time. And there's so many variables of like, you get a test done now. And when you do get it, if you do want to do it at 7 a.m. in and around that time, because that's when it's the highest. And the problem with that is like little anxiety. Oh, the next day I'm getting a test done, or you can't fall asleep because you're excited to get a test done. Small things like that can really affect your testosterone levels. Men who compete in the MMA, for them to legally be on testosterone, they overtrain, they undersleep, and they get to the point within a few days when they get their test done to showcase that they have low testosterone, and then they can legally by their doctor get on TRT. They have all these loopholes. So I'm just making you aware of why just measuring testosterone levels is not the most optimal thing, and it'll be better to do this. And when you do get this done, post it in the community and we'll go over all the results there. So those were the optimal testosterone levels. Now, let's get into DHT, which is a derivative of testosterone. This is the big boy that fundamentally, this is what you want to prioritize. This is the DHT, DHT stands for dihydrotestosterone. So this is what I wanted to show you, which was testosterone. It can get converted into estrogen. This is not here, but it can get converted into DHT by the 5A reductase enzyme, which we'll be covering right now. It is a hormone that is derived from testosterone, another male sex hormone, also androgen. DHT is a topic of a debate among men. Some consider it a bad hormone because it's linked to hair loss and prostate enlargement. I'm a great example of that because I fixed my hairline, mentioned in the previous lessons, boosting my testosterone. So how does that work? On the other hand, some see it as the ultimate male hormone because it's more potent than testosterone. DHT has 2 to 3 times higher affinity to the androgen receptors, staying bound and active in these receptor sites much longer than testosterone, about 5 times longer. It's also more androgenic, more anabolic, while testosterone is better at building muscle. So DHT is more for the characteristics, calm and collective, that assertiveness, confidence. When you ever use things like pine pollen, which I'll go over in the supplementation section, which contains DHT derivatives, when you take it, you feel that confidence. You just want to, it's such a weird feeling, like you just want to have your chest out constantly. It's such a interesting, when you use those things, it's so interesting, and you know what I mean if you ever do use it. What's puzzling about these claimed side effects is that hair loss and prostate issues tend to become more common as men age, even though androgen levels generally decrease with age. So if DHT were the sole cause, one might wonder why all young men don't have prostate problems. DHT is a controversial hormone, even though it's a male hormone of the male hormones and a lot more androgenic than testosterone. Some are still scared that high levels of it could lead to hair loss and prostate enlargement. So serum androgens associated with prostate cancer. I'm just going to show you some studies about, so you're not scared of DHT. Prostate cancer is the most common cancer among American men, but only a few risk factors have been identified. Androgens, which influence hair growth, have been suspected to play a role in prostate cancer. A study was conducted to investigate if hair patterning is associated with prostate cancer risk and hormonal profiles. The study included 350 male subjects, and while hair patterning did not differ between cases and control, significant hormonal differences were detected. Prostate cancer cases had higher levels of free testosterone than controls, while controls had higher levels of DHT. So now you're probably thinking, so free testosterone is bad for me. Well, no, because free testosterone can be converted into estrogen. So this is rooted in, the guy probably had another thing with the aromatization. The aromatase enzyme is located in your fat storage. So if you're above 15% body fat, I'll talk more about that in the nutrition section, but if you're above 15% body fat, a lot of that fat, a lot of that testosterone that you produce, which will get converted into estrogen. That's why when you do quick tactics like no fat or like whatever supplements and your body fat is high, a lot of that testosterone is being converted into estrogen. So first lose the body fat. And if they have high free testosterone, which is converted into estrogen, and in my opinion, the prostate enlargement is due to estrogen, and this is why. Well, controls had higher DHT, so DHT is not the issue. Men with vertex and frontal baldness had higher levels of free testosterone, indicating that increased levels of free testosterone may be a risk factor for prostate cancer. This is going back to estrogen. More research is needed to determine if hair patterning could be a viable biomarker for prostate cancer. Long-term effects of DHT treatment on prostate growth in healthy middle-aged men without prostate disease. Treating with DHT for 24 months does not affect prostate growth positively or negatively, but it leads to decrease in bone mineral density in the spine, not the hip. These results have significant implication for the use of non-steroidal pure androgens in older men. So now you're thinking DHT is bad because I'm going to lose my spine. This is why you need discernment when leading these studies, because these people are injecting and giving artificial DHT. Why? There's a reason why it has low DHT, because DHT increases energy. When your nutrition supplementation is out of whack and you're spiking your DHT, which increases your energy, there's a higher need for things like calcium. But if you're not supplying that, you're going to spike parathyroid hormone. And parathyroid leaches calcium from the bone, there's a decreased bone mineral density. So you need to look at these with discernment as well. So the reason why this is happening, because more energy, not proper nutrition, things like that. So there is a difference between artificially increasing DHT and producing it in the body. So if those side effects above are possible, if those even are side effects, if you properly look at it, why would anyone purposely want to increase the DHT hormone? DHT is necessary for growth of body hair and linear beard growth. Unlike testosterone, DHT cannot be converted into estrogen by the aromatase enzyme, so it's safe. Exogenous DHT administration is known for its mood, energy, and confidence-boosting effects in men. By increasing CAMP levels in tissue, DHT stimulates lipolysis, fat burning, and thyroid function. Although DHT is not highly anabolic when it comes to muscle growth, it still promotes muscle gains by increasing nervous system and muscle strength. DHT and testosterone are responsible for all masculine body and facial characteristics, wide jaw, broad shoulders. Increased DHT levels are strongly linked to higher brain GABA levels, promoting a calm alpha male relaxation in any situation, calm and collective, grounded. DHT, being the primary androgen in male sexual organ, is even more potent than testosterone at promoting libido and erection quality. So this is how the hormone is made. In your body, there are 3 different types of an enzyme known as 5-alpha reductase, type 1, 2, and 3. These enzymes have the capability, depending on their type, to transform testosterone into DHT. This conversion occurs in various parts of the body, including the penis, testicles, skin, nervous system, and several organs like the liver, kidneys, and brain. Typically, this conversion accounts for about 5% of the total testosterone produced. Furthermore, one of the weaker adrenal androgens called androstenedione can also be directly converted into DHT by the action of 5-alpha reductase enzyme. This conversion is more noticeable in women than men, so women do have some small amounts of DHT in their bodies as well. DHT can't be aromatized to estrogen and actually inhibits the aromatase and blocks the estrogen receptors, so DHT is powerful. Having high DHT will make you feel calm and collected, confident and non-intimidated by others, fearless but not reckless, protective of those you love, assertive, energetic, motivated, stress resilient, mentally quick and sharp. DHT also inhibits pre-adipose conversion to mature adipocytes, promotes apoptosis, cell death of fat cells. Basically, DHT helps destroy fat cells, promotes lipolysis and deoxidation, the release of fat from fat stores and the subsequent utilization thereof, inhibits lipolysis, so the formation of new fat, inhibits the aromatase, lowers estrogen levels, and inhibits vasopressin. This creates that dry, lean look as well as boosts confidence, as vasopressin promotes water retention, anxiety, and emotional and defensive behavior. Increases nitric oxide synthesis by increases ENOS, thus promoting vasodilation locally rather than systemically. How you can boost, so these are some of the steps that I can include right now, but we'll get more deep because fundamentally it's built on proper nutrition, training, lifestyle, and supplementation. So number 1 is drop fat. Increased body fatness will also break DHT down to a weaker metabolite. Number 2, boost testosterone, because 5% of your testosterone will turn over to DHT thanks to the 5-alpha enzyme. So testosterone is important. Train. Resistant exercise works also on skeletal muscle tissue to increase the basic DHT levels in rodents and tissue levels of 5-alpha reductase and DHT in humans. Apologies for that. And here are the studies linked here. Sprints. In young men, DHT goes through the roof acutely after sprinting. And in another study, it was noted that all anabolic androgenic hormones skyrocket with sprints, but it has to be an all-out sprint. To actually stimulate DHT production. Overall, when you activate a lot of muscle in a short period of time with a lot of effort. Intermittent hypoxia. So this is an interesting one. I'm just showcasing you some studies and I'll tell you what I feel. It has been studied in animals that intermittent hypoxia, short-term low oxygen exposure, stimulates testosterone production by upregulating cyclic adenosine, whatever, camp, and testicular enzymes. It has been also shown that hypoxia activates androgen receptors in human type tissue 1. Lastly, low oxygen states have been shown to increase the turnover rate for testosterone to DHT in skin and hair follicles and promote growth hormone release by increasing CO2 levels in the blood. I'm going to leave that right now, and you'll understand all of this in the lesson in micronutrients about oxygen and CO2. Number 6, more calories. Case study following a contest preparation for natural bodybuilding competition, the ruthless low-calorie diet accompanied by huge amounts of working out resulted in near castrate levels of hormones. Another study, likely closer to normal condition, had a group of men eating a caloric deficit, this many calories, 1,000 whatever, for 7 years and compared their hormones to men who ate at the caloric maintenance. As to be expected, the long-term restriction of calories has caused the calorie restriction group's testosterone levels to be 31% lower than the normal caloric intake guys had. The researchers didn't test for DHT, but if T drops by that much, it's likely that DHT also took a hit. Researchers found out that caloric restriction was also associated with significant drops in dihydrotestosterone levels. Number 7, soy, everyone's favorite. It's worth noting that soy isolate has been found to lower dihydro production, DHT. So if you're not a vegan, vegetarian, consider getting the bulk of your protein from animal sources, preferably red meat and other ones I'm going to be mentioning in the week on nutrition. Eat organic. So several pesticides have been found to disrupt testosterone levels, DHT conversion, and 5-alpha reductase enzyme activity in the body. And then number 9, here are some 5-alpha inhibitors. So the enzyme that converts testosterone into DHT. So these things mess with that conversion. So in foods, nearly all polyunsaturated fatty acids, we'll be talking more about that in nutrition. Foods high in beta-sitosterol, so these are the studies. Foods high in lycopene, soy, pumpkin seeds, green tea, curcumin, supplements, fenugreek, sop, palmetto, dim. Even though people use this to lower estrogen, but it lowers DHT, drugs, finasteride, the SSRIs, so on and so forth, and other plastics, bismethyl A, many pesticides and things like that. Blue 25, red 11, orange 1, so all these weird chemicals. So that being said, this is it when it comes to testosterone and androgen hormones. Hopefully you kind of have a greater understanding on how it works and what you're trying to accomplish and how everything works within your body and how everything affects itself. In the next lesson, we're going to be revealing the rest. So in the next lesson, we're going to be talking about T3, thyroid hormones, and how that affects everything for you to have a greater picture. And I truly believe that this week is very important for you to have a great understanding of why. So when you do things, it makes sense and you can create your own tactics because you understand the principles. So that being said, I'll see you in the next lesson. What's going on? Aleks here, and in this lesson, I'm going to be talking about thyroid hormone. So in the previous lessons, we talked about endocrinology, meaning what hormones are, what neurotransmitters are. In the previous lesson, we covered testosterone, DHT, and how that works. And in the previous lesson, I also discussed how you need thyroid hormone to even produce testosterone. So in this video and in this lesson, that's exactly what I'm going to be explaining to you for you to really understand the importance of thyroid, why it's so important. So that being said, let's get into it. So first things first, why do you need thyroid hormone? So the fundamental role of the thyroid hormone is to energize cells, providing them with the necessary energy and efficiency to carry out their specialized functions, preventing them from being solely focused on growth and consumption, much like plants, amoebas, and fungi. If we examine some past experiments involving developing frog eggs in an aquarium, when the eggs hatch, researchers either introduced an anti-thyroid substance or a small amount of thyroid hormone into the water. When the anti-thyroid chemical was introduced, the tadpole failed to develop into a frog, showcasing how thyroid is needed for, to create structure, efficiency, specialized functions, things like that. Conversely, when thyroid hormone was added, the newly hatched tadpole transformed into a small spider-like frog about the size of a fly. This demonstrates that the thyroid gland, which provides energy, enabling cells to consume oxygen and generate a substantial amount of energy, is crucial for cells to fulfill their functions. So thyroid is needed for proper function. However, if thyroid function is triggered too early, the emphasis shifts away from growth. Without thyroid function, the primary focus is on growth, but in humans, this can lead to issues such as tumors and abnormalities, or things like, cancer, things like that. And when you see nowadays, people they just look like a blob. They just look there's no structure. They look all the same. There's fat everywhere. They lack to develop those proper facial features, that symmetry and things like that. Energy production forms the foundation of all organized life, making the thyroid gland, in essence, the principal gland. If the pituitary gland, often referred to as the master gland, is removed and thyroid hormone is administered, animals in some cases lived up to 10 times longer than usual, typically at least twice as long as normal, as long as they received an adequate supply of thyroid hormone. An inflammatory state typically indicates that something has gone awry. In many cases, doctors rely heavily on the level of pituitary thyroid stimulating hormone, TSH, to diagnose thyroid function. TSH triggers various inflammatory processes, but having a sufficient amount of actual thyroid hormone can completely suppress the pituitary gland, effectively turning off most of these harmful inflammatory processes. Thyroid hormones energize the liver so that it can detoxify all the unessential. If your liver is not getting enough sugar, glucose, or it doesn't have enough selenium, which is a mineral, it is unable to convert T4 to T3. Some of these things that I'm saying right now don't make sense, but just listen up, because everything will make sense. I'll go over T4, T3, TSH, what all those things mean. When you're under stress or in a caloric deficit, this is one of the reasons why T4 doesn't convert to T3. Your body is not getting enough glucose to convert T4 into T3. Energy production in the proper way is really what shapes everything. The body is constantly renewing itself moment by moment. Overnight, people have measured that there is a 60% turnover of brain substance in one night, just because the brain has a high metabolic rate. If you aren't renewing yourself at a high rate, you're allowing errors to accumulate. One of the reasons thyroid and other problems get worse over time is that our diets on average contain a significant amount of thyroid inhibiting substances, especially the polyunsaturated fatty acids that are found in things like fish oils and vegetable oils. The French did a series of studies that really defined how that works. Long ago, people knew that polyunsaturated fats blocked proteolytic enzymes, which are digestive enzymes, like pepsin. And in this French series of studies, they saw that the first effect of too much polyunsaturated fats is to block the ability of the thyroid gland to secrete the hormone. So PUFAs, polyunsaturated fats, stop the actual thyroid gland to stop producing T4 and T3 by breaking down the thyroid globulin. Then if the thyroid manages to secrete it by chance, the transport of it, the proteins, is inhibited in proportion to this unsaturation. The fish oil's many 5 and 6 unsaturated bonds are the most powerful, almost total inhibitors of thyroid transport. The ionic acid with 3 double bonds inhibits about 50%, and the onelic acid with 2 double bonds inhibits it by 30%. So it's proportional to the number of double bonds. You'll learn more about the double bonds, what all that means, in the week on nutrition, specifically in the lesson on fats. The responsiveness of the cell to thyroid is inhibited to the proportion of the amount of unsaturated fat. Carnitine as well, even though it's not a fatty acid, it's highly unsaturated and it has the same effect of interfering with thyroid function just because of this series of unsaturations. The accumulated unsaturated fats in the body turn on other anti-thyroid processes. So it isn't all immediate and direct, but makes you more susceptible to turning on prostaglandins, which promote inflammation and increase the tendency to produce lactic acid. Simply speaking, lactic acid is created, that burn in your muscle, that's created in a time where there's inadequate oxygen. And it's a fast way for your body to produce energy, but it's a stress response. But for your body to recycle that, it needs to spend energy. So it can be problematic, especially if you're low thyroid. And they interfere, apart from the thyroid, with the mitochondria oxidative energy production. After you're 30 or 40 or so, everyone has accumulated enough of the polyunsaturated fats to cause a whole range of metabolic problems. Because when you consume PUFAs, they get stored in the body. And when you're under stress, you use that as energy and it causes issues. Hence why when you're trying to lose body fat, you need to have a protocol in place to parachute the damage of the polyunsaturated fats, which I'll cover later in the lessons. For instance, melatonin raises estrogen levels and decreases progesterone levels. Thyroid does the opposite. Hashimoto's was known as the enlargement of the thyroid gland caused by infiltration of white blood cells. Some of these things are just points for you to get a grasp, and then I'll be expanding and going over everything specifically. Liver is the primary organ for breaking down estrogen. Once estrogen is broken and metabolized in the liver, it's put in the bile. And the gallbladder is going to secrete the bile into the small intestine. Then the bile will go through the digestive tract. All the junk should be carried out with the bowel movement. If the endotoxin burdens the liver and we have bacterial overgrowth in the small intestine, that's going to affect how we detoxify estrogen. There's a certain bacteria that can create enzyme that can actually reactivate estrogen and allow your body to reabsorb and recirculate estrogen, which will end up in the organs and tissues. Thyroid hormones are the most important for fertility. And the thing about that's just showcasing how important gut health is. And I'm going to be talking about how to attack that properly. Another thing, if you have issues with hyperthyroid, let's say your thyroid is super high, like in the sense of your heart rate is like 130 constantly. using things like cabbage juice can really fix that. But that's just a random point that I wanted to include. Right. So that's why we need thyroid hormone. Hopefully that makes sense. And I'm going to expand on it much more. Some more specifically thyroid hormones explained. The thyroid gland produces several thyroid hormones that play important roles in regulating metabolism and various physiological processes in the body. The main thyroid hormones include thyroxine, T4, I don't even want to pronounce that, T3 or T3, which is reverse T3. Then we have free T4. Then we have free T3. Then thyroid stimulating hormone, TSH. These are the primary thyroid hormones and hormones related markers commonly measured and discussed in the evaluation of thyroid function and thyroid disorders. Monitoring these hormones helps diagnose and manage conditions such as hyperthyroidism and hyperthyroidism. So T4, free T4 and total T4 are two different measurements used to assess thyroid function, specifically the levels of T4 hormone in the blood. Total T4 measures the total amount of T4 in the bloodstream, including both the T4 that is bound to proteins in the blood and the T4 that is unbound or free. Most of the T4 in the blood is bound to proteins, primarily thyroxine binding globulin, TBG, but also to albumin and prealbumin. Bound T4 serves as a reservoir, and only a small fraction of total T4 is free, unbound form. Free T4 measures the unbound or free form of T4 in the bloodstream. This is the biologically active form of the hormone that can readily enter cells and exert its effects on metabolism and other psychological processes. Free T4 levels are considered a more accurate reflection of the thyroid's ability to produce active hormones that can influence metabolic processes. T3, it's the same thing, just like T4. There's total and there is free. It's the same thing. Same explanation. Then we have reverse T3. So T4 under stressful conditions turns into reverse T3. So reverse T3, commonly as or T3, is an inactive or biologically inactive form of the thyroid hormone T3. It is produced in the body as a result of the conversion of T4 into reverse T3. The conversion of T4 to or T3 occurs mainly in the liver, but other tissues can also contribute to this process. Unlike the active form of T3, or T3 does not have the same metabolic effects in the body. It does not bind to thyroid hormone receptors on cells and does not stimulate the metabolic processes associated with thyroid hormones. Instead, reverse T3 is often considered a blocking or competitive molecule because it can occupy the receptors but does not activate them, effectively reducing the overall thyroid hormone activity in the body. The production of reverse T3 can be increased in certain conditions, such as during periods of illness, stress, or severe calorie restriction. It's there to protect you. Imagine you had a lot of thyroid hormones and you need to burn calories. That's a stress response in case there's wintertime, famine, stress. So your body sends that out to lower your metabolic rate. Increase stress hormones like serotonin. The body may prioritize the conversion of T4 to or T3 in these situations, reducing the availability of active T3 to conserve energy. This is believed to be a protective mechanism to prevent excessive metabolic activity during times of stress or illness. There you go. Thyroid stimulating hormone, TSH. It is a hormone produced by the pituitary gland, anterior specifically, which is a small gland located at the base of the brain, just like the one that's responsible for producing LH and FSH. TSH plays a crucial role in regulating the function of the thyroid gland, which is a butterfly-shaped gland located in the front of the neck. two primary functions of TSH is to stimulate the thyroid gland to produce and release two important hormones, T4 and T3. The secretion of TSH by the pituitary gland is tightly regulated by a negative feedback loop. You'll know exactly what I mean in a sec. When the level of thyroid hormones in the blood are low, the pituitary gland releases more TSH to stimulate the thyroid gland to produce more hormones. Conversely, when thyroid hormone levels are high, the pituitary gland reduces its production of TSH to decrease thyroid hormone production. Measuring TSH levels in the blood is a common diagnostic test used to assess thyroid function. Abnormal TSH levels can be indicative of thyroid disorders such as hyperthyroidism or hyper. Let's look at what Ray Peat has to say on TSH. So it's an interesting take that most people don't even see. So these are all quotes from Ray Peat. So in recent years, the normal range for TSH has been decreasing. In 2003, the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists changed their guidelines for the normal range to 0.3 to 3.0. But even though this lower range is less arbitrary than the older standard, it still isn't based on an understanding of the psychological meaning of TSH. Overall, this is why you have to be so careful with the reference ranges that they give you within the tests, because you need to realize that the health industry is governed by business. So if they have an opportunity to change the reference range for them to put you on a subscription of a certain medicine that you need to be subscribed for the rest of their life, they will do that. And this is where righteousness is important. There's a lack of righteousness in the industry, and this is what's happening. Over a period of several years, I never saw a person whose TSH was over 2 who was comfortably healthy. And I formed the impression that the normal or healthy quantity was probably something less than 1. Some critics have said that most physicians are treating the TSH rather than the patient. If TSH is itself pathogenic because of its pro-inflammatory actions, then that approach isn't entirely useless. Even when they treat the TSH with only T4, which often isn't well converted into the active thyroid, T3, just to explain that, when you're supplementing with thyroid, if you're only taking T4, that's a problem, because if you're supplementing with thyroid, you're probably in a low thyroid state, which means one of the reasons is that you're not converting T4 into T3 in the liver. So if you start taking T4, it doesn't matter because it's inactive and you have an issue converting T4 into T3 in the first place. But in some cases it can help a bit, like it said, which often isn't well converted into the active T3, but the relief of a few symptoms in a small percentage of the population is serving to blind the medical world to the real possibilities of thyroid therapy. TSH has direct action on many cell types other than the thyroid and probably contributes directly to edema, swelling, fibrosis, and mastocytosis. If people are concerned about the effects of TSH deficiency, then I think they have to explain the remarkable longevity of the animals lacking pituitaries. Deckel's experiments, or of the naturally pituitary deficient dwarf mice that lack TSH, prolactin, and growth hormone, but live about a year longer than normal mice. Until there is evidence that very low TSH is somehow harmful, there is no basis for setting a lower limit to the normal range. Some types of thyroid cancers can usually be controlled by keeping TSH completely suppressed. Since TSH produces reactions in cells as different as fibroblasts and fat cells, pigment cells in the skin, mast cells, and bone marrow cells, it won't be surprising if it turns out to have a role in the development of a variety of cancers, including melanoma. During the night, at the time adrenaline and free fatty acids are the highest, TSH usually reaches its peak. Just to explain that, every 15 minutes that you're awake, no, every hour that you're awake while it's dark, cortisol levels increase by 15%, which means adrenaline increases, which means free fatty acids are released into the bloodstream, which increases stress hormones. And this is why TSH increases, because thyroid hormones decrease, and TSH is the signal to increase the need for thyroid. TSH itself can produce lipolysis, raising the level of circulating free fatty acids. This suggests that a high level of TSH could sometimes contribute to functional hypothyroidism because of the anti-metabolic effects of the unsaturated fatty acids. The metabolic rhythm should correspond to the light-dark rhythm, because darkness is a basic biological stress, and sleep is protective against the stress of darkness. Since TSH has many maladaptive effects and raises along with prolactin and cortisol during the night, some thyroid taken at bedtime helps to reduce the stress, moderating the TSH rise while keeping the blood sugar from falling too fast. Ice cream, for instance, which is high in sugar, fat with little protein, at bedtime has a similar effect, reducing the rise of adrenaline, cortisol, with the result that the morning cortisol peak will be lower, preferably below the middle of the common range, and then it should decline in the afternoon. TSH is a promoter of inflammation, not only in the thyroid gland, but in blood vessels, bone marrow. It happens to be activated by stress, oxygen-deprived conditions of the cells. It's one of the mediators of the oxygen-deficient stress condition, along with estrogen, prostaglandins, cortisol, and nitric oxide. Now let's get into the blood work. If you want to get blood work done, let me go over this. TSH. This study in healthy people concluded that healthy TSH levels are likely below 2, and anything above that may be indicative of a metabolic problem, especially elevated cortisol. TSH must be below 0.4, as close to 0. All the effects of TSH are harmful, because ultimately you want low TSH, because TSH is inflammatory in itself, and you want high thyroid hormones. TSH is only high when your body is not using or producing enough T4 and T3. Total and free T4. Ray Peat's perspective, he suggests that a total T4 level in the range of 10 to 12 micrograms per deciliter and a free T4 level in the upper half of the reference range and preferable around the 3rd or 75th quartile. The reason why you want to look at both total and free T4 is because you want to see how much T4 your thyroid is producing, as well how much of it is free. Traditional medical references ranges for total T4 and free T4 may vary slightly between laboratories, but generally fall within the following ranges. And overall, when you do get tests done, and I'm going to go over other ways to test your thyroid hormones without the blood tests, post them in the category section and I can comment over them, total and free T3. T4 is converted to T3 by D101 and D102 enzymes. The liver produces about 70 of our active thyroid hormone by converting T4 into T3, but it can provide this active hormone only when it has adequate glucose. Your liver needs glucose to convert T4 to T3. That's indicating it's summertime, there's enough glucose, there's no fruit in the environment. According to Ray's perspective, he suggests that a total T3 level in the range of 150 to 220 nanograms per deciliter and a free T3 level in the upper half of the reference range and preferable around the 3rd or 75th quartile. Someone can have high T4 but low T3. Common causes are nutritional deficiencies and stress and lack of glucose. As mentioned above, I don't think I mentioned anything above. Did I mention something above? Oh no, here. Yeah, but there. So I can bring that back. Traditional medical reference ranges for total T3 and free T3 may vary slightly between laboratories, but they generally fall within the following ranges. Also, aspirin has been shown to displace T3 from albumin, thus enhancing free T3 and thyroid hormone uptake into tissue. Hence why there's a lesson on aspirin later in the week. Then we have reverse T3. You want below 10 nanograms per deciliter, which blocks the effects of T3. No matter how high your total T3 is, if reverse T3 is also high, you will likely experience hypothyroid symptoms. Stress, overtraining, nutritional deficiencies, non-enriched lifestyle, under-eating, poor sleep, low-carb diets are common causes of elevated reverse T3. The reference range for reverse T3 may vary slightly between laboratories, but it generally falls within the range of 8 to 25 nanograms per deciliter. This is the aim. And it's about the ratios. So this is the blood tests. Okay. Another thing I want to discuss, an increased metabolic rate will increase the need for micronutrients. For instance, the reason why people take drugs and they feel so good is because it increases the metabolic rate. But the reason why they age so quickly, they get old super fast, is because they're burning through their micronutrients very quickly. So they're aging because they're synthetically doing that. But within the body, you have a natural system, feedback mechanism, which if there's not enough micronutrients, that's why your hormones go down. And it's like you don't have gas anymore, so it slows down, goes eco mode. You start losing hair, less energy, so on and so forth. So one of the reasons for low thyroid hormones could be, and most of the time, micronutrient deficiencies. Let's get into the thyroid pathway. The two main thyroid hormones are called T3 and T4. When there are low thyroid hormones in the cell, blood, the hypothalamus creates TRH, thyroid releasing hormone. This goes to the anterior pituitary located under the hypothalamus. The pituitary gland begins to stimulate TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone. TSH works its way to the thyroid gland and starts producing T4, 80%, and T3, 20%. This is called the HPT axis. T4 makes its way to the liver, which is then converted to T3, only if there's enough glucose and micronutrients. Once it reaches its destination in the body, it is acted upon by the iodinase enzyme. This enzyme cleaves off an iodine molecule and turns T4 into T3. Because T4 has 4 iodines, T3 has 3 iodines. So the enzyme removes one of the iodine for T4, converting it to T3. T3 is more active form of the two main thyroid hormones, and it acts as a regulator of energy use within the cell, among many other things. T3 is extremely important for proper overall metabolic function and for our cells to function optimally. T3 is said to be around 4 times more potent or powerful than its precursor T4. T3 enters into the cells and it finds its way into the nucleus of the cell. The nucleus holds the DNA of the cell. When T3 enters into the nucleus, it acts upon what is known as TH or elements. This allows T3 to have control of the expression of the genes that have these elements. And then reverse T3 would be the opposite. Some examples of these genes regulated by T3 are growth hormone, uncoupling protein. This is why you get super warm when your thyroid hormones increase, fatty acid synthesis, prolactin, TSH, things like that. So this is how it works. Hypothalamus, TRH, anterior pituitary, which signals TSH to stimulate the thyroid to produce T4 and T3. When there's enough in the bloodstream, it signals the TRH to stop producing TSH. TSH at high levels is inflammatory. Once you want to keep this down, but this high. And this is why thyroid is so important, because this is the pathway. Without T3, you can't produce Pregnenolone. So your body takes LDL cholesterol, vitamin A, and T3 and produces it Pregnenolone. Also, T3 is needed with oxygen and glucose to produce energy, which is ATP, and carbon dioxide and water. So T3 is super important. Once you produce, I'll go over gases more in the next week. And then from cholesterol, this is Pregnenolone, and then you produce testosterone, which is here. So without this, you can't have this. This is why thyroid is so important. So you might hear things like hypo and hyperthyroid. The thyroid gland doesn't produce, hypo is the thyroid gland doesn't produce enough thyroid hormones, primary T4 and T3, to meet the body's needs. Hyperthyroidism, it occurs when the thyroid gland produces an excessive amount of thyroid hormones, leading to an accelerated metabolic rate. A lot of people think that they have hyperthyroidism, but in reality it's just hypo, but they're just running on stress hormones. The following signs and symptoms can indicate your thyroid function may be low. So fatigue, increased sensitivity to cold, constipation, dry skin, weight gain, puffy face. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Muscle weakness, elevated blood cholesterol levels, muscle aches, tenderness and stiffness, pain, stiffness or swelling in your joints, heavier than normal or irregular menstrual periods, that's more for women, thinning hair, slowed heart rate, depression, impaired memory. Hyperthyroidism leads to you overthinking. So when you have a dead body, right? I'm going on a different tangent. They done experiments when someone's dead, they're super stiff, right? So what they did was they inject ATP, which is energy, into an area, and it relaxes, showcasing that you need energy to relax. The reason why you get a cramp is when you have muscle fibers, it doesn't take energy to contract, but it takes energy to relax, right? That's why if you're hyperthyroid, you find it hard to fall asleep, relax. Another thing, it's in your mind. When you're hyperthyroid, your mind is like tight, so it can't relax. So a lot of the reasons, well, it is the reason why people get cramps. Their mind is racing, stressed, is because of hypothyroidism. So now, how to measure thyroid function besides blood tests? So in the 30s, it was standard medical practice to have a little apparatus to allow the person to lie down, usually with an empty stomach, and to breathe oxygen for 2 minutes. And they would measure how much oxygen was used. Going back to the thing I showed you, how you need T3 and oxygen to produce energy, and the byproduct is CO2. So they would measure the amount of oxygen that you're consuming to measure how much thyroid you have. And people who had the standard symptom of low thyroid function would often only consume half the normal amount of oxygen. That usually went with their hands and feet being cold, and their core body temperature being below normal, and their heart rate being somewhat slower than normal. As they looked at the more biochemical indicators, they saw that cholesterol was almost invariably high in proportion to the reduced consumption of oxygen and lower body temperature. The increasing cholesterol was like a mirror image of the decreasing metabolic rate and thyroid function. And if you'd give a thyroid supplement to someone with excess cholesterol, it would immediately come down exactly in relation to the increasing oxygen use. So it's going back to this. If you have low thyroid, you're not consuming oxygen because this isn't happening. Same with the cholesterol. If you're not producing Pregnenolone with T3, you're storing up cholesterol, right? Keratin, which is a precursor to vitamin A, excess was another identifying feature. The doctor would look at a person's palm of the hand, looking at the calluses. Hypothyroid person typically would have cold and pale hands, usually with orange areas where the skin was thickened in the calluses. That's because vitamin A is used directly in proportion to your metabolic rate, protein turnover, and thyroid function. If your thyroid is low, you barely use your keratin, hardly converted to vitamin A. so the keratin typically would accumulate enough to show up as orange in the areas where the skin was thick. And in the ovary, it was found that the normal corpus luteum, or the yellow body where progesterone is made, in these women who are hypothyroid, the corpus luteum would be dark red because of the accumulated beta carotene, and that carotene would block the production of progesterone, causing amenorrhea in the typical hyperthyroid women. Another method was called the Achilles reflex relaxation test, which is basically this, hitting it there. And it's going back to the thing I discussed before, you need energy to relax. A person kneels on a chair so their toes hang loosely, and your thumb, the Achilles tendon, so the calf muscle twitches. And sometimes the low thyroid person wouldn't have really any reflex that you can see, but if they do have a reflex, so their toe twitches out. The hyperthyroid person's muscle relaxes even so slowly that their foot returns like a jerky relaxation. In a hypothyroid state, your brain takes longer to relax, preventing you from sleeping optimally. The slow relaxation of the calf muscle is an indicator of hypothyroid. Thyroid allows you to pick up oxygen efficiently and oxidize it completely. The lack of thyroid, when you stimulate a muscle cell, it will use its oxygen inefficiently. It will allow calcium to enter the cell and keep it in the excited state. It will tend to produce lactic acid rather than carbon dioxide. CO2 produced under the influence of the thyroid is needed to carry the exciting calcium out of the cells and allow the cells to relax. When the thyroid hormone is stuck to the albumin protein, which is the main protein in the blood, it has no trouble at all getting into the cells, taking the thyroid into mitochondria and nucleus. Another thing is temperature. Waking must be 97.8 and after breakfast it should be 98.6 or 36.4 to 37 degrees Celsius. For every 1 degree below the ideal body temperature, it is said that the metabolism is decreased by about 6%. The ideal time to measure is right upon waking in the morning and 20 to 30 minutes later. The ideal range for heart rate should be around 75 to 85 beats per minute. Anything below that inhibits proper circulation to the body in its entirety. The best way to measure this is by taking your heart rate after checking your waking temperature. If you do not have a heart rate monitor, then you can easily find an app that uses the camera and flashlight on your phone to measure it. It will not be 100% accurate, but will allow you to measure the progress and have a baseline number. Measuring the amount of thyroid in the blood isn't a good way to evaluate adequacy of thyroid function, since the response of tissues to the hormone can be suppressed, for example, by unsaturated fats. In the 30s, accurate diagnosis was made by evaluating a variety of indications including basal oxygen consumption, serum cholesterol level, pulse rate, temperature, bowel function, and quality of hair and skin. A good estimate can be made using only the temperature and pulse rate. Oral or armpit temperature in the morning before getting out of bed should be around 98, and it should raise to 98.6 by mid-morning. This is not valid if you sleep under an electric blanket or if the weather is hot or humid. A person who is hypothyroid produces heat at a low rate but doesn't lose it at a normal rate, since there is less sweating and the skin is relatively cool. Many hypothyroid people compensate with high adrenaline production, sometimes 40 times higher than normal, and this tends to keep the skin not cooked, especially on the hands, feet, and nose. High adrenaline is the consequence of low blood glucose, so a feeding of carbohydrates such as a glass of orange juice will sometimes lower the pulse rate momentarily. Healthy populations have an average resting pulse of about 85 beats per minute. Especially in hot weather, it is useful to consider both temperature and pulse rate. When the liver is the main cause of hypothyroidism, your temperature, and especially the temperature of your nose, hands and feet, will fall when hungry. and will race when you eat carbohydrates. If a hypothyroid person has a very slow pulse and feels lethargic, it seems that there is little adrenaline. In this case, a feeding of carbohydrate is likely to increase both the pulse rate and the temperature, as the liver is permitted to form the active T3 hormone. Basal body temperature is influenced by many things besides thyroid. The resting heart rate helps to interpret the temperature. In a cool environment, the temperature of the extremities is sometimes a better indicator than the oral or eardrum temperature. How to monitor thyroid status. A lot of the things I'm going to be talking about this in the nutrition section in the metabolic rate lesson. So here's one. Take your temperature. Measure up to 7 times per day upon waking, before and after breakfast, before and after lunch, before after dinner. Okay, temp is 64. Optimal is 37 after breakfast for the rest of the day. Temperature patterns. If your temperature is high when you wake up and you eat something and it decreases, that means you're running on stress hormones and the food decreases the stress response. If the temperatures are fluctuating throughout the day, it's adrenal overstimulation. If your heart rate is low or temperature, this is talking about both heart rate and temperature. If you wake up and your heart rate is low and you eat something that increases, that means your liver glycogen stores were depleted throughout the night, and when you woke up, you were in a depleted state. So when you had some glucose, it increases the metabolic rate. If you woke up and the temperature and heart rate was high, and you ate something, I'm trying to redo everything in my mind. So when you wake up and you temperature heart rate is high and you eat something and it decreases, it stops the stress response. If you wake up and your temperature and your heart rate is normal, between 80 to 86 and the regular temperature, and you eat something and it decreases, the food that you ate caused the stress response. So that's another thing to pay attention to. Another thing you can check is this. How fast does the blood refill in your fingers? Let's say you eat something and you notice your hands are getting colder. Whatever you ate gave you a stress response. So looking at those variables as well. But we'll be talking more about it in the metabolic rate section. Another few points I want to put out is the late Dr. Broda Barnes introduced the basal temperature test as an easy way to determine adequate thyroid function. It's important to do an oral temperature test. The oral temperature is measured with an oral digital thermometer after arising. Women should do this during their menses to ensure missing the rise of temperature during ovulation. The morning oral temperature after rising should be this. It should then raise to 98 between 11 and 2 p.m. and the resting daytime pulse should be around 85 beats per minute. The national average is around 72. If your pulse is less than 80, you may have an underactive thyroid. However, a hypothyroid person with high adrenaline can have a pulse of as high as 150. Babies have a pulse greater than 100 until around the age of 8 years, when the pulse slows down to around 85. I'm going to go over that in a sec. Dr. Peat says that the idea of a slow pulse being healthy is folklore. Thyroid needs increase during the cold, dark winters, and decrease during the warm summer days when there is more sunlight. In addition to the season, any kind of stressor hinders thyroid function. Another thing, when someone has a pacemaker, which is the thing that regulates heart rate for people who need that, when they set it at a heart rate of 60, and older people would have the pacemaker, they would have the regular old people behavior. When they set it to 80 to 86, they start acting like youthful individuals, showcasing how important that is, because the higher heart rate increases the blood flow, which increases the amount of glucose getting into the brain and your function, right? Okay. So we already discussed that. Thyroid effects on other hormones. So cortisol and aldosterone. Aldosterone is a stress hormone that raises when your sodium levels are low. We'll go over more of that in next lesson. Production and the clearance rate thereof are dramatically increased by hyperthyroidism and decreased by hypothyroidism. However, it has a much shorter half-life in the system due to increased clearance, thus exerting a weaker action. So thyroid increases you getting rid of stress hormones. Cortisol is also more rapidly converted to cortisone, its inactive form. Testosterone DHT production is dramatically increased in hyperthyroidism, and their clearance rate is decreased. The most dramatic increase was noted for DHT, with plasma levels increasing by 8 to 10 times over the average values found in thyroid men, normal thyroid men. The data on testosterone was pretty similar to DHT, decreased clearance and a slight increase in free T. Conversion of testosterone to its weaker metabolite androstenedione is significantly decreased, but the conversion of andro to testosterone is increased twofold. There was an increase in SHBG, but free T is still greater during hyper than regular. SHBG also decreases the metabolic clearance rate of testosterone. There is accelerated conversion of estrone and estradiol into estriol, which is the weakest of the estrogens and is often used as a final form to be excreted in the urine. High TSH due to hypo also increases prolactin. The increased SHBG will help bind free estrogen and excrete it through the urine. Estrogen clearance in the body is increased during hyperthyroid. Thyroid hormones and vitamin A work synergistically. Hypothyroid is not only due to low thyroid hormones, but could also be due to low conversion of T4 to T3. Hyperthyroid also increases androgen receptors, decreases estrogen receptors, inhibits the aromatase, decreases androgen binding proteins, increases protective hormones. When the testes are damaged by oxidative stress, thyroid hormones help to repair the damage by generating new Leydig cells. Hypothyroidism in an adult is associated with severe intellectual defects, abnormal balance, and defects in fine motor skills, plasticity, and deafness. T3 synthesizes testosterone in the Leydig cells of the testes, which increases testosterone production. T3 inhibits the aromatase effect. Meaningless testosterone gets irreversibly converted to estrogen, resulting in more T3, free T. T3 upregulates androgen receptors, more receptors for testosterone to bind to. High cholesterol equals low thyroid hormones because it's not being utilized. Ways to optimize thyroid hormone. Obviously, everything in the course, but here are some things I want to cover. Eating enough calories and carbohydrates, so T4 can be converted to T3. Eating good salt, so you have enough electrolytes and micronutrients. Enough sleep. Avoid fasting, because when you're fasting, you're in a hypoglucose state, so you don't have enough carbohydrates to convert T4 into T3. Fixing micronutrient deficiency, so you can actually properly convert everything and all the cofactors are in place. Not overtraining, under recovering, because your stress hormones are high. When your stress hormones are high, your protective hormones are low. Avoid endurance training, because endurance training teaches your body to create a metabolic rate which preserves energy, which slows down your heart rate and temperature. We'll go over more that in the next lessons, aiming for this temperature and heart rate. Calcium to phosphorus ratio should be higher. Sunlight, good health, eating frequently, filter water, stay warm. One thing I want to discuss as well is coconut oil. So this is from Peat. So, although I had stopped using the unsaturated seed oils years ago and supposed that I wasn't heavily saturated with toxic sick unsaturated fat. When I first used coconut oil, I saw an immediate response. That convinced me my metabolism was chronically inhibited by something that was easily elevated by dilution or molecular competition. I had put a tablespoon full of coconut oil on some rice I had for supper, and half an hour later, while I was reading, I noticed I was breathing more deeply than normal. I saw that my skin was pink, and I found that my pulse was faster than normal, about 98, I think. After an hour or two, my pulse and breathing returned to normal. Every day for a couple of weeks, I noticed the same response while I was digesting a small amount of coconut oil, but gradually it didn't happen anymore. And I increased my daily consumption of the oil to about an ounce. I kept eating the same foods as before, including a quart of ice cream every day, except that I added about 2 to 250 calories per day of coconut oil. Apparently, the metabolic surges that happened at first were an indication that my body was compensating for an anti-thyroid substance by producing more thyroid hormone. When the coconut oil revealed the inhibition, I experienced a moment of slight hyperthyroidism, but after a time, the inhibitor became less effective and my body adjusted by producing slightly less thyroid hormone. But over the next few months, I saw that my weight was slowly and consistently decreasing. It had been steady at 185 pounds for 25 years, but over a period of 6 months, I dropped to about 175 pounds. I found that eating more coconut oil lowered my weight after a few pounds, and eating less caused it to increase, showcasing that calories in versus calories out, there's more to the madness. And what he means exactly is his thyroid hormones were suppressed, so the thyroid gland was producing more to compensate. When you took the coconut oil, it stopped whatever was preventing, messing with the thyroid hormone, but the thyroid hormone still remained the same, which was high. That's why the heart rate increased a lot and the temperature increased a lot and he felt good. There's one thing Ray Peat said also once, where when you're fixing your thyroid hormones, initially you might experience very, very high heart rate, but you'll feel super amazing because your metabolic rate is high, but will come back to normal at a stance. If you're worried about that it's high, it's going back to the cabbage juice, which will lower it down. Another thing, dark melatonin, TSH, lowers energy. One of the things, tooth health is a byproduct of proper thyroid function, calcium, carbon dioxide, and vitamin D. I remember I used to struggle with teeth a lot when I was younger, constantly teeth falling out, constantly being sore. Now I have no issues with teeth. And this is one thing that I wanted to cover, how you want to base your understanding of health based on individuals that are healthy, which children are. Children are super healthy. When they're born, their heart rate is between 110 and 160. Their heart rate is super fast because their metabolic rate is so fast. And this is one of the theories, if you want you can read it, I'm not going to do it here, why children don't remember their thoughts, because they're so high on life, they're so present in the moment, and their heart rate is so high and they feel so amazing. So that being said, this was the lesson on thyroid hormone. And this lesson, hopefully you understand why you need thyroid, why it's important for your metabolic rate, how to measure it, the signs of low thyroid, and how to attack it. This lesson was more primarily for you to understand the concept. And in the later lessons, I'm going to be going over how to fix it and things like that. So that being said, I'll see you in the next lesson. What's going on? Aleks here, and in this lesson, I'm going to be talking about the youth hormones, specifically the 3 youth hormones, also known as protective hormones. If you ever hear me talking about protective hormones, this is exactly what I'm mentioning, and that's what I'm meaning. So before I get into those hormones, let me just give you some context. So since the protective hormones depend upon the ability of the mitochondria, which is the cell, to convert cholesterol into pregnenolone, it is clear that damage to mitochondria will affect our supply of protective hormones at the same time that our energy supply is falling. So basically meaning, if you do anything that causes damage to mitochondria, which is stress, consuming the wrong foods, whatever it is, if you're creating damage to the mitochondria, which is needed for you to convert cholesterol into pregnenolone, thus you're messing with protective hormones, and at the same time your energy will fall. So the reason why you have low energy production is because of that. Forcing use to shift to the atrophy producing stress hormones, which we're going to be talking in the later lesson, including cortisol. Simple factors which protect the mitochondria are known to have profound therapeutic effects. So you'll notice if you ever supplement with these hormones or you do the right strategies to optimize these hormones, you're going to feel so much better. And this is something that no one ever talks about. And from these protective hormones, that's how you produce testosterone and DHT. So without looking at those, you will not understand true testosterone optimization. In the healthy organism, cholesterol is constantly being synthesized. So if you're healthy and you have a high metabolic rate, your body is constantly converting LDL cholesterol into protective hormones, especially when you're a child, and constantly converted into steroid hormones. Steroid hormones, also known as hormones that are produced from cholesterol. Even vitamin D would be considered a steroid hormone because it's synthesized with cholesterol and in the liver into the bile salts that are secreted to emulsify fats in the intestine. Thyroid hormone and vitamin A are used in the process of converting cholesterol into pregnenolone. This is why it's so important to fix micronutrient deficiencies, especially vitamin A, and looking at thyroid hormones, which we looked in the previous lesson. The immediate precursor of progesterone and DHEA. Anything that interfered with these processes would be disastrous for the organism. The supply of cholesterol, thyroid, and vitamin A must always be adequate for the production of steroid hormones and bile salts. When stress suppresses thyroid activity, increased cholesterol probably compensates to some extent by permitting more progesterone to be synthesized. To produce pregnenolone, thyroid vitamin A, and LDL cholesterol have to be delivered to the mitochondria in the right proportion and sufficient quality. Normally, stress is balanced by increased synthesis of pregnenolone. So when your stress increases, pregnenolone increases to fight against it, which improves the ability to cope with stress. Lipid peroxidation resulting from the accumulation of unsaturated fatty acids, iron, and energy deficiency. So those three things, which is unsaturated, like polyunsaturated fats, which we'll talk about more. Iron. So iron is very damaging because iron catalyzes the oxidation of polyunsaturated fats and an energy deficiency, so you don't have adequate energy, damages the mitochondria and ability to produce pregnenolone. When pregnenolone is inadequate, cortisol is overproduced. When progesterone is deficient, estrogen's effects is largely unopposed. When both thyroid and progesterone are deficient, even fat cells synthesize estrogen. So I hope this kind of makes sense, because when you're not producing enough energy, so on and so forth, just a simple thing as this. Your fat cells produce estrogen, and the estrogen then aromatizes your testosterone, and it's just this big negative feedback loop. So your body takes T3, active thyroid, LDL cholesterol. There's different types of cholesterol, and I'm going to be talking about that in nutrition section on fats. And vitamin A, I'm going to be talking about that in the next week. And this is the pathway. So this is here, the vitamin A, LDL cholesterol, and T3 here, and produces into pregnenolone, right? So let's get into pregnenolone firstly. So I made these lessons super basic, just to cover the basics. In the week on supplementation, I'm going to be diving way deeper into each one of those things because it's more important then. Now it's just for you to understand the context. And then when I'm going deeper into pregnenolone, even again, I'm going to be talking about how to supplement with it when you want to use it, so on and so forth. So now it's just simplifying so you understand endocrinology and the hormones. So pregnenolone, it's like a superhero in our body that helps make many important hormones. A long time ago, people didn't know how powerful it was because they tested it on healthy young animals who already had plenty of it. So when you're young and healthy, you produce a lot of pregnenolone. Hence why children have so much energy, they recover so quick. And as you age, you produce less of it and you produce more stress hormones. And this is probably why you're here, because you're experiencing that. So it didn't seem to do much. Like if you were to give a child a supplement of pregnenolone, it wouldn't do anything. But later, when they tested it on sick or stressed people, they found out it could do lots of good things. But big drug companies didn't really like it because it couldn't be patented since it's natural. So they made synthetic versions of hormones and sold them as medicines, even though they had bad side effects. Natural pregnenolone is like a guardian for our bodies, especially when we're young. It helps balance out other hormones like cortisol and estrogen, which can be troublemakers if there's too much of them. Pregnenolone keeps them in check, and when you're young and healthy, taking pregnenolone doesn't change much. But if we're stressed or older, it can help bring our hormones back to normal levels. In older rats, it made their memory and performance better, and it seemed to have the same effect in people. Pregnenolone is also a big deal in our brains, because our brains are high in protective hormones to protect it. Like our vital organs have a lot of protective hormones. It helps protect brain cells, keeps emotions in check, and makes us feel stronger and ready to face challenges. Some people say it even makes your face look better by improving blood flow to the skin and tightening certain cells. It might also help with joint mobility, lung health, and eyesight. And it can prevent tumors caused by estrogen. Our bodies turn pregnenolone into other protective hormones like progesterone and DHEA. When we're about 30 years old, we make about 30 to 50 milligrams of pregnenolone each day. You can take it as a pill, and even a small amount can work for a whole week. It's like a superhero that helps our bodies work better by making other glands like the thyroid work properly. So that's pregnenolone. So when you look at the pathway, that's pregnenolone. Then it can get converted into progesterone or DHEA, which is this one here. So pregnenolone is converted to progesterone by the 3-beta hydroxysteroid dehydrogenase. So I'm not going to go over this because it's not really that important, but I still wanted to include it for the people that want to know what this enzyme does. But the enzyme is very important for, progesterone conversion, corticosteroids, which is, you have different types of hormones. And I'm going to be talking about that more in the next lessons. But yeah, this is here. And yeah. So it uses that enzyme. Pregnenolone is converted to progesterone by that enzyme. It is an enzyme that plays a critical role in steroid hormone biosynthesis, particularly in the production of several important hormones in the body. Next, progesterone. A long time ago, people discovered a hormone called progesterone that comes from the ovaries. They used to think it was mainly important for making babies and helping them grow safely inside their mothers. But actually, progesterone is like a superhero hormone that protects our body in many ways. And one of the reasons is women produce a lot of progesterone when they're pregnant. And the reason why that is because to protect the baby. Hence why women can get that progesterone glow when they're pregnant. They look more youthful because the hormone is super protective. Our brain has a lot of progesterone because it helps keep it safe. The thymus gland, which is super important for our immune system, also relies on progesterone. When our body doesn't have enough progesterone, it makes too much of another hormone called cortisol, which can be bad for us. It can cause problems like osteoporosis, skin aging, brain cell damage, and fat buildup in certain places. Progesterone is like a shield against stress, and it helps us feel less anxious, improves our memory, and even prevents seizures. It helps our heart and blood vessels work better, keeps our veins healthy, and makes our skin look younger. It's like a helper for our bones and joints, and it can even help with some immune system issues. For women, if they have ovaries, progesterone helps those ovaries work well and also keeps other glands like the thyroid healthy. If the ovaries are removed, they need to take progesterone to make up for what's missing. Plus, having enough progesterone can lower the risk of certain types of cancer. So it's not just for pregnancy. It's like an all-round protector for our bodies. Some people think it's only for women, but even men have a bit of it in their bodies, and it can be helpful for them too. You can take progesterone with vitamin E, and it can get into your body pretty fast, especially if you put it in your mouth or on your gums. But if you swallow it with food, it takes a bit more time to work. So progesterone is another one of these protective hormones. And same with this one, I'm going to be talking about it in the supplement section when it comes to supplementing and how to use it and going into more detail. So progesterone can be converted into, so you have it here, using this enzyme. And then gets converted into this one, pregnenolone, 17-OH pregnenolone. And then with this enzyme, converted into DHEA. So it's this one here. So this enzyme, an enzyme called desmolase, converts pregnenolone into another intermediate hormone called 17A, this one here. So there's a lot to this, but I'm trying to keep it as simple as I can. So yeah, this is the pathway. So we started with this. It starts here, then it goes into this, then it goes into this, then it goes into this, and now we have DHEA. So DHEA is a special substance in our bodies that does many different things, but it doesn't have just one main job. It's found in different parts of our body, like the brain, and it's made by some organs like the adrenal glands and the skin. When we're young, we have a lot of DHEA, but as we get older, we have less and less of it. Specifically, in old age, we produce only 5% as much as we do in youth. This is about the same decrease that occurs with progesterone and pregnenolone. So you're seeing a trend that the older you get, the less of it you produce. And especially nowadays, and like I mentioned at the start, the reason behind it is because the mitochondria is being under stress and it's damaged. So the reason why you're experiencing the symptoms that you're experiencing right now is because you're not producing these protective hormones. Some hormones like cortisol start to become more dominant as we age. And that can cause problems because they use up our body's resources without rebuilding them. DHEA helps protect our bodies from these harmful hormones. For example, when we're stressed or not eating enough, our skin can become thin and weak, just like too much cortisol can do the same thing. DHEA helps stop these bad effects and helps our bodies repair itself, and it can even make our bones stronger and help with conditions like osteoporosis and arthritis. DHEA also helps our immune systems and can fix some problems caused by other hormones like estrogen. It's also known to protect against cancer, although we're not exactly sure how it does that. In some experiments with rabbits, DHEA even helped cure diabetes by helping the cells in the pancreas that make insulin to grow back. It can also help our cells use sugar better and give us more energy. And when we're young and our bodies make our bodies make about 12 to 15 milligrams of DHEA every day. And as we get older, it makes less and less. Taking around 4 milligrams of DHEA per day when we're 50 years old can bring our DHEA levels back to what they were when they were young. But it's important not to take too much because it can turn into other hormones like estrogen, and it can be bad for our liver and thymus gland. Even with DHEA, I'm going to be talking about supplementation, but DHEA is a hormone that can actually suppress. Pregnenolone, supplementing with pregnenolone or progesterone will not suppress your own production, but DHEA can to an extent. So I'm going to be getting into that later in this supplementation week. Some studies have shown that too much DHEA in the brain might be linked to Alzheimer's disease, so we need to be careful with it. It might be safer to use other supplements like Pregnenolone and Thyroid to help our body make the right amount of DHEA. So, the DHEA, so this is the conversion. So, DHEA can be converted into testosterone through a series of enzymatic reactions. Primarily the gonads, so testes in men and ovaries in women, and in some peripheral tissues. Here's a simplified overview of how DHEA is converted into testosterone. So DHEA is a hormone produced by the adrenal glands and to a lesser extent by the gonads, so testicles. It serves as a precursor for several sex hormones, including testosterone. Conversion to androstenedione, DHEA is converted into an intermediate hormone called Aleks. This conversion typically occurs in the testicles, particularly in the testes in men and ovaries in women. The enzymatic reaction responsible for this conversion is often referred to as DHEA conversion. Conversion to testosterone, so andro, which is one step closer to testosterone in the biochemical pathway, is further converted into testosterone. This conversion is catalyzed by an enzyme known as this one here, which was the same one here. Additional metabolism. Once formed, testosterone can undergo further metabolism in various tissues. Testosterone can be converted into other androgens like DHT or can be aromatized into estrogen in tissues such as fat tissue. That's why I'm going to be talking about and teaching you how to drop fat properly, because if you're over 15% body fat, it's going to affect you. It's important to know that the conversion of DHEA to testosterone, as well as the subsequent metabolism of testosterone, is tightly regulated by the body's endocrine system. Hormonal signals from the pituitary gland, such as the LH and FSH, play a role in regulating the production of testosterone. This conversion process is a crucial part of the body's hormone synthesis pathway and is responsible for the production of testosterone, which plays essential roles in male sexual development, reproductive health, and various psychological functions in both men and women. So DHEA, this enzyme here, same as this, into this one here. So let me see here. this, convert it into this. Then this enzyme here, 17B, gets converted into testosterone, right? And it's not here, but then it can get converted into DHT, which I showcased to you. Or testosterone can be converted into estrogen by the aromatase enzyme, as you can see here. Hence why everything must be done properly, and just looking at testosterone won't do the trick. What do I mean by that? And I mentioned this earlier, a lot of guys just look at testosterone. What herb can I get to boost my testosterone? What can I do to boost my testosterone? A lot of the time, and in some cases, the reason why guys have higher testosterone levels is because they're stopping this enzyme. So it's a 5-alpha reductase inhibitor. So then you have more testosterone, but you're missing out on DHT, which the benefits are much greater. So on and so forth. So that being said, I hope this makes more sense. The picture is greater. And how do you actually boost these hormones? So I'm going to be talking about it in the next upcoming weeks. So it's basic things like optimizing your mitochondria, proper energy production, so the metabolic rate, fixing your micronutrient deficiencies, training properly, keeping your body fat low, lifestyle protocols, using other supplements if you have to, and really attacking it correctly how it's supposed to be. And I'm going to be showing you exact steps. But in this week, I'm showcasing you so you understand what's going on within the endocrinology, and you have a greater picture, and you have an understanding when you're doing things. Because if you're just following tactics, it will only take you so far. But when you understand the principles, these principles will last you a lifetime. And every time when you have good principles, you stand firm. Just like when you know the gospel, someone can come to you and present you a different fact. You're still standing because you have good standing point in it. But if you're just doing tactics, some guy can give you another tactic. Oh, this sounds cooler. So you're driven by emotion. But now you understand the principle behind how that makes sense. And you'll understand it more when I talk about why cold showers, doing them every day is not good, because cold showers is a stressor. Fasting is a stressor. So it's messing up with the energy production. So now you understand why this is happening, why fasting is bad, why overtraining is bad, because you're literally messing with the entire cycles, right? So yeah, that being said, this was a lesson on the youth hormones, and I'm looking forward to teaching you more on the stress hormones and serotonin and things like that. What's going on? In this lesson, I'm going to be talking about the authoritarian personality. So specifically in this lesson, I want to go over the concepts of an authoritarian personality, the opposite to that, and talk about things like learned helplessness, which is a state in which a lot of individuals are in to a certain degree. And if you're going through this course, you've probably experienced this sometime in your life, and some individuals going through this course are probably full on experiencing this. So that being said, the main things and the concepts will be neurotransmitters, which is going to be serotonin and dopamine, and really having a true understanding between the two. And this lesson, if you're very new to Peat or my content, this is going to shock you, because a lot of individuals believe that serotonin is the happy hormone and serotonin is something that you want to increase. But in this lesson, I'm going to teach you quite the opposite. So that being said, let's get into it. Another thing I want to mention is, if you ever want to make a copy of the documents for yourself, you just go here, file, and make a copy. Because the documents everyone has access to them, but they're locked for you to edit. So if you do want to edit it or any documents that I do share or Google Sheets, make a copy, and then you can use it for yourself and edit it yourself. So that being said, what is learned helplessness? So it's a psychological concept that describes a situation where a person or animal feels powerless to change or control their circumstances, even when they actually have the ability to do so. It develops when individuals repeatedly face situations where they believe their actions won't make a difference, leading them to stop trying and become passive or helpless. In similar future situation, even if they could influence the outcome, it's like feeling stuck and unable to change things, even when there are opportunities for change. So let me give you an example. Let's say, especially coming from the Christian perspective, and I've talked about this previously, maybe more in the collaboration calls, where the prosperity gospel, you read scripture and you just pray and you wait for God to change your situation. But the situation is not changing, so you're in this state of learned helplessness. You're waiting for God to change the situation, so you're playing a victim and you're just waiting, but nothing's happening. So you are in a state of a stressor from which you cannot escape from. And that's where learned helplessness kicks in. And that's where your serotonin kicks in, your stress hormones kicked in. You might become more hostile, you're hyper-analyzing everything, your stress hormones go up. So that's a state of learned helplessness. It's a state in which you want to accomplish something, but you're either playing a victim, and that ties into the concept of playing the victim. When you're a victim, you accept the reality that there's nothing that you can do, and it's everybody else's fault about your current situation. So there's nothing you can do about it. But when you change that, this is why I talked about it at the start, when you change that perspective of you are not a victim and you can't change your current scenario, that takes you from that state of learned helplessness, because now you realize it's like a game of chess. If you ever lost in a game of chess, you know exactly that one point or any move, there was a certain move that I made a mistake, and this is why I am where I am. So you need to be in that perspective of I'm in control, and because I'm in control, I can make a change, so I'm not stuck, because if I keep trying, I'm going to get out of this. But a lot of individuals, could be from past trauma or just hormonal profile, they have a lower tolerance to this. So people with a lot of serotonin and who are in a state of learned helplessness, it could be a hormonal thing, because having higher protective hormone and testosterone makes you not give up, makes you want to push and have a higher stress tolerance and things like that. But yeah, a state of learned helplessness is a state in which you are under stress, whether it comes to your wealth, your health, or your relationships, and you've tried so many things for a long period of time, and you've accepted, I can't do anything about it. I can't accomplish the thing that I'm trying to accomplish. So you just give up. And one of the things that increases your serotonin is, let's say you undergo a task, even small things like that, you undergo a task and you don't finish it. That spikes your serotonin. But when you complete the task, that's what spikes dopamine. That's why it's so good to complete tasks. And if the task is greater, and the greater the task is, and when you do give up, the higher the serotonin will be. But anyway, I'll continue. Serotonin is always tied in with authoritarian personality, and it's characterized by the following. So authoritarian submission, for example. People with authoritarian personalities tend to submit to authority figures and follow the directives unquestioningly. So people who just follow what the authority pushes them and they just accept it as the word of God. They have a strong desire for order, structure, and clear authority figures to guide them. Authoritarian aggression. They often prone to aggressive and hostile attitudes, particularly towards those who are perceived as different or threaten to established social norms. This can manifest as prejudice, discrimination, and willingness to conform to group norms that promote discrimination. Conventionalism. Authoritarian individuals have a strong adherence to conventional values and traditional social norms. They prefer familiar and well-established customs, often resisting change or unconventional ideas. Reading this, one of the questions that might pop up is, wouldn't you say being a Christian is a form of authoritarianism? I would say no, because in the society that we live today, everything is anti-Christ. So you being Christian you're being anti-authoritarian. When you read scriptures and you read about the prophets was sent in times where there was a government run by wrong people that were ruining the society, and these prophets would come up. That's why a lot of them were killed or tortured or whatever it is, because they were talking against the authority. So being a Christian is a form of a non-authoritarian personality, which I'll go over what it is now. So in contrast to an authoritarian personality, is characterized by a tendency to question authority, value individual freedom and autonomy, and exhibit openness to new ideas and diverse perspectives. Non-authoritarian individuals are typically more willing to challenge established norms and traditions, and are less inclined towards aggressive or hostile behavior towards those who differ from them. They often prioritize individual rights, equality, and democratic principles. So that being said, individuals who have high serotonin would be more authoritarian, and people who are non-authoritarian would have lower serotonin. So what is serotonin? Let's get into it. So this document is quite deep. It's 23 pages long. So let's get into it. So serotonin is a neurotransmitter. Serotonin is created from the amino acid tryptophan by the enzyme tryptophan hydroxylase, TPH. There are two such enzymes, with type 2 being in the brain and type 1 being in the gut. Gut serotonin accounts for between 95 to 99% of the total serotonin in the body and brain. And brain serotonin is 1 to 5%. However, in abnormal conditions, up to 60% of the serotonin can be synthesized from tryptophan in the brain. Also, when the gut is irritated, gut serotonin production is dramatically increased. With that point there, I hope you understand how important gut health is. And if you're eating the wrong foods, if you're bombarding your gut health, that's increasing your serotonin by a lot. And when you're increasing your serotonin, lowers your testosterone, higher stress hormone, so on and so forth. Hence, why this week on endocrinology, it's not a lot about how to attack those things. It's for you to really understand the why behind when I do get into nutrition, training, lifestyle, and supplementation. Balanced neurotransmitters production is necessary for a healthy body. However, modern marketing for antidepressants drugs has convinced many people that they have a serotonin deficiency, when in fact evidence suggests that there is a population-wide excess of serotonin. Excess serotonin can lead to physical and psychological dysfunctions, such as the overproduction of stress hormones and learned helplessness, which has been linked to suicidal behavior. Because when you're in a situation from which you cannot escape from, the only solution is suicide. That's why these things start to meander, even if that's a good word to use it in your mind. To restore balance to the gut and brain and achieve feelings of well-being, it is important to lower serotonin production and increase natural production of neurotransmitters like dopamine and GABA. The idea that serotonin deficiency causes depression is inaccurate and fraudulent. There are mainly three ways that serotonin can become elevated in the brain. Firstly, through an increase in the synthesis of tryptophan hydroxylase 2. So you have a lot of tryptophan that's getting converted into serotonin. That's one of them. Secondly, by reduced monoamine oxide A function, which actually is it's an enzyme responsible for breaking down serotonin. So if there's a reduced function of this, there's the serotonin that is being produced, less of it is being broken down. And thirdly, by a decrease in serotonin transmitter, so the actual transmission of serotonin. Most of it is produced by the gram-negative bacteria, which is the lipopolysaccharide, which is a highly acylated, located on the outer shell of the outer membrane of gram-negative bacteria. So in your gut, you have bacteria called gram-negative bacteria, and the gram-negative bacteria have a shell, which is the lipopolysaccharide, also known as endotoxin. And this endotoxin sheds when you feed it or when you kill it. Hence why when you undergo a gut cleansing protocol, you might experience a Herx reaction for a couple of days where you brain foggy because you're killing off the bacteria. But a lot of people are experiencing that constantly because they're constantly feeding it, because you can experience the two either when you're feeding it or when you're killing it. You don't need to remember all of that because I'm going to be going over that more deeply in the nutrition section on gut health. So lipopolysaccharide is critical to maintaining the barrier function, preventing the passive diffusion of hydrophobic solids such as antibiotics or detergents in the cell. There is a correlation between endotoxin and peripheral tissue serotonin, which is linked to insulin resistance, diabetes, obesity, and anxiety. Peripheral tissue and organ contain liver and... Okay, so the outer tissue and organs, so when you have an organ, the tissue on the outside, for example, in the liver and lungs, has enzyme that kills serotonin. But when your thyroid hormone is low, you have less of that enzyme, so the serotonin can come into effect. So thyroid is responsible for being the agonist, the opposite to serotonin, right? It stops the serotonin from taking action on the organ. This process can be dysregulated if glucose metabolism is out of whack. So glucose metabolism, also known as cell respiration or high metabolic rate, high thyroid hormones. For that enzyme to work in the lungs, CO2 has to be present. CO2 is a byproduct of a high metabolic rate. So when you produce energy, the byproduct is CO2 because your body takes in oxygen, does its thing, produces ATP, which is energy, and also CO2. And CO2 has to be present for this to counteract the serotonin. Anyway, another thing, DHT, that's why androgens are so powerful, inhibits tryptophan hydroxylase, TPH1. So DHT is anti-serotonin. Serotonin is an energy modulator. Serotonin lowers brain metabolism. If the brain metabolism lowers by 20%, you start to see issues. Individuals with Alzheimer's and individuals who have brain issues, brain fog, all of those things, or even more deeper like schizophrenia, anxiety, that's all rooted in serotonin, and I'm going to get into more of that in a bit with studies and things like that. And serotonin is responsible for the metabolic rate in your brain. Emergency defense system, tryptophan hydroxylase is activated by estrogen and is inhibited by progesterone. So estrogen increases and activates the enzyme that converts tryptophan, which is found in things like turkey, chicken, egg whites. It's also found in things like red meat, but not as much. So estrogen increases but is inhibited by progesterone. I hope now you understand that essentially serotonin is not bad, or estrogen is not bad. I wouldn't label them as bad, but they're only coming into effect based on your environment. Because if you were to have a high metabolic rate, but you lack nutrients, micronutrients, foods, you're under stress, you would die, right? So it's just a mechanism in place. And now the idea behind what I'm doing is teaching you how to get rid of those things in your life that are causing for those hormones to play into effect. Anyway, when it comes to blood tests, more than 25 nanograms per milliliter serotonin in the blood is dangerous. Serotonin activates prolactin and cortisol. Another thing, if you were ever to get a blood test and you get estrogen, prolactin tested and you see estrogen is low, but prolactin is high, prolactin signifies the tissue level of estrogen and serotonin. So prolactin in the blood is a good way to check how high tissue level serotonin and estrogen are. When you have low thyroid, serotonin rises. TSH is partly increased by raising serotonin. There you go. The gram-negative bacteria in the outer shell, they produce lipopolysaccharides, aka endotoxin. When we have excess of endotoxin, it can get into peripheral tissues, and it also tends to lead to an excessive production of serotonin, which also gets into peripheral tissues. Serotonin in the brain is connected via the vagus nerve, which affects the brain. Positive gram bacteria deactivates endotoxin before it gets into the system. When it comes to this, there is interesting ideas behind it, but I wouldn't go about lowering endotoxin by trying to increase gram-positive bacteria, but focus on decreasing gram-negative bacteria. For example, carrots will attach to estrogen that is secreted into the digestive tract, and it prevents it from being reabsorbed. So estrogen can be flushed out through the bile or the urine. When it goes through the bile, there has to be a fiber to collect it and flush it out. Especially if you have low thyroid hormones, you have a more permeable tissue, digestive tract, so the estrogen can be reabsorbed into the system. Hence why it's good to have carrots in your diet. It will also attach to some gram-negative bacteria. Carrots will boost transit time as well. Activated charcoal will bind to heavy metals and gram-negative bacteria. You want a transit time of 12 hours. Walking for 60 minutes helps. Hyperthyroid leads to the inability to regulate water within the body. You will pee a lot when you're hypothyroid, which leads to constipation, or excess water that leads to diarrhea, which prevents you from assimilating the nutrients that you should be taking in. This leads to micronutrient deficiencies over time. This leads to nutrients passing too quickly or toxins being absorbed. Orange juice. You may or may not heard me talking about orange juice. Why is orange juice so powerful? Because orange juice has polyphenols that are found in orange juice, such as apigenin and naringenin. They inhibit the absorption of tryptophan, capable of inhibiting the enzyme tryptophan hydroxylase, which synthesizes serotonin from tryptophan. So it stops the enzyme that converts the tryptophan into serotonin. Most androgens and caffeine inhibit it as well. That's why I have a lesson on caffeine, and this is why androgens are so important. Androgens, steroid hormones like testosterone, DHEA. You want high serotonin sensitivity and a lower amount of serotonin. That's just a pathway. So as stress hormones rise, serotonin will rise as well. When you don't have sustained blood sugar throughout the day and you begin to experience a sugar crash, cortisol and adrenaline will spike. When they spike, you tend to see an increase in free fatty acid deposition in the bloodstream, so that we have an energy source to be used until we get more glucose into the system. When cortisol and adrenaline rise, serotonin and as estrogen rise as well. Liver health is important too. If the liver is not working optimally, you will not see good hormonal effects. You will see more endotoxin in the bloodstream, thus more serotonin and estrogen. Make sure the liver is healthy so it can deactivate / metabolize those different compounds. Serotonin lowers CO2 production. Serotonin will initiate glycolysis, which is the way of producing energy at a cheap way to get energy now. Just like when you're doing exercise, you feel that burn and you're producing lactic acid. That's glycolysis. Initiates an increase in lactic acid. High levels of lactic acid will decrease CO2. You need CO2 in the system to facilitate oxygen getting into the cell. Bohr effect. When you don't have the transfer of gases, the cell level, less oxygen is getting into the tissue, which lowers metabolism. So CO2. So Haldane effect happens in the lungs. So hemoglobin, which is the red blood cells, which is in the red blood cells, picks up oxygen in the lungs and delivers it to the cells. Hemoglobin will also carry CO2 for us to pick up oxygen in the lungs. When we breathe in air, that hemoglobin needs to have CO2 attached and exchange it for oxygen. This is called the Haldane effect. When a cell is producing energy, it's going to produce CO2. Then the oxygen in the hemoglobin will be exchanged for the CO2. For example, carbohydrates lead to 50% more CO2 per revolution through energy production. The serotonin receptors in the brain act as a... Okay, so I'll cover that. So basically, let me put it that way. When you breathe in oxygen, you breathe out CO2. So there's an exchange all the time. You breathe in oxygen, exchange CO2. So now you have the oxygen which had the Haldane effect in the lungs. That's the Haldane effect. Now the hemoglobin is carrying the oxygen into the cell. For the oxygen to get into the cell, there has to be a Bohr effect, which is an exchange as well. But that exchange only happens when the cell is producing energy through cell respiration. Because through cell respiration, the byproduct is CO2. One sec. Okay, so I just wanted to show this again. So, oxygen, glucose, T3, and the byproduct is carbon dioxide. So oxygen to get in, you get energy and CO2 as a byproduct. Hopefully that makes more sense. So, and then it gets in, and the higher cell respiration is, this is why carbohydrates increase CO2, is because carbohydrates increase the metabolic rate, so you're producing more CO2, so you get to take in more oxygen. This is why when I work with athletes who play sports, when you just get them to consume more carbohydrates, their respiration is better on the pitch, they can get in more oxygen there, their aerobic activity is better. Anyway, let's continue. The serotonin receptors in the brain act as a filter for the amount of stimulus that we're able to let into the system. Because if we didn't have a filter for the stimulus coming in with the reality around us, our biological systems wouldn't be able to keep up with the amount of stimulus that is being placed on them. Serotonin acts as a governor for that. It only lets in a certain amount of reality so that our biological systems can handle it. The more energy production you have, the more expensive your reality can be. You ever see those videos of when you were younger, reality was so colorful and colors more and more vibrant and all those things? That's serotonin, because when you're a child, your metabolic rate is super high, so your serotonin is low. And your reality can be more expensive. That's why everything's so colorful. As you get older, it decreases. So this is why you following this program, you will notice colors will be more vibrant. Reality just feels more better. Dreams become more vivid and more powerful. So on and so forth. That's why people who take LSD, which I'll get into in a bit, they see different things. The colors are more vibrant because LSD is a serotonin antagonist. It lowers serotonin. A healthy body requires balanced neurotransmitter production. Modern marketing for antidepressant drugs has been so effective at co-opting not just the medical community, but also the alternative health circles, calling it the happy hormone, even though it's not a hormone at all. Regulating bodies and the popular media that most people now believe that they are serotonin deficient, this could not be further from the truth. In fact, most evidence points to population-wide excess of serotonin, and this serotonin overload is responsible for myriad devastating physical and psychological dysfunctions. The easy shorthand narrative about serotonin deficiency causing depression is not just lazy, it's a fraudulent, completely inaccurate. Excess serotonin leads to overproduction of stress hormones such as estrogen, cortisol, and prolactin, and conditions the human body and mind to learn helplessness, a phenomenon that has been demonstrated in animal research to trigger disrupting acute suicidal behaviors. You don't need more serotonin, you need less. You must work to lower serotonin production while increasing natural production of vital neurotransmitters such as dopamine, acetylcholine, and GABA to restore balance in your gut and brain, which will give you the feeling of well-being, energy, and clarity you're searching for. I would be careful with this. GABA is what makes you feel more calm, relaxed. That's what makes you go to sleep. And that's what is responsible for shooting down the firing of your brain when you're going to sleep. And dopamine, I'll get into that. Okay, so only 10 years after Prozac, the blockbuster antidepressant drug, was approved for sale in the US by the FDA, the Globe reported that an estimate of 50,000 people had committed suicide because of using the drug. Prozac acts in the brain as a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, meaning it blocks the reabsorption of serotonin that is sent out from the presynaptic neuron, leaving more serotonin to flood the space between the two communicating neurons, also known as the synaptic cleft. This mechanism of action allows for more serotonin to bind to the postsynaptic neurons' receptor sites, propagating the action of serotonin further than it would normally go in a healthy brain, basically increasing serotonin. In a dreamlike state, with eyes closed, I perceived an uninterrupted stream of fantastic pictures, extraordinary shapes, with intense kaleidoscopic play of colors. After some 2 hours, these conditions faded away. By no means am I recommending LSD, but I'm just giving you a contrast of what low serotonin is, so you understand when you do get your serotonin to a low level, to a right level, you will experience more vibrant colors, things like that. LSD is a powerful serotonin antagonist. So antagonist means the opposite. Agonist would be with it. The best way to remember is antagonist, so it's anti, antagonist, it's against, agonist is with it. That's the best way for you to remember. LSD is a psychedelic drug which occasionally causes psychotic behavior in people who have not taken it. The first two generations of antidepressant drugs weren't the only thing that rose in popularity during this time, but also specific serotonin precursor supplements, namely the amino acids tryptophan and 5-HTP and the hormone melatonin. The MIT at Harvard doctor who discovered melatonin's hormone action in 1994 is quoted as saying that nobody should use melatonin as a dietary supplement due to known health risk associated with it, yet it continues to be sold over the counter, widely used by millions of men, women, and children. So melatonin is not good as well. Ray Peat said, misconceptions about serotonin and melatonin and tryptophan, which are metabolically interrelated, have persisted, and it seems like the drug industry has exploited these mistakes to promote the new generation of psychoactive drugs as activators of serotonin responsiveness. If LSD makes people go berserk, as the government claimed, then the production to amplify the effects of serotonin should make people sane. 90% to the tune. That's why your gut is called your second brain. The enteric nervous system, for a reason, it contains roughly 50 million neurons. So your gut is super important. Your gut-based enteric neuron system communicates neuronally to your brain via the spinal cord, and bacterially via production of certain gases to catalyze reactions and cascades within the body. Messing with gut function, especially neurally, is risky business. MAOIs were introduced by drug companies into the marketplace alongside the Menominize theory of depression in an attempt to artificially raise circulating levels of serotonin in the body. Researchers think this type of learned helplessness occurs for several reasons. So high serotonin levels tend to trigger the production of a lot of lactic acid, which I mentioned before, via glycolysis, which interferes directly with mitochondrial respiration. This slows the metabolic rate significantly, leaving the animal with diminished energy. The panic reactions, extreme muscle pain, hypertension, and heart failure are all correlated with high serotonin levels. Okay, so authoritarian personality. I covered that a bit, but let's get into it. Are characterized by harm avoidance behaviors, unquestioning submission to authority figures, passive aggression, and extreme obedience. All behaviors shown in scientific research to correlate with high levels of serotonin. Quite possibly the most extreme and disturbing example of serotonin's ability to induce authoritarian personality behaviors can be seen in studies demonstrating learned helplessness in animals. When exposed to excess serotonin levels, researchers can quite literally create learned helplessness in animals, which creates the perception of inescapable stress, pure hopelessness. Common studies demonstrate this with swimming scenarios, where the serotonin animal is placed in a water maze and forced to swim. The non-serotonin exposed control animals will continue swimming, potentially even for hours, in order to survive. That's another thing why Christianity is so powerful, just a side tangent. Because you understand you're saved by grace and faith alone. You're saved by what Christ did for you. If you're in a constant state of, every time I sin, I'm going to go to hell, you're in a state of learned helplessness. You rather just sit in a corner or not do anything because you're afraid to do anything. You're afraid to take risks because you're going to go to hell. But Christ did the work for you. So that's a good way to look at it. And this is why Christianity is the way. But when the serotonin group animals are placed in the water maze, they exhibit signs of extreme stress within minutes and subsequently give up trying, allowing them to drown. They have no capacity whatsoever to cope with the stress. Anti-authoritarian personalities, on the other hand, are expressed through high dopamine levels and low serotonin, and are characterized in the individual through risk-taking behaviors, lack of obedience, and a disregard for authority figures. One interesting thing to note is that after MAOIs were introduced in the 1950s, incidences of migraine spiked, especially in women. We now know why. Estrogen is an endogenous MAOI itself. The estrogen stimulates an increased rate of serotonin production. So when you're consuming all these plastics, phytoestrogen, soy, all those things, serotonin, the excess serotonin has a vasoconstrictive action, which means it constricts your blood vessels, decreasing blood flow to the brain, while veins and capillaries on the surface of the brain swell with blood, causing intense migraines and cluster headaches. SSRIs have been shown in ever increasing mountains of research to cause serious side effects that mostly serve to make the patient's condition worse, including worsening, so all these are studies if you want to look, worsening of bipolar disorder due to negative neuroplastic changes, no improvements in major depression, no difference between SSRIs and control after a year of treatment. Placebo provided better results in reducing suicide risk than SSRIs. 50% failure in trials, both published by the FDA and touted as 94% effective. Increased incidences of anxiety disorders, thyroid problems, increased stress levels, increased aggressive behavior, Alzheimer's risk, mitochondrial dysfunction, so energy production, thyroid, things like that. Increased estrogen levels, and authoritarian harm avoidance increase alongside higher serotonin and prolactin, increased fear and anxiety, migraines, higher incidences of vascular disease and hypertension, rapid decrease in blood flow to the brain. In cases of overdoses on SSRIs and 5-HTP supplements, people experience symptoms of serotonin symptoms with tremors, seizures, and heart failure. The antidote is anti-serotonin drugs, which will save the patient's life. Organs in the body, such as the liver and the lungs, actually have innate defense enzymes, such as indoleminine 2,3-dioxygenase, that are designed to destroy excess serotonin. However, in order for these enzymes to metabolize against serotonin properly, adequate carbon dioxide needs to be present. Therefore, the glucose metabolism is vital for lowering serotonin. Polyunsaturated fat consumption encourages the conversion of tryptophan into serotonin, one of the many reasons I recommend avoiding dietary polyunsaturated fats, PUFAs. The most common symptom of excess serotonin are high blood pressure, gut problems, and intestinal irritation, gynecomastia in men, aggressiveness, insomnia, low testosterone, low thyroid hormones, liver dysfunction, high stress hormone levels, depression, anxiety, sore muscles or joints behavior, passivity and harm avoidance, lack of creativity, hair loss, fat gain, low energy levels, all symptoms of hypothyroidism in general. Everything is connected in your body. And this is a good example of why people get addicted to things, drugs, whatever it is, because they're in a state of stress. And the only time that they feel freedom from that state is when they're undergoing these things, whether it's addictions, drugs, because when they're in that state, that's why it's well known that even things like therapy with MDMA or LSD have benefiting effects in some, because it kicks you out of that state of learned helplessness. And when you look at individuals who do struggle with sin or addictions and things like that, you have to look at these people with empathy, in a sense of they're probably going through something, and the only reason why they're undergoing the addictions that they're going through is because they're in a state of learned helplessness, right? So that being said, let's continue. So here's a link to one of articles from Rape, and there's a bunch of references, probably 20, 30, and I just summarized it here. Medical writings required a different set of skills than scientific reports because it considers the limited knowledge of the public, which is influenced by public relations. The medical and pharmaceutical industries create a positive view of their products, shaping the public's worldview even before advertising them directly to consumers. So the medical and pharmaceutical industries create a positive view of their products. SSRIs, you've probably seen other ads, it's the happy hormone, shaping the public's worldviews even before advertising them to consumers. Serotonin is a very good example of that. The specific receptor doctrine was created and sustained by the drug industry to appeal to a 6th grade educational level. Serotonin was first discovered as an amine in the intestine in the 1930s and later found to affect blood vessels, with researchers discovering that LSD interfered with its normal action. Excess serotonin can cause symptoms similar to those in people with certain intestinal tumors, and hormones like estrogen can increase serotonin levels. Migraine headaches and associated symptoms are caused by an excess of serotonin, which can reduce energy production and interfere with glucose use. The brain of people with Alzheimer's disease have a decreased ability to metabolize glucose. Alzheimer's disease may be more likely to occur in individuals with high serotonin exposure and high cortisol levels, or the harm avoidance personality trait. To reduce the absorption of endotoxin and serotonin, it's best to avoid fermentable fibers and starches and eat fibrous foods that contain antibacterial chemicals. Theanine, found in green tea, progesterone, thyroid, and niacinamide can help to reduce serotonin formation or accelerate its elimination. Some fruits, including bananas, pineapples, and tomatoes, contain enough serotonin to produce psychological effects in susceptible people. Progesterone, thyroid, and niacinamide, not those types, are other safe substances that help to reduce serotonin formation and or accelerate its elimination. Ketones can be used to provide energy to the brain and heart, and supplementing with thyroid hormone can normalize serotonin levels. Potatoes are almost unique among the plant materials. Root, the liquid part found in between the starch grains, happens to have the equivalent of amino acids besides some protein, keto acids. They can be used as fuel for the brain and heart as a sustainable substitute for sugar or fatty acids. Ideal anti-stress fuel. By attaching an ammonia group, they can be turned to essential amino acid as needed. Cook the potato juice just like scrambled eggs. So basically, you blend the potato and the juice, you get rid of the fiber, but you keep the juice, and you cook the potato juice as is if it's a scrambled egg. And there were stories that Peat said on a podcast how there was an individual who struggled with sleep. He couldn't fall asleep, just had issues with sleep, and he did that, and he fell asleep as he was consuming the food because, and I'll get more into that into the lesson on sleep. For your body to sleep and for you to even have the ability to relax, you need energy. A lot of people think that sleep is like when you're resting, you're not wasting energy. No, sleep and relaxation is a very energy demanding process. That's why people who have issues with the metabolic rate, they're always anxious, they're overthinking, they're tense, you know? So yeah. Tryptophan, serotonin, and aging, another article. This passage discusses the effects of amino acids, specifically tryptophan, on the body and its potential implication for aging and degenerative diseases. The author urges that the public has been misled about the benefits of free amino acids and prejudiced protein, and that whole proteins are more effective than free amino acids. The author suggests reducing dietary tryptophan and polyunsaturated fats, as well as anti-estrogenic interventions and other protective measures to slow the aging process and prevent degenerative diseases. On the tryptophan-poor diet, the amount of serotonin in the brain decreased. When brain serotonin decreased, the levels of testosterone in male animals increased. Lower serotonin, tryptophan, higher testosterone. More than 20 years ago, a chemical that inhibits serotonin synthesis was found to tremendously increase libido. The metabolic rate, eating more without gaining extra weight, and ability to regulate body temperature are increased by early tryptophan deprivation. This study, so when you deprive yourself from tryptophan, metabolic rate increase. The ability to oxidize sugar is impaired by serotonin, and several drugs with anti-serotonin actions are being used to treat diabetes and its complications. such as hypertension, obesity, and foot ulcers. Stress, exercise, and darkness increase the release of free fatty acids and so promote the liberation of tryptophan and formation of serotonin. Carbon dioxide, high altitude, where there is more CO2, thyroid, progesterone, caffeine, aspirin, and decreased tryptophan consumption protect against excessive serotonin release. When sodium intake is restricted, there is a sharp increase in serotonin secretion. This accounts for some of the anti-inflammatory and diuretic effects of increased sodium consumption. Increasing sodium lowers both serotonin and adrenaline. Additionally, the author recommends including glycine and saturated fats in the diet to reverse fibrosis in certain conditions. It is important to address multiple factors simultaneously for the best results. I think these facts imply that excessive tryptophan, estrogen, and polyunsaturated fats contribute significantly, maybe decisively, to the degenerative changes that occur in aging. Next article. The author of the passage suggests that misconceptions about the brain's serotonin system have been exploited by the drug industry to promote new psychoactive drugs that activate serotonin responses. The commonly accepted idea that newer antidepressants work by increasing serotonin levels is not entirely true and is a result of cultural conditioning and promotion. A new theory of depression and antidepressants is needed because different antidepressants affect serotonin levels differently. The complexity of serotonin regulation and its effects means that it is possible to argue that depression is caused by either an excess or a deficiency of serotonin. In order to understand serotonin, it is important to look beyond the narrow perspective of neurotransmitters and consider its broader biological context. The author believes that the war on drugs has always had ulterior motives, such as justifying domestic and foreign interventions and issues unrelated to drugs. The author suggests that corporate punishment should be considered for corporations that support universal capital punishment. The author proposes that a thyroid supplement may help in serotonin excess syndromes such as autism. So autism is a byproduct of high serotonin. The use of serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or 5-HTP, can cause serotonin syndrome, which can be fatal and has symptoms such as tremors, altered consciousness, poor coordination, cardiovascular disturbances, and seizures. Anti-serotonin drugs can elevate these symptoms and prevent death. According to Peat, serotonin research is relatively new, but it rivals estrogen research for the level of incompetence and apparent fraudulent intent that can be found in professional publications. So now we have serotonin receptors. I feel like this is an important thing to cover. So there are 14 known serotonin receptors, 7 main types, and some of them with subtypes. 5-HT1 class. So 5-HT1A is the autoreceptor at the dorsal to nucleus in the brain and binding to it specifically lower. So over activation of the MR. The main things I want to cover is, so certain SSRI drugs like Prozac can enhance aggression, suicidal tendencies, and activity because it promotes MR serotonin activity. On the other hand, SSRI drugs can also induce anxiety, fear, restlessness, panic, etc. So 5-HT1A agonists, so against, will lower DR. So those agonists have been shown to lower anxiety. So anything that lowers serotonin will lower anxiety. but it can make depression worse. 5-HT1A agonists can worsen symptoms such as apathy, anhedonia, aggression, because it leaves the MR serotonin unopposed, so it has to be in the right balances. Okay, so now the effects of elevated serotonin. Sensitivity to light, sound, visual disturbances, easily frightened, feeling jumpy, coupled with adrenaline and experiencing head twitching. Inhibition of tryptophan hydroxylase abolishes fatigue induced by central tryptophan in existing rats. This study in rats looked at how brain chemicals affect fatigue during exercise. They increased a chemical called tryptophan and found that it made the rats tire more quickly and have more trouble regulating their body heat. However, when they used a drug to block the conversion of tryptophan into serotonin, the effects of tryptophan were stopped. This shows that serotonin is involved in this process. They also found that lower levels of serotonin help the rats lose heat better during exercise. So there's a study. Okay. So serotonin reduces cognitive function, not necessarily lack of knowledge, but intuitive thinking. However, they might think they are smart and have all the answers in a very authoritative way. Narcissism, delusion of greater grandeur, fantasize about power, exaggerated sense of self-importance, require constant admiration, reduce senses, sensory perception, anhedonia, apathy, reduce smell, hearing, taste, sensation, euphoria to music. Overly analytical, with a negative bias, so pessimism, cynical, negative, doesn't look at the bright side of life, non-assertive, rather rude and aggressive dominance, which might come over as assertiveness, but it's totally opposite. Aversive, passive-aggressive, but can also be full-on aggressive and violent. Don't care about the consequences of wrong decisions. This can also be due to low dopamine. Place less weight upon the magnitude of bad outcomes. Life feels like a joke or means nothing. Anticipation of anxiety. Enhanced anticipation of and sensitivity to threat-related stimuli, punishment, and negative feedback. Emotionally unstable, very sensitive to emotional triggers, feels like you have to walk on eggs around the person. Get easily triggered emotionally due to a traumatic experience with someone in the past, emotional and argumentative about their beliefs and/or views. Fertile patience, keep on waiting to receive something, even if it's improbable or irrational. And obedient due to not wanting to rock the boat. Scared, zombified, not questioning things. Suicidal, thoughts of even attempts. Delirious, mood swings, non-likable. It is shown that males find high serotonin females less attractive and act more aggressively towards them. However, high serotonin people do attract others that are similar to them. So association of serotonin to the team. There's a study there. Reduce verbal fluency, memory, attention, planning, ability, psychomotor performance. However, estrogen and serotonin promote this desire to talk. Those people with high estrogen and serotonin talk a lot. Rudeness is the weak man's imitation of strength. Serotonin and decision-making processes, OCD. So there's just studies there if that's something you want to get into more. Emotionally blunt, apathy, can't connect emotionally with people. So there's just studies, because I know everybody likes the studies. Here are some ways to lower serotonin. So never give up. Take care of your gut health, as 95% of serotonin is produced in the gut. Antibiotic treatment significantly reduces gut microbiomes and good serotonin and lowers TPH1, which leads to less serotonin production in the gut. Keep your liver healthy. Avoid polyunsaturated fats. Omega-6 polyunsaturated fatty acid diet had the most significant influence on serotonin receptors and transporter binding. Lower inflammation, eat salt, optimize thyroid function, lower estrogen, avoid stress and lower cortisol, eat enough protein, lower free fatty acids, improve insulin sensitivity. Enjoy some alcohol every now and then. I'm going to get more into that in the nutrition section. It's biblical as well, because it's crazy. Like, this is why I love scripture. Actually, I'm going to show the verse now. So 1 Timothy 5:23, and this is for the Gentiles. Drink no longer water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake and thine infirmities. It's very clear about it improves stomach's sake, but use a little wine. Like, enjoy some alcohol every now and then. So a little wine for your stomach's sake, because it improves your gut health, things like that. So I like the parallel, how the science and the Bible links in. Increase leptin sensitivity, which is responsible for hunger pangs. Boost DHT, cold exposure to an extent. Avoid exhaustion, overtraining, glycogen depletion. Stop punishing yourself, prevent exhaustion. Do exciting and creative things. For example, serotonin is responsible for a robotic, very structure-like, doing the same thing every day constantly. So having some excitement when you go to the shop, take a different route, doing different things, have your life exciting. Serotonin is the opposite, very mundane, doing the same thing every day, so on and so forth. Keep glycogen stores topped up. Aspirin is a TPH, tryptophan hydroxylase inhibit. Vitamin B2 is a cofactor of, and sodium increases SIRT. So all those things will increase. So it's the thing I mentioned at the start. Where is it? So lowers this, reduces this, so you want to increase this. So yeah, that's to do with that. So B2 increases the amount of this, so you break down serotonin more. Sodium increases the usage of serotonin, so utilize it, and aspirin inhibits TPH. Androgen suppresses testicular cancer cell growth. And there's more studies here. If you want to look into, so I left a lot of studies because I know this is a very, 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 very controversial topic. So there's a lot here to look into. So more ways to lower serotonin. Let's get into it. Thyroid, aspirin, caffeine, charcoal, carrot for the gut. Same with this. Salt, sugar, progesterone, antibiotics, correctly used dopamine. This, taurine, glycine, gelatin improves the neurotransmitters and amino acid profile. Tyrosine, byproduct of, it's a cofactor for dopamine. Calcium, Pregnenolone. We'll be talking about that more. BCAAs, amino acid, ginger, which is it lowers one of the it antagonizes one of the receptors, increases dopamine. LSD, niacinamide, CO2, things like that. DMT, it does, but I don't recommend that. There you go. Things that do increase serotonin: hypothyroidism, polyunsaturated fats, starches and fibers, too much vitamin B6, wheat-based foods, anything that irritates the bowels, sunburn, long-term starvation, endotoxin, inflammation of the intestine, bananas, tomatoes, pineapple, light deficiency, high tryptophan, low testosterone, high nitric oxide levels, elevated cortisol, protein deficiency, too much water, MDMA, because the opposite after the MDMA calm down, whey protein, estrogen, signs of high serotonin, more, loose bowels, autism, IBS, lots of sweating, anxiety, nauseousness, insomnia, teeth grinding, reduced appetite for salt, asthma, anorexia, depression, high blood pressure, irritability, aggression. There's more here. More articles here. So yeah, this is serotonin. I do recommend yourself going through this document and really understanding it, because there's a lot to it. I skipped some things because it's just repeating itself. But yeah, that's serotonin. Now let's get into the opposite, dopamine. So let's get into it. So it's a shorter document. Hallelujah. So dopamine is a neurotransmitter just like serotonin, which means it is a chemical messenger that transmits signals in the brain and other areas of the body. Dopamine is synthesized, created through a series of biochemical steps in the brain and other tissues. Here's a simplified overview of how dopamine is produced. Tyrosine uptake. The process begins with the uptake of amino acids called tyrosine. This is why it lowers serotonin, because it increases dopamine from the bloodstream into specialized cells known as dopaminergic neurons. Tyrosine is an essential building block for dopamine. Tyrosine hydroxylation. Inside the dopaminergic neurons, tyrosine is converted into another amino acid called L-DOPA through an enzyme called tyrosine hydroxylase. This conversion is the first critical step in dopamine synthesis. L-DOPA is then further converted into dopamine through the action of another enzyme called aromatic L-amino acid decarboxylase. This enzyme removes the carboxyl group from L-DOPA, resulting in the formation of dopamine. Once synthesized, dopamine is transported into storage vessels within the neurons, where it is held until it is needed. When the dopaminergic neuron receives an electrical signal, it releases dopamine from the vessels into the synapse. The gap between neurons, dopamine, then binds to receptors on the surface of the target neurons, transmitting the signal. Reuptake. To regulate its effects, dopamine is quickly taken back onto the releasing neuron through a protein called the dopamine transporter. This process is known as reuptake and helps terminate the signal. Inside the neuron, dopamine can be broken down by enzymes such as MAO and COMT into metabolites that are no longer active as neurotransmitters. The production and regulation of dopamine are tightly controlled to maintain the proper balance of this neurotransmitter in the brain. Dopamine plays a crucial role in various brain functions, including mood regulation, movement control, reward and pleasure, and imbalances in dopamine levels are also associated with various neurological and psychiatric disorders such as Parkinson's disease, schizophrenia, and addiction. Too much glutamate is linked to addiction. When D2 receptors are active, which is a dopamine receptor, they can control this by using a signaling system called endocannabinoid. If dopamine decreases due to stress or serotonin, it can lead to more glutamate activity, possibly causing addiction. Low levels of D1 receptors in the brain are called the striatum, make people more likely to take risk, which is connected to a higher risk of addiction. Low dopamine or its receptors can also lead to addiction. Dopamine is tied to desire and wanting, not so much to liking, the rush or relief, which are influenced more by opioid and oxytocin. This means dopamine can make you want something, but once you have it, you only feel a small increase in dopamine, not a big rush. Unexpected rewards, ones that are better than what you expected, do make your dopamine surge, but not familiar rewards. This is why some people get addicted to partying. Alcohol and other drugs can temporarily increase dopamine, and the randomness of parties often leads to unexpected rewards, which gives short bursts of dopamine. But any kind of addiction, including partying, can lower dopamine levels even further. Fixing dopamine levels and receptor sensitivity can reduce addictive behavior. Low dopamine can lead to unusual cravings. To boost their dopamine, people naturally engage in activities that increase brain dopamine function. Alcohol, overeating, carbohydrates, using cocaine or opioids, and smoking are examples. Aggressive behavior is also linked to this genetic abnormality, which stimulates dopamine use. Low dopamine can lead to addictive, compulsive, and impulsive behaviors. On a side note, having too much serotonin and too little dopamine can make people act impulsively. Low levels of dopamine can lead to daytime fatigue, slow thinking, low activity during the day, constant hunger, anxiety, and more. Boosting dopamine by blocking the H3 receptor can improve daytime energy, nighttime sleep, mental function, and reduce appetite. High dopamine promotes a creative, socially comfortable, pro-social, no anxiety, more fluid and flexible personality. Dopamine is also involved in learning what to avoid that might put you in danger, but uncomfortable situations might rather be seen as opportunities instead of difficulties. Dopamine improves mood and can create a state of euphoria. Low dopamine causes anxiety, and low dopamine specifically causes sadness and anhedonia, all of which can promote depression. Here are the studies. Dopamine agonists can treat anhedonia. Serotonin puts the brakes on libido by lowering dopamine, dropping dopamine behind giving up. Chronic stress lowers dopamine and causes mental illness. So dopamine is a very complicated neurotransmitter. Though it is more than a neurotransmitter, dopamine resistance is modulated by other chemicals aside from dopamine and is relatively situational. Very high dopamine and very rewarding activity does not necessarily cause dopamine resistance or receptor downregulation, but it could depend on the nature of event. Also, dopamine is different in different parts of the brain, have very different effects, and sometimes it is better to have low dopamine in parts of the brain for an elevated mood. Dopamine is heavily influenced by many natural regulators that are often overlooked in modern day society: sun exposure, physical exposure to the ground, earthing, certain light wavelengths, basically sunlight, circadian rhythm, and the sight of nature heavily influences dopamine levels and receptor densities. Binging of any kind will cause dopamine resistance. It is a negative feedback loop in the sense that binging makes normal things less rewarding, which makes you binge, etc. Thus, surfing the internet is both the cause and the symptom of dopamine resistance. Dopamine is incredibly necessary for a good life. Dopamine reduces appetite, promotes activity, movement, exploration, euphoria, creativity, focus, learning, memory, motivation, and so more. Serotonin would be the opposite. Dopamine is often mistaken for being responsible for addiction, but it's actually low dopamine that leads to addiction. With low dopamine, you constantly want to get a spike of dopamine just to feel normal again. With normal dopamine, you don't desire activities that spike dopamine and are much less likely to become addicted. However, everyday activities such as social media, TV, games can over time have an adverse effect on your dopamine levels, especially if you start to neglect the basic of increasing dopamine. Similarly to testosterone, which binds to androgen receptors, the dopamine receptors needed to be sensitive for you to enjoy the full effects of dopamine. If dopamine receptor expression density is low, then the effect of dopamine will be reduced. Hyposensitive, as seen in obese and other disorders. Dopamine is the happy hormone. When dopamine is low, you need to do repetitive addictive things just to get a big squirt of dopamine in the brain for a couple of minutes. Another thing, when you get a spike in dopamine, when you have high testosterone, DHEA, that dopamine spike gets prolonged, and that's what builds businesses, drive motivation. When you have high estrogen, stress hormones, estrogen specifically, when you get a spike in dopamine, dopamine gets cut in half. That's what leads to addictions and you wanting it more and more. Dopamine is able to reduce water retention, increase testosterone, improve cognition, mental clarity, ability to concentrate, focus, improve learning, memory, recall, well-being, solution-seeking, creativity, lower prolactin. Going back to the thing, when you have high prolactin, that means you have high serotonin. So prolactin, if you have high prolactin, low dopamine. Increase the metabolic rate and desire to be active and explore. Improve insulin sensitivity and glucose disposal. Lower serotonin synthesis. Release GABA and promote calmness. Symptoms of low dopamine include lack of motivation, no creativity, no goal setting or ambition, brain fog, negativity, don't enjoy much, and anhedonia, apathy. Low problem-solving ability, antisocial, fearful, nervous, anxious, basically the symptoms of high serotonin, attention deficit, things like that. Ways to boost dopamine: exercise increases dopamine synthesis as well as its sensitivity by increases dopamine receptors D2 and D3 density. Massage therapy can lower cortisol up to an averaging decrease of 31%. Laughter. There's a scripture. Unless you change and become like a little child, children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. So it's good. A merry heart does good, like medicine, but a broken spirit dries the bones. So being cheerful. Music therapy, which you can find pleasure to listening to, has been shown to increase feelings of well-being and increase dopamine release in the striatal system. Just be careful with music and not over-consuming it. Sunlight, lower stress, posture, improve insulin sensitivity, and overall, the things that I'm going to be talking about in the course. Just to summarize, be careful of those fruits. Also mentioned, impulsivity is encouraged by serotonin, and a brain chemical. This happens when there are fewer cleanup crews, less of the enzyme that breaks down serotonin, and more of the serotonin receptor. Surprisingly, estrogen, a hormone, reduces the cleanup crews and the enzyme, which, while increasing the receptor, estrogen really boosts serotonin. They work together to make impulsivity more likely. Here are the two studies. And that being said, this was the lesson on authoritarian personality. And I hope it makes sense. And that being said, in the next lesson, we'll be talking about stress hormones. Adios. What's going on? In this lesson, I'm going to be talking about stress-associated hormones. So stress hormones, according to Peat specifically, refers to specific hormones produced by the body in response to stressors, which can include physical, emotional, or environmental factors. These hormones are released to help the body adapt and cope with stress. The chronic or excessive activation of stress hormones due to ongoing stressors can have detrimental effects on health, potentially contributing to various health issues. Though numerous hormones contribute to the human stress response for the purpose of seeking strategic approaches, our attention will be directed towards enhancing the following, as doing so will yield the most significant positive influence within a limited time frame. So these are the hormones that I'll be going over. But one thing I want to mention before I get into that is a quote from Peat. Substances such as parathyroid hormone, this PTH, nitric oxide, serotonin, what we talked about in the previous lesson, cortisol, aldosterone, estrogen, thyroid, stimulating hormone, TSH, and prolactin have regulatory and adaptive functions that are essential, but that ideally should act only intermittently, producing changes that are needed momentarily. When the environment is too stressful or when nutrition isn't adequate, the organism may be unable to mobilize the opposing and complementary substances to stop their actions. In those situations, it can be therapeutic to use some of the nutrients as supplements. Calcium, vitamin D, K can sometimes produce quick anti-stress effects, elevating insomnia, hypertension, edema, inflammations, and allergies. But the regular use of milk and cheese can prevent many chronic stress-related diseases. The main thing I want you to pay attention to, and I mentioned this throughout the lesson, the reason why you have stress hormones because they are needed there. They're not bad, but they're bad when you have a lot of them for a prolonged period of time or in high doses, because they are there to help you. For instance, when you have low thyroid hormones, your body's going to keep your stress hormones higher to maintain a metabolic rate, but that's burning through your vital nutrients and things like that. But anyway, let's start with cortisol, adrenaline, and noradrenaline. This is also known as epinephrine and norepinephrine. So let's get into it. So cortisol is a glucocorticoid, a class of steroid hormone released from the adrenal cortex. Its release is regulated by the hypothalamus and the influence of CRH. The hypothalamus uses CRH to signal the anterior pituitary to release another hormone called ACTH, which enters the bloodstream and acts on the adrenal glands. As you can see, when you see the pathways, like here, and in the red, these are the glucocorticoids. Testosterone, DHEA are known as sex hormones. Aldosterone, which we'll be covering, is a mineral corticoid. Glucose meaning for glucose, mineral for minerals. So aldosterone will be for sodium, which is a mineral, electrolyte. Cortisol, you'll notice it's about glucose. And subsequent release of cortisol, which is also known as hydrocortisone. Baseline levels of cortisol are required for the healthy functioning of the body. Chronically elevated levels are what we need to look out for. So repeat on glycogen storage and depletion. If your thyroid hormones are in the right concentration, your liver should be able to store at least 8 hours worth of glycogen. Glycogen is stored energy, specifically carbohydrates. This is why when you're healthy and you're a child, you can sleep for 9, 10, 11 hours. You're not waking up at night and you feel very good. But when you age and when you damage yourself, your liver glycogen stores are being depleted at a higher rate, or you're just not storing glycogen stores because your liver is messed up. Hence why you're waking up at night, things like that. So letting your sleep throughout the night. But when your thyroid hormones are low or estrogen is high or other things are interfering, your liver can hardly store any glycogen. When your liver glycogen runs out, you send out a surge of adrenaline, which squeezes the last bit of glycogen from the liver. When your liver can't respond to the adrenaline anymore, and signs of glycogen depletion includes shakiness or cold from the high adrenaline, it resorts to high cortisol levels, which begin breaking down your tissues, turning protein into carbohydrates for energy, which is gluconeogenesis. So glucogenesis is a metabolic pathway that allows the body to synthesize glucose from non-carbohydrates sources. This is how important glucose and sugar is. When I used to do the ketogenic diet, which is 5% or less, ultimately no carbohydrates, you want to go as low as possible, medium protein and high fat. The reason why it's not high protein is because when you consume too much protein, the protein would get converted into glucose through a process called gluconeogenesis. And I went through a period of my life doing the ketogenic diet, which really messed me up, but it made me really realize how important this is. Non-carbohydrate source, primarily amino acids. So your body takes amino acids like your muscle tissue, or in some cases the protein that you consume. Amino acids meaning you have protein, and when protein is broken down, it's broken into different amino acids. I'll get more into that in different lessons. The building blocks of protein: glycerol from triglycerides from stored fat, and lactate from lactic acid. This process is crucial for maintaining glucose levels when dietary sources of carbohydrates are limited or unavailable, such as during fasting, starvation, low carbohydrate diets, or prolonged exercise. So here are the key points about gluconeogenesis. So the primary purpose of gluconeogenesis is to ensure a stable supply of glucose, which is essential for various bodily functions, including providing energy to the brain and red blood cells. The brain in particular relies on a constant supply of glucose for its energy needs. So your brain runs on carbohydrates and glucose. That's why when you have a higher heart rate, you have a mood uplifting effect, because there's more glucose getting into the brain because of the higher heart rate. This is why there has been studies, or there was just an example of when there were, maybe I mentioned this before, how there were older individuals who had a pacemaker which regulates the heart rate, and when they set the heart rate to 60, they had old people behavior patterns, slow, things like that. But when they increased the heart rate to 80, 85 in that range, they felt young, they had very good behavior patterns, mood uplifting effects, and things like that. Location: gluconeogenesis mainly occurs in the liver, although the kidneys also contribute to this process to a lesser extent. These organs contain the necessary enzymes and substrates for gluconeogenesis. Gluconeogenesis uses various precursors and substrates to synthesize glucose. These include amino acids, which are derived from protein, can be converted into glucose. Alanine is a particularly important amino acid for this purpose. Glycerol, which is a component of triglycerides, fat molecules, can be converted into glucose. And lactate, a byproduct of anaerobic, so without oxygen. So when you're running, for instance, the acidity you build in your muscle, that's lactic acid, can be converted into glucose through the Cori cycle, which involves the liver and the muscles. The problem with this one is your body wastes energy to even do this part here. That's why things like the lactobacillus strain or consuming fermented foods can be problematic for people who are hypothyroid, because the lactate needs to be converted converted back into glucose, and for it to be converted back into glucose, it wastes energy. So ultimately your body goes with this. Regulation: gluconeogenesis is under strict hormonal control. When blood glucose levels drop, hormones such as glucagon secreted by the pancreas and cortisol secreted by the adrenal glands are released, signaling the liver to initiate gluconeogenesis. Conversely, when blood glucose levels are high, insulin is released, which inhibits gluconeogenesis and promotes glucose uptake by cells. Energy cost. Gluconeogenesis is an energetically expensive process because it involves several enzymatic steps that consume ATP and other high energy compounds. ATP is energy. This is a byproduct of cell respiration. And lactate, your body can produce ATP, which is a very long-term, very long-lasting way of producing energy. Lactic acid is it's when you're running, it's a stress response, but it's a wasteful overall. Anyway, this process underscores the importance of maintaining glucose homeostasis in the body. Gluconeogenesis is a vital metabolic pathway that ensures glucose availability during times of carbohydrate scarcity. It helps the body to adapt to fasting, exercise, and low carbohydrate diets by producing glucose from alternative substrates to meet energy demands and maintain blood glucose with a narrow range. Okay. To continue, after a day of high cortisol, your thymus, which is a gland, will be dissolved due to the intense exposure of cortisol. And when the quickly dissolved tissues are gone, like the thymus, over the course of a week of you not replenishing your glycogen stores, your muscles will atrophy. This is why people who fast for a week or two lose more muscle than fat. People come out of fasting skinny fat. Adrenaline and noradrenaline provide rapid and immediate energy mobilization, while cortisol helps to sustain energy availability over a more extended period. Together, they ensure that the body has both quick and sustained access to energy resources to cope with a stressful situation. So when your blood sugar drops, you're eating in a caloric deficit, whatever it is, firstly, your body initiates adrenaline. So let's get into that. So adrenaline and noradrenaline play a vital role in a process called glycogenolysis anyway, which is the process by which glycogen, a complex carbohydrate stored in the liver and muscles, is broken down into its constituent glucose molecules. This process is a crucial aspect of glucose homeostasis. Homeostasis meaning balance in the body, and is regulated by various hormones, primarily glucagon and epinephrine. So when you eat carbohydrates, insulin spikes because blood sugar is too high. When blood sugar is too low, glucagon spikes or epinephrine. Here is an overview of glycogen storage. Glycogen serves as a storage form of glucose in the body. It is a polysaccharide made up of multiple glucose molecules linked together in a branch structure. The liver and muscles are the primary storage sites for glycogen. Role of hormones. Glucagon. When blood glucose levels drop, such as during fasting or between meals, the pancreas releases glucagon. Glucagon signals the liver to initiate glycogenolysis, converting stored glycogen into glucose. This glucose is then released into the bloodstream to help raise blood sugar levels. Adrenaline. In response to stress or the fight or flight response, the adrenal glands release epinephrine, which also stimulates this in both the liver and muscles. This provides a rapid source of glucose for energy during stressful situations. Glycogen phosphorylase, the enzyme responsible for breaking down glycogen in glycogenolysis, is called glycogen phosphorylase. This enzyme cleaves glucose molecules to the two. As glycogen is broken down, glucose molecules are converted into this and then into free glucose. The free glucose is released into the bloodstream where it can be transported to cells throughout the body to provide energy, regulation. So glycogenolysis is tightly regulated to maintain blood glucose levels within a narrow range. When blood glucose levels rise, the release of insulin from the pancreas promotes glycogen synthesis, while the release of glucagon or epinephrine promotes glyconeolysis to raise blood glucose levels. Okay, so that's the first step. The breakdown of muscle glycogen in the liver and muscle by triggering the activation of an enzyme called glycogen phosphorylase. Adrenaline is released in response to stress, commonly associated with the fight or flight response. So, when your blood sugar drops, adrenaline kicks in first, and it breaks down any glycogen storage from the liver specifically and the muscle. In times of stress, the body needs to have a mechanism of action for allocating resources away from less important things, such as the immune system, thymus gland, and towards more immediately essential processes such as breaking down muscle glycogen. Evolutionary, this is important because it allows the human under pressure or external threat to evade danger quickly. Cortisol is responsible for this. However, now we can see why elevated levels of cortisol can be a bad thing in terms of muscle wasting. Chronically high cortisol will lead to a catabolic process known as proteolysis. It's also known to suppress lipolysis, the breakdown of fat tissue, and decrease bone formation. An elevated cortisol level also facilitates insulin resistance by decreasing the number of glucose transporters that get shuttled to the surface of the cell membrane and inhibits collagen formation, which subsequently inhibits protein synthesis, muscle building, due to a reduced ability of muscle tissue to uptake amino acids. Cortisol also suppresses the immune system via a negative feedback effect on a group of cytokines. In terms of brain damage, chronically elevated cortisol levels can damage cells in the hippocampus, creating a memory deficit effect. While it works hand in hand with adrenaline to create flashbulb memories, short, highly emotional, silent memories under stress, at chronically high levels, it will also severely hamper your ability to recall basic information. This is why you feel brain fog during prolonged periods of stress at work or in a family life, and you may feel absent-minded and forgetful. This is because cortisol damages your hippocampal, I can't even pronounce that, neurons, inhibiting your ability to recall information you've already stored. One of the effects of high cortisol is decreased testosterone levels. Under normal condition, this is completely fine. Processes such as spermatogenesis, the production of sperm through LHFSH, then you produce sperm in the steroli cells, things like that. And that process is low when cortisol is high, low on the totem pole compared to jumping out of the way to avoiding getting smacked by a speeding car. Once the external stressor is gone, the body restores to homeostasis, balance, lowers cortisol levels, and increases the testosterone levels back to normal. However, under the influence of chronically elevated cortisol levels, the homeostasis is not restored. Testosterone is chronically suppressed. This manifests in all the symptoms that we commonly associate with low testosterone. High cortisol is associated with low testosterone, so it's always wise to keep cortisol low. There's a study there. Cortisol is catabolic, which means it breaks tissue down as well as muscle. So let's get into the symptoms. So exercise increases cortisol if not done correctly, and will have side effects such as muscle catabolism, because it's breaking down the muscle gluconeogenesis, so it's breaking down muscle tissue, slow and inadequate muscle recovery, elevated prolactin, estrogen, and serotonin, slow metabolism, decreased detoxification, stubborn belly fat. You will notice when any of the stress hormones are high, they're all high together. They all work there as a team. Symptoms of low cortisol include, because you still need adequate cortisol levels. The problem when it's too high, so low, include poor sleep and waking up tired in the mornings, loss of appetite and subsequent weight loss, low blood sugar, hypotension, dizziness, nausea, fatigue, weak immune system, lightheaded, gain weight easily, impaired cognitive function, low body temperature and hypothyroid, smooth, flat-looking muscles, salt craving, easy infections and inflammation, increase in skin pigmentation, sudden severe headache, loss of vision and visual field defect, autoimmune manifestations, psychiatric symptoms, memory impairment, depression, anxiety, psychosis, reduced consciousness, delirium, reduced blood bicarbonate and increased metabolic acidosis, symptoms of high cortisol increase, inability to fall asleep, insomnia, things like that, irritability, weight gain around midsection, muscle weakness, cognitive dysfunction, mental and physically fatigued, inability to detox, tiredness after a meal due to insulin resistance, blurry vision and eye floaters, low testosterone and struggle to build muscle, hypothyroid, struggle to digest food properly, serotonin symptoms, so they all play together, stubborn lower belly, lower back and face fat, high blood pressure, increased thirst and salt craving, symptoms of a stress response, cold hands and feet. This is where your blood sugar is low. So let me give you an example. There was Peat talked about a study in which wasn't a study, maybe it was a study or just a story, where there were people who struggled with extreme nightmares. And the reason why you have nightmares is because your liver glycogen stores are depleted while you're sleeping, and the surge of stress hormones give you the pessimism and the stress surrounding the nightmare. But anyway, so they wake up from the nightmares, which is an indication of liver glycogen stores being depleted. And they timed it that it happened every 90 minutes or something like that. And what they done was every 85 minutes, they had an alarm. So just before the liver glycogen stores were depleted, they would wake up, get some glucose into them, which could be milk with sugar or tea with sugar, whatever it is, and they would replenish it. Because the problem becomes when it's like you have a cut. The problem becomes when it's healing, but you keep cutting it. It's never going to heal and it's never going to restore. So the idea behind it was they would wake themselves up before the liver glycogen stores would be depleted, which is a stress state, to replenish glycogen stores. So after a prolonged period of time of a few weeks, they could go longer without food. They could go 90 minutes, then 2 hours, 3 hours, 4, so on and so forth. But they would wake themselves up just beforehand. And here, pay attention to those things, because you want to get to a state where you understand your body so well that you can just attack life properly. This is why the course is so detailed, because you can live your life for yourself and you know exactly what to do, rather than, because it's impossible for me to just write you a plan, because everyone is so completely different. So I'm giving you the hows and the whys so you can attack life. So these are the symptoms that you know, okay, I know after 3 hours I start experiencing those symptoms. So I know every 3 hours or every 2.5 hours I need to have food on me. So here are the symptoms you need to pay attention to, where glycogen stores are low and your stress hormones are starting to kick in. So cold hands and feet, sweating under your arms even though you're feeling normal, cold normal, feeling clammy, especially your feet even though you're feeling cold normal, experiencing neck tightness, twitchiness or slight tremor, want to clench your jaw to get rid of the tension, have slight, moderate or severe anxiety, feeling tired but wired, heat waves, flushes, anger fits, and you are frustrated, being easily triggered, eyes being light sensitive, can't look people in the eye, especially strangers, restless, voice fluctuations. So our body lacks the ability to tell the difference between a life-threatening physical situation and an emotionally threatening psychological situation. Hence why even social media can trigger a lot of stress hormones. So from a hormonal point of view, the body has the exact same reaction between the two. As stress hormones rise, serotonin will rise as well. So here's a post I've made priorly. When sugar intake, carbohydrates, so when sugar intake is adequate, free fatty acids will be low. Vice versa, you produce more free fatty acids when your blood sugar is low, glycogen depletion. Free fatty acids cause your brain to take up more tryptophan and make more serotonin, thus lowering your metabolic rate. And when you're under stress, especially when your fruit is scarce winter, this ramps up your cortisol levels to break down amino acids, starting with your thymus gland. And this is going back more into like diabetes. This process can increase glucose in your urine, which happens in people with diabetes. Hence why diabetic people waste away their muscle. Sugar intake lowers cortisol and is a protein sparer, which lowers free fatty acids and thus lowers serotonin. So people obsessed with consuming a lot of protein, but they don't realize when you just consume enough carbohydrates, you don't need so much protein, and you don't need to waste all of your money. People are wasting their money on protein, even though the protein that they're consuming is getting converted into glucose anyway. So you're spending all your money on all these nice steaks and chicken, and it's all being converted into sugar. The end result being a high metabolic rate as your liver now has adequate sugar. Okay, so you already know all this. So all these stress hormones, they all play together. Erectile problems are linked to stress. When there is a spike in stress, in the next 15 to 20 minutes, testosterone drops up to 90%. If it's short stress, T levels recover. If it's chronic, it will affect testosterone. And then lastly, people with a low metabolic state have 40 times more adrenaline. Because the adrenaline and the cortisol is to compensate for the low thyroid and to maintain your metabolic rate. That's why people can think that they are hyperthyroid, but in reality, hyperthyroid is hypothyroid in disguise. Hope that makes sense. Because when you truly optimize your thyroid hormones, the reason why you feel like you're hyperthyroid is because of this. And the more hypothyroid you are, the higher your stress hormones need to be, which makes you think you're hyperthyroid. But in reality, hyperthyroidism is just a stronger hypothyroidism. Anyway, that's cortisol, adrenaline, and noradrenaline, right? That's why they're known as glucocorticoids, because they're responsible for glucose. Now let's get into estrogen. Estrogen, and this is if you get blood tests, things like that, estrogen and estrogen mimickers are found in almost everything that we put on or in our bodies in the society that we live in. from the sunscreen ingredients you are putting on to block the UVA rays, which don't work and increase your chance of skin cancer, to the can of green beans you have in the pantry. Peat. So this is Peat's stance on estrogen. Estrogen activates the adrenal stress reaction by way of the hypothalamus and pituitary by direct actions on the adrenal glands and by a variety of indirect effects, such as the increase of free fatty acids. It activates the excitotoxic glutamic acid pathway and interferes with protective adenosine inhibition of nerves. It has both direct and indirect ways of promoting the formation of nitric oxide and carbon monoxide. These and other estrogen promoted factors quickly and seriously interfere with mitochondrial respiration. Many of these effects contribute to increased intracellular calcium and free radical production, contributing to both the excitatory excess and the energy deficit. So let me present that to you in a proper way. So this is just this digested properly. So it affects the brain. So estrogen can signal to the brain's control center, the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland, to activate the stress response. So estrogen can stimulate a stress response. Direct action on the adrenal glands. Estrogen can directly affect the adrenal glands, which are responsible for producing stress hormones like cortisol. This means it can make the adrenal glands produce more stress hormones. Indirect effects. Estrogen can also have indirect effects. For example, it can increase the amount of free fatty acids in the body, which means more serotonin, because more tryptophan uptake in the brain, which can be a sign of stress. It can also influence the way certain chemicals in the brain work, like glutamic acid, which can lead to overexcitement of nerves. Influence on chemicals. Estrogen can impact the levels of chemicals like nitric oxide and carbon monoxide. These chemicals have various roles in the body, and when their levels are changed by estrogen, it can interfere with how cells produce energy. Effects of mitochondria. Estrogen can disrupt the function of tiny structures inside cells called mitochondria, which are responsible for producing energy. This disruption can lead to problems with energy production. Increase in calcium and free radicals. Estrogen can also lead to higher levels of calcium inside cells and increase the production of harmful molecules called free radicals. Both of these changes can have negative effects on cell function. Estrogen acts immediately on the surrounding cells. So it's fast acting, independent on the fact that receptors are available or not. Estrogen has been shown in scientific literature to hinder the body's ability to detox itself. Most notably, it inhibits the optimal functioning of the liver. Additionally, a diet high in phytoestrogens, soy, can cause muscle loss, increased fat gain, increased risk of breast cancer, anxiety, and depression, among many other things. When the body's estrogen levels are too high, it decreases protective hormones like testosterone and progesterone. This results in chronically elevated stress hormones since cortisol and estrogen work synergistically. Estrogen acts as an antagonist towards most, if not all, the protective hormones in the body. So it's against all the protective hormones that we covered. This inverse relationship when chronic results are mentioned above. Estrogen activates the stress pathway that begins in the pituitary gland and makes its way down the adrenals, where the other stress hormones start to be released and start to take action on the body. This leads to excessive catabolism of many endocrine glands, including the thyroid, gonads, ovaries, brain, and a variety of others. It also promotes the synthesis of pro-stress molecules and inhibits proper mitochondrial functioning. This leads to a hindered ability to utilize energy correctly and downregulates the metabolism, which is the opposite of what we want. There is increasing controversy whether estrogen is actually very desirable for men, and that men on testosterone replacement therapy need high estrogen, which is protective. Because people think estrogen is protective for some crazy reasons, right? TRT lowers LH. LH signals the testes to produce testosterone. Firstly, Pregnenolone is created, then progesterone, you know the pathway for testosterone, right? The youth hormones are actually the primary cardioprotectors, not estrogen. So if someone takes TRT, they should be taking those, not estrogen, right? So let's get into some high estrogen symptoms. Pelvic pain, night waking and sweats, can't sleep through the night. Hot flashes, edema, puffiness, water retention, increased risk of migraine. Low body temperatures can also be low thyroid, brain fog, frequent urination during the night, small bladder feeling, struggle to build muscle, gynecomastia, fatigue and depression, poor memory, mood swings, low libido. High estrogen in men increases the risk of prostate cancer, immune disease, diabetes, and many other things. Keep in mind, estrogen and prolactin go hand in hand, and some of these symptoms might be the same. Estrogen also increases serotonin and inhibits 5-alpha reductase. Estrogen prevents your body from converting testosterone into DHT. 5-alpha is the enzyme that does that. Estrogen is classified as a stress hormone. It increases in times of stress, both physical and emotional. Exercise, on the other hand, is a healthy stressor and actually helps rid the body of estrogen. In men, 95%. One sec. Okay, so in men, 95% of the time, elevated estrogen levels are due to having too high levels of aromatase enzyme activity. So if you're overweight listening to this right now, a huge priority for you would be fat loss, which you'll understand how to do in the later lesson. Because the aromatase enzyme likes to hide in the fat tissue, right? That is an enzyme that directly converts testosterone molecules into estrogen. So there's a study. High estrogen, on the other hand, has been found to suppress testosterone production by inhibiting the luteinizing hormone release from the pituitary gland. So estrogen is very problematic. This vicious cycle eventually causes very low levels of testosterone with overblown estrogen, and thus the testosterone to estrogen ratio shifts far too much to the right, resulting in feminization of the physique and face, retaining of subcutaneous water under the skin, weakened libido, and dramatically increased. You're very emotional. In the worst case scenario, development of man boobs, prostate issues, and hot flashes. Thyroid function stimulates the liver to inactivate estrogen for secretion. So estrogen dominance can create a vicious cycle in which estrogen, or deficient in progesterone, blocks thyroid secretion, causing the liver to allow estrogen to accumulate to even higher levels. Progesterone, even one dose in some cases, can break the cycle. Just like when you have a car that's broken down due to the battery failure, and all you need is an external car for the battery to just shock you back into running back again. So progesterone can really work like that. You just really need one dose. However, if the gland is very big, one person can experience a few months of hyperthyroidism. As the gland returns to normal, it is better to allow the enlarged gland to shrink more slowly by using a thyroid supplement. If an enlarged gland does begin to secrete too much thyroid hormone, it can be controlled with tablets of this or even raw cabbage or cabbage juice, which can lower the thyroid hormones. It like softens it. I remember Peat talking about how he would have clients of where they would have a decent heart rate in the hundreds, 100 and something, but they would feel amazing, right? Because you're just high on life, because you're like a child, you have that high metabolic rate, but their doctors would be really worried. So just to satisfy the doctor's sanity, Peat would prescribe cabbage juice to lower the thyroid hormones, including liver. Okay, so another thing, estrogen prevents T4 to T3 conversion. So all these estrogen mimickers, all these chemicals, you're messing with your thyroid, testosterone. So it's all a cycle. So remember, with these lessons, it's fundamentally for you to really understand why all this is happening. So when you do see those things, you understand the seriousness. It's like an example in scripture how in Exodus with the 613 laws, how it says, I don't know if I'm not sure the exact law, what it was, but it's something to do if you do bad to your father or mother, the penalty would be death. Even though the Jews wouldn't kill anybody, but it's just for you to understand the seriousness to disgrace your parents, to look down upon your parents, to be disobedient to your parents, even though they wouldn't actually go forward with that. But it's just to give you an example of the seriousness of this disregarding your parents, right? To the term. Ultimately, a healthy liver should detoxify 100% of the estrogen. Increased thyroid equals lower stress, which means lower aromatase, which equals low estrogen. Estrogen, much like cortisol and adrenaline, is able to liberate, free up free fatty acid and release them into the blood, leading to the Rondo cycle. So, and more serotonin. Estrogen also has the ability to decrease glycogen storage through the system, leading to a deficiency of stored glucose, resulting in backup stress mechanisms to be used whenever blood sugar begins to drop. So estrogen is really problematic. So let's get into more estrogen. So lowers steroidogenesis, so the production of steroids. This could be also vitamin D. So you're not synthesizing vitamin D because steroids are molecules that are synthesized from cholesterol, which vitamin D being one of them. Inhibits DHEA production, can promote thyroid dysfunction as well as autoimmunity by enhancing TDT and excess free radical production. Promotes excess lipolysis that leads to elevated free fatty acids and insulin resistance. More serotonin. So promotes anhedonia, feeling numb, autoimmune disease. Increase the risk of stroke and thrombosis by promoting excess blood clotting. Promotes anxiety, increases serotonin production and potentiates the effects of serotonin. Creates gyno, increases total and free cortisol. This effect is blunted by progesterone, elevates prolactin, promotes aldosterone, which causes water retention, increases adipogenesis, creation of new fat cells, increases TBG, which decreases free thyroid hormones, increases fat uptake in the adipose tissue by increasing in fatty acid binding protein, increases brain excitation and can contribute to seizures. Aromatase inhibitors are useful against epilepsy. Reduces bile flow from the liver to the gallbladder, which can lead to intrahepatic cholestasis. This can lead to the skin and whites of the eyes looking yellow. The skin itches, urine is dark, and stools may become light colored and smell foul. Increases lactate production from glucose, which is a very ineffective method of producing energy. Lactate itself also possesses many negative effects, promotes migraines, causes testicular degeneration, decreases FGF21, which results in lower thermogenesis and energy expenditure, so lower metabolic rate. So ways to lowering aromatase, which will lower estrogen: increase DHT, which is the most powerful androgen which cannot be aromatized. Aromatization is the process of testosterone being converted into estrogen, and is also a powerful aromatase inhibitor itself. Stabilize blood sugar, which are body fat. The more fat you have, the more aromatase you'll have. Also, the less fat you have, the more testosterone you'll have due to less inhibitory feedback from estrogen. Adipose tissue is like a factory that converts testosterone into estrogen and breaks DHT down into its inactive form. Having too much body fat is really something you don't want if you want to maximize testosterone and lower estrogen. Sunlight is great for your health, and often vitamin D, which is synthesized from the rays of the sun, is a potent aromatase inhibitor. Men with low vitamin D often have elevated estrogen. Lower stress. Stress increases cortisol, which increases the aromatase. Lower inflammation. Together with elevated cortisol and insulin is the major driver of the aromatase and can boost it manyfold. Nicotine. The ingredients in tobacco leaves, namely nicotine as well as other tobacco alkaloids, strongly inhibit the aromatase. Just be careful of nicotine as it can be addictive. Caffeine. Coffee intake is associated with lower estrogen levels as caffeine powerfully inhibits aromatase activity. Coffee consumption, 5 cups a day for 8 weeks, increased total testosterone and lowered total and free estrogen. Decaffeinated coffee, however, did not have the same effect. Caffeine also increases DHT, could be due to 5% of the increase of T is getting converted into DHT. White button mushrooms have a compound which powerfully inhibits the aromatase. Grapeseed extract, mangosteen, stinging nettle root. I'm not a fan because it's used to lower DHT because and that's one of the things, is an example of, I can even highlight this in red. I left it there just to give an example, and it is a powerful aromatase inhibitor, but here's an example of a supplement that may boost testosterone because it prevents testosterone converted into DHT, which is not a good thing. But in the eyes of an amateur or a noob, they would say, oh, but testosterone levels are increased, so it must be good. No. Chyricin, olive leaf extract, aspirin, vitamin E, which fundamentally is anti-estrogen, that's why it's E. It antagonizes estrogen receptor and also inhibits aromatase. When it comes to aspirin, I'm going to have a full lesson on this. Vitamin D as well, vitamin K as well, magnesium as well. Tonkarali, we'll be talking more about that. Ginkgo biloba, methylene blue also. Naringenin, which is a polyphenol found in things like oranges, which is also inhibits the enzyme tryptophan hydroxylase, which converts tryptophan into serotonin, so it's very good. What are estrogen receptors? There's a very good document on this by Peat if this is something you want to get into even more. If it even opens. 6 pages. This study shows that natural aromatase inhibitors are so effective that they can actually prevent breast cancer. So these things do work. More things are like celery. This study shows that the high lutein content found in celery is effective in decreasing active aromatase in the body. Not only that, but simply the smell of celery has been found to increase testosterone production in the testes. Red wine inhibits aromatase production in a dose-dependent manner. Just don't drink too much. Olive oil, white button mushroom covered oysters, which are high in zinc, and parsley. Now we have prolactin, the good stuff. So prolactin, which is a man boob inducing water retention, promoting infertility and cancer causing hormone. Prolactin also is a good indicator of tissue levels of serotonin and estrogen. So if you do a test and your estrogen and serotonin levels are low in the blood, but prolactin levels are high, it's a good indicator of high estrogen and serotonin in the tissues, which is a huge sign of low thyroid. Prolactin is a hormone secreted by the anterior pituitary in small amounts under the normal conditions, but can be significantly increased due to various reasons. The normal range is 2 to 18. Anything above 25 is considered hyper, and the optimal range is below 7 or less. The half-life of prolactin is 15 to 20 minutes, so if you block its synthesis, you can drop it rather quickly. So let's get into the problems with high prolactin. So in the long term, it reduces the ability of the body to synthesize dopamine. So prolactin will also is like the opposite of dopamine, which is serotonin as well, things like that. Is inversely associated with fasting glucose and insulin sensitivity, increases estrogen receptors, promotes inflammation, stimulates the release of parathyroid, promotes autoimmune disease, promotes gyno, decreases beard growth, is associated with anxiety, hostility, depression, inhibits the production of steroid hormones. It increases stress hormones like cortisol, stimulates adipogenesis, and inhibits lipolysis, which contributes to fat storage, reduces libido and desire, promotes acne, increases fatigue, increases unwanted hair growth, promotes muscle loss, which increases SHBG, thus lowering testosterone. An acute increase in prolactin induced by things like sauna, for example, is much more less harmful or might even be beneficial compared to chronic elevation. Things that stimulate prolactin release: serotonin, tryptophan releasing hormone, TRH, so on and so forth. So let's get into ways to lowering prolactin. Firstly, lower estrogen. So estrogen is a potent inducer of prolactin secretion. The main stimulators of estrogen include stress, insulin resistance, and inflammation. So focusing on these to lower estrogen is a good start. While fixing those, you can also use natural aromatase inhibitors mentioned just a second ago, as well as increase the detoxification of estrogen through the liver. Additionally, you have to be very vigilant about avoiding estrogenic found in the environment, such as plastics. Found in all plastic products, such as plastic bottles, plates, cups, utensils, food wrapping, as well as in our water, including from natural sources, cosmetic products, air. Using an air filter if you're living in a place with dirty air is very important. Mold in coffee, cocoa grains, and other improper stored food. Animals fed moldy grains, which is always also have mold in their meat. Fat, eggs, and milk. Processed foods containing emulsifiers, gums, red dyes such as red meat, salmon, fruit juice, tomato paste, chili sauce, etc. A very good book to learn more about this is Estrogeneration by Dr. Anthony J. Number 2, fix your thyroid. The hypothalamus releases TRH, which stimulates the pituitary to release TSH, which signals the thyroid to increase thyroid hormone production, namely T4 and T3. TRH and TSH are potent stimulators of inflammation and prolactin. That's why too high TSH is bad, so you want to lower it as fast and best you can. Additionally, PTH, parathyroid hormone, which is elevated due to low vitamin D and calcium, also antagonizes the thyroid gland and can lead to increase in TRH and TSH. Getting adequate sunlight on a regular basis is a great way to increase vitamin D and lower PTH, TRH, and TSH. Next, lower stress. Chronic stress promotes insulin resistance, gut issues, inflammation, estrogen issues, low androgens, and also prolactin secretion. Most of the time, just lowering stress, you can significantly lower prolactin levels, increase dopamine, which is an antagonist of prolactin, fix your metabolic state. This ties with optimizing your thyroid hormone production. Hydrating yourself properly, which is proper electrolyte content, proper intake of carbohydrates and things like that. And EMF, which the reason for this is that EMF activates the voltage gated calcium channels in the body, which allows calcium to enter the cell. Intracellular calcium is excitatory and stimulates the production of prolactin. Glutamate, nitric oxide aromatase inflammation, and it drops ATP production. Excess intracellular calcium is very undesirable for health. EMF is one of the most potent stimulators of VGCCs. Thus, it can lead to chronically elevated prolactin if you're chronically exposed to EMF. Some of the simplest ways to mitigate damage of EMF is to use magnesium, block the production of nitric oxide with methylene blue, lysine, taurine, and glycine, which are amino acids, boost NRF2 with fruit, spices, and cacao, boost uncoupling, which is the production of heat, which is a byproduct of cell respiration, with things like aspirin, salt, carbohydrates, protein, calcium. Number 8, boost DHT. DHT is the most androgenic male hormone, protective against excess prolactin, and is able to lower prolactin. Oxygen and CO2. So carbon dioxide is a direct antagonist of serotonin, and once CO2 drops, serotonin increases. Hyperventilation promotes the excretion of CO2. Serotonin in turn induces the release of prolactin. So what you want to do is focus on nose breathing only and optimize your metabolism to increase CO2 production. If you feel anxious, focus on deep breaths. Once you have inhaled, hold your breath for a few seconds and then exhale slowly. Do this about 4 to 6 times and you'll feel a lot better. Avoid opioids. So here are studies. Avoid inflammation. So I'm going to be getting into inflammation in a sec. Relax. The utilization of methylene blue, vitamin E, aspirin, zinc, and herbs such as those here, and drugs such as this. So that's prolactin for you. Now let's get into parathyroid and aldosterone. So, dietary calcium, which is the calcium that you consume from the food that you're consuming. So dietary calcium deficiency results in calcium being placed where it does not belong, in the soft tissues and inside cells. This happens at the expense of our bones, increasing inflammation, interfering with energy production, and causing dysfunction like hypertension, arteriosclerosis, type 2 diabetes, neurodegenerative diseases, obesity, metabolic syndrome, and degenerative joint disease. Inappropriate calcification occurs ironically due to the lack of calcium. This phenomenon is known as the calcium paradox. So parathyroid, PTH, produced by the parathyroid gland, is a regulator of blood calcium. If dietary calcium isn't optimal, blood calcium will be deficient and PTH will rise. PTH increases absorption of calcium and leaches calcium from bones to maintain serum calcium causing bone loss, and bones lose calcium. The soft tissue calcifies. Cells also inappropriately take up too much calcium, stressing the cell and leading to inefficient energy production, and lactic acid creating inflammation and fibrosis conditions. Chronically high PTH contributes to the calcification of soft tissues, things like that, mentioned earlier. Small, frequent meals lower PTH, as do dietary magnesium, calcium, and vitamin D. Meats, nuts, seeds, grains, and beans have high phosphorus to calcium ratio, which isn't ideal for bone health. Dairy products serve as a digestible source of calcium and have a high calcium to phosphorus, helping to keep PTH low. Niacinamide and vitamin A can help regulate the phosphorus and calcium balance. Eggshells is a good way to get calcium. Keep parathyroid hormones down, consume more calcium, KDA, niacinamide. Progesterone, thyroid, lowers parathyroid hormones. When there is adequate calcium, vitamin D, and magnesium in the diet, PTH is kept to a minimum. When PTH is kept low, cells increase the formation of uncoupling proteins, more heat, energy, and causes mitochondria to use energy at a higher rate. And this is associated with decreased activity of the fatty acid synthase enzyme. So here is some evidence for estrogen, prolactin, serotonin, cortisol, and aldosterone stimulating PTH and vice versa. So here are studies how this hormone ties into all the other stress hormones. So here's more on that. And calcitonin would be the opposite to parathyroid hormone. So it's produced by the TDT. So calcitonin primary function is to lower blood calcium levels when they are too high, but its role is known in normal calcium regulation is relatively minor compared to PTH. So that's why parathyroid is bad, and the way you lower it is by consuming enough calcium. Next, aldosterone, which is a hormone produced by the adrenal glands, which are located on the top of each kidney. It is a key player in the body's regulation of blood pressure and electrolyte balance. Here are the main function and actions of aldosterone. It's to regulate sodium and potassium in the body, particularly in the bloodstream. It regulates blood pressure and the RAS system. The main thing. So aldosterone can also be released in response to stress. Stress-induced aldosterone release helps conserve sodium, which can be beneficial during stressful situation. So edema, which is swelling caused by too much fluid trapped in the body's tissues. Edema can affect any part of the body, but it's more likely to show up in the legs and feet. Estrogen causes edema. When you cut out salt from the diet, the RAS system gets activated. The RAS is the system of hormones, proteins, enzymes, and reactions that regulate your blood pressure and blood volume on a long-term basis. Whenever aldosterone gets activated to hold on to sodium that's being flushed out the system, you will have an increase in cortisol, which leads to vascular stiffness, which leads to even higher blood pressure over time and lower blood volume. A cell has extracellular fluid, which is the fluid around the cell. For the breakdown of ATP to ADP, likewise, energy is also released when the phosphate is removed from the ADP to form adenose AMP. The body needs sodium present in the extracellular fluid, which allows the cell to use glucose and oxygen to fuel the metabolism. The more the sodium in the extracellular fluid, the more efficiently the cell can perform. When you have less sodium, that's when you fall into issues. Sodium is also needed to balance calcium in the extracellular fluid, because if too much calcium enters the cell, that will be toxic to the cell and kill it. So your CNS needs sodium to communicate properly too. So you need about 10 to 15 and up to 30 grams of salt per day. Okay, so the main thing I want to go off. Okay. One of the things that happens when there isn't enough sodium in the diet is that more aldosterone is synthesized. Aldosterone causes less sodium to be lost in the urine and sweat, but it achieves that at the expense of the increased loss of potassium, magnesium, and probably calcium. The loss of potassium leads to vasoconstriction, which contributes to heart and kidney failure and high blood pressure. The loss of magnesium contributes to vasoconstriction, inflammation, and bone loss. Magnesium deficiency is extremely common, but a little extra salt in the diet makes it easier to retain the magnesium in our foods. Darkness and hypothyroidism both reduce the activity of cytochrome oxidase, making cells more susceptible to stress. A promoter of excitotoxicity or pain or lack of salt can function as an equivalent of darkness in resetting biological rhythms. This is quotes from Peat. A restriction of salt in the diet causes more aldosterone to be produced, and increased salt in the diet causes aldosterone to decrease. One effect of aldosterone is to increase the production of the substance called vascular endothelial growth factor or vascular permeability factor, which causes capillaries to become leaky and causes new blood vessels to grow. So that's on aldosterone. Now growth hormone. This is a crazy hormone because a lot of people think growth hormone is good for you, but let me just change that. So this is what I want to go over mainly. So people who have been chronically deficient in growth hormone have a remarkable absence of arteriosclerosis. The mice that genetically are deficient in the pituitary hormones have no growth hormones. They are not very big, but they live 2 to 3 times longer than normal mice. One researcher removed the pituitary gland from several species of animals and found that they lived much longer. I don't know what's animals with their pituitary. They were given a thyroid supplement. I think that's meant to be tank animals with the pituitary, but anyway, when they removed the pituitary, they weren't producing, because growth hormone is produced from the pituitary. So when they removed the pituitary, but still gave them a supplement of thyroid, as you know, thyroid hormones are very important, supplement and keep their metabolism going. When you have hypoglycemia, you increase for instance, growth hormone increases when you're in a hypoglycemic state, and it tends to come with the other pituitary stress response hormones. All of these tend to have their side effects. They're all beneficial in the right amount and the right time, but they are all harmful when they go onto for too long or too high at a level. For example, people with the giantism disease, which produce an excess amount of growth hormones, have a high incidence of arteriosclerosis. For example, fasting enhances growth hormone secretion and amplifies the complex rhythm of growth hormone secretion in man. This is why when you sleep, you have high growth hormones, and when you fast, you have high growth hormones, because growth hormone is a reaction to low blood sugar. Growth hormone is a stress hormone. Its effects can be produced osmotically, for example, inducing milk production and cartilage growth by osmotic shock. Estrogen produces increased growth hormone and increases its production in stress. Nitric oxide is a pro-aging free radical induced by estrogen, releasing growth hormone. All three produce edema. The absence of growth hormone protects kidneys against degeneration. Some studies found that heart failure and bone repair aren't improved by growth hormone. Growth hormone is very high during heart failure, in which edema contributes to the problem. Carpal tunnel syndrome, melalgia, tumor growth, gynecomastia, and many other problems have been produced by growth hormone treatments. One of the best known metabolic effects of growth hormone is that, like adrenaline, it mobilizes fatty acids from storage. Growth hormone is known to antagonize insulin, and one of the ways it does this is simply by the ability of increased free fatty acids to block the oxidation of glucose. So here's a more in-depth article on growth hormone and studies and things like that, if you want to get into that. Okay, so stress hormones stay chronically elevated because of environmental inputs in your body, such as prolonged physical or psychological stressors. Without adequate recovery periods, estrogenic influences from foods, plastic, and pesticides are deficiencies that trigger unfavorable cascades such as sodium deficiency, causing your kidneys to activate the ROS pathway and compensation mechanisms. Stress is when more energy is required than your body is producing. So it's like a deficit. Now, inflammation. Inflammation is very problematic because inflammation, when uncontrolled, drives degeneration, cellular dissonance caused by inflammatory reactions, manifests in systematic dysfunctions in tissues, organs, and organ systems. For example, cold hands and feet cause inflammation. When you have cold hands and feet and the blood flows into the hands where it's cold, it causes the blood becomes inflamed when it comes back. So that's an issue which is linked to thyroid hormones. I don't want to go over the whole document, but there's one thing I want to mention. So Ray Peat, this is one of his articles, which is the chicken and egg, when incubated with heat from the mother's hen, is a self-contained environment with all the resources necessary for the development of a healthy baby chick, including glucose and nutrient-dense yolk. Brain growth stops when the chick embryos has consumed all the available glucose within the egg and needs to switch to consuming the fat of the yolk. Another thing when Ray Peat mentioned was what they did is they injected more glucose into the egg, and they noticed that the chicken egg grew bigger brains. Another thing is Ray Peat talked of an incident when he had a client which was sent to him by a doctor in regards to fat loss because she had type 2 diabetes, which is high levels of sugar in the blood. And the woman was pregnant, but she had a kid beforehand as well when she had the type 2 diabetes. And Ray Peat goes to her, "Can you tell me more about your current child? What's he like?" He was only a few years old, and she goes, "He wears adult hats and he reads adult literature." So the idea behind and the conclusion that I'm trying to make is the high levels of glucose in the blood resulted in more glucose available for the brain growth, which resulted in the child developing and maturing much quicker. So glucose and sugar is super important. So there's more on that. Injected several different types of amino acids into the brains of chicks, embryos, and measured the brain weight, DNA content, and protein content. They noted that several variations of amino acid tryptophan severely inhibited brain development. Tryptophan would be the opposite, due to excess production of serotonin, while the introduction of glycine, which converts into glucose, stimulated significant brain growth. Glycine lowers inflammation, sugar lowers inflammation. They concluded that brain weight and DNA were found to be significantly correlated with blood glucose levels, and that early brain growth might be manipulated into both directions by addition of proper nutrients during the sensitive period of neural proliferation. But the main thing, but then the opposite, another thing would be prostaglandins are formed in the synthesis of PUFAs. In the womb, the only possible way for developing fetus to be exposed these free fatty acids via the mother's dietary habits. So you have a woman that's pregnant, tell her to stay away from PUFAs, and researchers have found that baby weights are negatively correlated with maternal exposure to these inflammatory polyunsaturated fats. These same researchers discovered that parental learning and memory are significantly retarded by exposure to PUFA in the womb. But yeah, there's more here. You can read if you'd like, but those are the main things I wanted to mention. And just going back to how some people would say sugar causes inflammation. Here's the proof for that. And why sugar is the opposite, because it lowers all these stress hormones. Another things I want to mention is your liver needs adequate protein, glucose, and micronutrients to detox effectively. The brain is the second detoxifying organ, hence why your organs are very high in protective hormones. And another thing, which is crazy, which is linked to stress hormones, things like promiscuity, sin, is linked to high stress, because when you have high stress hormones, your body thinks it's going to die, so it becomes promiscuous to pass on the gene. So rather than fighting the issue of lust through meditation, is by truly optimizing your hormones, and this will just fade away. Right? If you ever get these bloods tested, these hormones tested, go back to when you're making a post, go to lab tests and make your posts here, and I can attack those from there. So that being said, this lesson was very in-depth. I tried to keep it as concise as I could, but made it in a way for you to really understand why these hormones are bad and why are these stress hormones. I do recommend you read over this yourself if you'd like, and ask questions on the collaboration calls. And yeah, that being said, I'll see you in the next lesson.